I'm on.
Yo. All right. Well, welcome to BDA Boxing, the Boxing Debate Arena Special Edition, Special Sunday Edition. We're here with Recognize the Matrix, who will be hosting. It's an open panel, people, so anybody can join. It's like last time. All you have to do is go to the BDA main group, I would call it, on Discord, and you can join the debate. So, yep. Recognize, are you there?
I am here. What's going on, Bucho?
Who said that? I'm here. Oh, that was Pulev. Huh? He was like, wow, what was Pulev saying against AJ? He was like, tomorrow I show you. Tomorrow I show you. Anyways, uh, yeah, I was thinking about this fight, recognize about the Joshua Usyk fight. I have
Yeah,
a feeling something's gonna happen. Like that's why, like, well, obviously, like you recognize the Matrix, so I added like the whole Matrix look to the show right now. But
that's right.
nothing can go wrong. I wrote, nothing can go wrong because nothing should go wrong. Right? I mean, nothing should go wrong. There's a mega fight between Fury and AJ, a potential mega fight. Nothing should go wrong.
Yeah, I would. I don't go into a fight saying this is what's going to happen, but I do have expectations of anything. Right? Anything can happen in a fight, whether it's clean, whether it's dirty, trickery, whatever. That's how I go into each fight. Listen, let's face it. AJ more than likely should win this fight. He's probably going to win. The fight's close, right? Let's say the fight's close, which AJ's good enough to make the fight close. Why wouldn't they give it to him? Why won't they give him the benefit of the doubt of the rounds? You got to ask that question. I'm not saying that's how boxing should be scored. I wouldn't score it that way. You know me, Bucho. I'm going to give you my honest, what I saw scorecard. And if I feel that Usyk won, I will say it. If I feel AJ won, I'll say the same thing. But, you know, so I expect anything is what I'm trying to say in the fight. Just hoping for a good fight and that, they'll call this down the middle. I'm not expecting
So,
that, but
yeah, but are you
that's how I
saying
go
that
into
you
every
wouldn't be
fight.
surprised if there's referee stoppage that's controversial? Um, what else
Yeah,
can
that could
happen?
happen. That could happen.
A robbery. I mean, that's common in boxing. And should Usyk know that this can happen? I mean, it sounds like we're making excuses, but this isn't because we hate AJ or anything. It's just the way boxing is. I mean, you have the A side, you have the B side, and then the A side has more advantages, outside the ring advantages. Should we call them?
Right. That's
It's nothing. It's nothing. Oh, it's AJ fighting, so let's make excuses. No, it just happens with
nothing new
everybody.
under the sun, right? It's nothing new under the sun. This is something
Exactly.
that's always been the case. The A side gets a little bit more of the advantage. And the A side could be a lot of things. It could be the political A side. It could be he has more of a future of big multi-million-dollar fights. Sometimes it could be the other way around. Maybe they want a trilogy, right? Maybe they want something like Usyk become a rival of AJ, and so maybe it's better for him to get a draw or a win. So you don't know how this stuff plays out. No one knows for sure.
It's a good point. We also have some people in the chat here. Conspiracy theories. I think it's a Haitian sensation and Anderson Aldo. Guys, welcome to the show.
Anderson, you go first.
Go ahead, Anderson. Mr. Anderson. All right. He's muted.
I guess he's not there, so let me say this. It's gonna be a good fight. I think they're both gonna come on their A game. Now listen, fighting AJ, I'm not gonna lie, it's kinda like fighting Canelo. The only way you can win is knocking them out. And if you're gonna win on points, you gotta drop them at least like twice or something. But to be honest, I think Usyk's gonna come in his A game. But I think anything can happen. I mean, you know, listen, like a lot of people are saying, AJ, him slimming down and Usyk bulking up, it could really hurt their game plan. But I think AJ's like punches will be more faster now, so we'll have power, not as much, but he'll have power and he'll be faster now. Usyk, he'll be able to take, I guess, take shots better because he has more, I guess, like meat on his chin or whatever you want to say or whatever. Um, and I think it could be bad or it could be bad. Maybe okay, both of them, like slimming down and bulking up could be bad. It could be good. We'll have to see on the night of the fight. But I think Usyk, I think that might hurt his game because Usyk relies on his feet. He's very fast on his feet. Very like has fast hand speed and stuff. So what we need to see from Usyk is him using that. And I don't know if him bulking up will I think it might hurt that. What do you think, Bucho?
I don't know, man. First of all, I want to address what Mr. BDA made a video about Usyk's power, and he compared the Roy Jones fight when he fought John Ruiz. Roy Jones when he fought John Ruiz, kind of the same thing. So people are saying, well, John Ruiz isn't AJ. Yeah, obviously. I mean, it's not AJ. AJ 6'5". He's a better boxer than John Ruiz, to be honest. But at the same time, you know, Usyk isn't Roy Jones. Usyk is 6'3". He was a cruiserweight, not a light heavyweight. You know what I mean? So
AJ is
And remember he's been fighting around that weight for a while now, where he can fight at heavyweight or cruiserweight. Well, in the amateurs, it's heavyweight and then super heavyweight, right? Like when he was fighting guys like Junior Fa and
Joe Joyce.
what's the other guy? Joyce, right?
Yeah.
So those guys were in the super heavyweight division. So this is a guy who's been carrying that weight for a while now. When he was fighting at cruiserweight, he was just having to drop some weight. Basically, that's all. That's all that was. He was just becoming a little bit more leaner. Where now I think he's working on bulking up, being as lean as he can be, bulking up. And the only thing that I could think of is that he's not going to lose his approach. Basically, he just wants a lot more on those punches, because he's kind of the boxer that he is. He's a boxer on the move. Sometimes he steps out. He has this amazing ability of stepping out, stopping midway and turning on, letting out a big punch. So he wants some weight on that.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's what he's going for because he knows he's not going to complain about that. And that I have to go in there and knock him out. He already knows all that. He already knows how the game is played. If the fight's pretty close and it looks like it could go either way, that's not gonna go in his favor. And he knows that AJ's a good boxer enough that he can make the fight at the very least close enough where it can go his way. So he's got to bring something else. He knows all that stuff.
And also, AJ slimming down. AJ knows that his stamina is not that good. That's why I think he is slimming down for this fight so he can have more stamina. I don't think AJ and his team are really looking to just come in there rushing in and just knock Usyk out. I don't think they're looking that. I think they're trying to be more patient and let the knockout come and really try to bait Usyk, but also be the ring general, like kind of bully Usyk. Yeah, don't let Usyk get his way. You have to like kind of rough him up.
Yeah.
What you should do to the smaller fighter? Yeah.
By the way,
Yeah,
people,
man.
anybody
Listen,
can join.
I'm expecting a good fight. I think both guys are ready. I think Joshua understands what's in front of him. He's looking at it as this guy can beat me. He could pull off the upset, and I think Usyk is looking at this like this is the biggest fight of his career.
Bro, this is a great fight. So we got Usyk wins, he'll become the pound for pound king. If AJ wins, he'll become the undoubtedly best heavyweight right now. So it's a lot on the line right now, because obviously AJ, he's not really pound for pound because Usyk is the one coming up. So Usyk will be more considered pound for pound. But I think this is a great fight, man. And may the best win. May the best win, bro. But you know who I'm going with. I got AJ all day, man.
What about you, Aldo? I don't know if Aldo could hear us.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think
He's
he
muted.
just got on Discord, so maybe he doesn't know how to use it that much or
Yeah,
something.
you're muted, man. Make sure you unmute yourself. By the way, everybody can join, people. If you're listening, anybody can join. The link's in the description. Don't be
Just
shy.
keep it respectful. Just keep it respectful. No crazy stuff. Because if you do, I'll kick you off. All right. And if you do it again, then I'll ban you.
That's right.
I'm kind of like a nice dictator. Let's just put it that way.
That's good. That's
I
good.
will
That's what we
shoot
want.
you. I will shoot you if I have to, though.
He can have mercy.
Who are you picking? Bucho and Recognize?
You're right. You're right. Haitian sensation. We should start taking predictions, I guess. I mean, we're gonna be doing it throughout the week, but
Yeah,
since we
because I
already have
wanna I
people,
wanna know who everybody's picking. So whoever wins, we can just look back and see who got it right or whatever.
yeah,
Something like that.
yeah, I'm gonna write it down. Let's see.
Yeah.
Who wants to go?
I think I already
Reckons.
know who I'm going with.
Mhm.
Um, yeah, I think I know who I'm going with.
All right, you want to tell us?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna. I've been leaning towards Usyk the whole time, slightly. Been leaning for Usyk. Better overall boxer, man.
I've
More
been
skill.
saying I've
Or
been
you gotta
saying
give
this a
me
lot.
like a decision, the outcome, like the complete outcome. So
I think
Usyk.
he. I think he. I have to go with the knockout because I don't think he can win a decision. If I have to be honest.
All right, stoppage. I'm not gonna ask for a round. I mean, stoppage. Apparently, this is unlikely.
And
Yeah.
I got AJ stoppage. Yeah, AJ stoppage late. But yeah, AJ stoppage.
And now I'm gonna
Yeah.
go with.
Go ahead,
I
Bucho.
really don't fucking know, guys.
So
I mean, you have to. I'm sure we're gonna do other shows, so you have some time. You got time on your side to make. I
but
might change my mind. I don't know. I might change my
okay,
mind.
No, you
so we
can't change your
got
mind. You can't. It's over.
Iceman. We got Iceman in the chat saying AJ on points. Got Donut saying Usyk by majority decision. Everybody in the chat put who you think is gonna win and by what. So yeah,
I'm
so
going
we
with
can
AG
know.
decision. I'm not that
Also, we can
controversial.
get a
Maybe
draw, man.
I'm just telling you what's gonna happen. He's gonna get the decision.
Joshua, you got
Yeah,
Joshua
but
getting
that's a
this.
safe bet, and that's I'm kind of being like,
I think that is the safe bet.
yeah, like
I think
oh, he
that's
just like if he wins, yeah, fuck.
And I heard L Dog earlier saying he put money on
Ah,
AJ.
don't
You're
trust anything that guy.
official black man now, L Dog.
Oh please.
L Dog,
Yeah, don't trust anybody. Anything. Don't trust anything that guy says.
L
Ignorant
Wigger.
boxing says I'm going for a draw. What about a draw, guys? I mean, that's
I was gonna talk about
Okay.
that. That's very possible.
So the straight G Turo is saying Usyk by split decision. I don't know, man. I don't know if he can win the decision. If he wins the decision, it'll have to be like by shutout. Like AJ only wins like one round or something. But
yeah.
Right.
yeah,
So in
man.
other words, he beats him every round, and it's
Yeah,
just hard.
yeah,
It's just hard to give it to AJ.
yeah. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like the only way I think he'll win on decision is if he just straight up like destroys AJ. Like there can be no other like uh like thought process, but Usyk winning. But hey, man, anything can happen. I guess it's boxing. But yeah, man, it's gonna be a
If
great
Usyk
fight.
wins, like you said, he definitely becomes the best pound for pound boxer, right? Or
Yeah, I think so, bro. Cause you. So let me say this. So you became undisputed at your weight division, being all comers, right? And then right, he also beat Bellew too. and Hunter level, and then he went up, right? And then you beat AJ. Some say is the best in that division, has a good resume at that division too, and is three belt unified, bro. I mean, without a doubt, you would have to say he is the best pound for pound. Cause listen, I don't think, bro. Listen, man, and even if Canelo wins, undisputed, he doesn't have a better undisputed run than Usyk anyway. And he hasn't done everything Usyk has done in that many little fights Usyk has had. Because let's not forget, he might have 50 some fights, Canelo, but like the first 20 or whatever, his bums he fought, bro, in Mexico. So let's keep it real, man.
Yeah, you're right. Let's keep it real. Definitely, he would become number one. Yeah, he would beat Canelo for that pound for pound spot, in my opinion. Even Inoue.
Yeah, if he beats AJ, and he does it in dominant fashion, right? Like you got to say he's the best fighter, and I think it should be the consensus best guy, because
Yeah.
like that cruiserweight run was pretty amazing, right? And then like he's doing it all on the road. I mean, he's not the only guy doing that. There's other fighters that do the same. Lomachenko, Triple G, guys like that. They always constantly. Pacquiao made a living off that. So, but he's the one that's currently doing it at this dominant fashion. And to beat AJ, who's basically, to beat AJ, he's beating the establishment, right? Wouldn't you say that?
Yeah, he's going against. Yeah, you sound like an LDBC guy now talking about the establishment, but yeah, the system. No, sorry, the system. No, but you're right.
But
He's trying to climb a fucking huge mountain here.
yeah, man. Because listen, bro, we all know Plant is not as good as beating Gassiev. We all know that. So we all know who has the better undisputed run, and we all know that being AJ is better than any of Canelo's recent opponents other than Triple G, bro.
Right, and AJ, say what you want about AJ. He has the best heavyweight record right now,
Yeah, bro.
and he's not just big like Baluev, who was a huge freak, big as fuck, but no talent. AJ does have some talent. So for Usyk to beat a guy like that, to beat that guy with the best heavyweight record right now, that's a big accomplishment.
That's what I'm saying, because AJ is skilled, right? Like, okay, he has flaws, no doubt, but
He's dangerous.
he's skilled enough where think about the size he has. So that's difficult already. Then on top of that, you add some skills that makes it even more difficult. And then you're fighting him when there's like a potential big $100 million fight down the road with either the winner of Tyson Fury and Wilder, right? So there's a lot riding on that. And so to beat a guy like that, who's that motivated, has every incentive to, in terms of like moving on and winning the fight. I think that'll be, especially how he does it. If he goes in there, he gives no one no choice but to crown him the winner.
Exactly. Crown him the pound for pound king.
Yep.
Let's see. Who else do we have in the chat? Mr. BDA is listening. Shout out to Mr. BDA. Who else in the
So,
chat?
Mr. BDA, I want to get paid already, man. What's my checks?
Yeah. He says he left it in the cafeteria, but that's what he always says.
Oh, yeah. No, actually, I see it. It's right here. I got it. I'm in the cafeteria right now.
Hey, some people are probably don't like what we're saying because we're only talking about Usyk and his chances of winning and if he wins and what about AJ? AJ beats Usyk. Is he gonna get any credit? Beating a
definitely, bro.
If he beats him, it's all about how you beat a guy. If he clearly loses the fight, he was just gifted a win, nobody's gonna give him credit. But if he's like competitive, winning rounds, could have went either way, or clearly beats Usyk. Usyk is probably the most skilled fighter he fought up until now.
Even if the fight could have went either way and it's like very close, and AJ like wins it, I'll still give him credit because but if AJ like knocks him out, bro, I'm gonna give him. Man, listen, all these guys, like I'm literally remembering all these guys who are picking Usyk to win in my head, bro. Like I'm writing, I'm like literally putting their names in my head, bro, remembering them. So,
Bro, taking it too serious.
everybody
You're
was
taking it,
saying Usyk is gonna win, bro. I
taking it too
got your
serious.
name in my head, bro. I'm remembering you, bro. I'm, bro. Listen, bro. If he knocks him out,
You
bro,
wasting those brain cells, man. Come on, man.
bro, you're not going to, bro. You're gonna. I'm gonna make you leave the YTBC, bro.
You gonna make me leave the TVC? Okay, I can see.
Bro. Yeah, if he knocks him out, bro,
If he
you'll
knocks
leave
him
the
out, man.
YTBC. How much I'll be trolling you, bro. But yeah, man.
All right.
No.
So if AJ knocks out Usyk, he should still get credit though, right? Because
Yeah, of course. If he knocks him out, like, how can you not give him credit? If he just dropping some big shots on him and Usyk is fucked up and he knocks him down, he can't get back up, whatever the case, you got to give him credit.
Yeah,
Because-
man.
yeah, you're right. Hey, somebody in the chat
But-
saying that
Especially if you
Haitian,
felt
that
that
you're not
Usyk-
saying shit.
Especially if you felt that Usyk had a chance to beat him,
Yeah.
right? Let's say either way, you think Usyk has a chance to beat him, but you're going with AJ, or you picked Usyk to win, and he knocks him out, legit fashion. You got to give him credit, right? Because he's better than you thought.
Yeah. And by the way, on this show we've kept repeating the fact that Usyk is not a small heavyweight. Well, he's small, but he's not a midget. You know what I mean? This isn't fucking Carlos Takam who's 6 feet or something like that. You know what I mean?
I mean, if this was back in the day, Usyk would be average sized heavyweight.
Well,
But
how
it's not
big was
anymore,
big
bro.
George Foreman? 6'3"? How tall was George Foreman?
I don't know.
6'3", no?
Let's see.
I think he was 6'3", man. So,
I think he was 6'4".
but I mean, he was
6'4".
thicker. Yeah, but he was thicker. I
6'4".
understand. 6'4". Okay. It's like Joseph Parker, man. But anyways, somebody in the chat was saying that Haitian wasn't saying anything. I don't know if Haitian
Let
wants
me-
to. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, let me say this, bro. I mean, I could care less about you, bro. Your existence mean nothing to me, bro. But anyway, man, AJ is gonna knock Usyk out. That's my opinion, bro. You can have your opinion. It's mine, bro.
Words of wisdom right there. What's going on in the chat? Black Lomachenko says midget heavyweight. That's Tank. All right, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
That guy gets fat.
I have a feeling he's gonna be fighting at cruiserweight one day. I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't even. Yeah, I don't care about that guy anymore.
Who?
Tank Davis, like. Well, I mean, who's he gonna fight? It seems like because he's with the PBC, he's not gonna fight anybody outside the PBC. So
I heard
like,
he's
okay, what?
fighting Rolly. You heard that?
Yeah.
He's supposed to be fighting Rolly. And Rolly is trash, bro. He's gonna knock Rolly out, bro. It's gonna be.
He probably does. I say he knocks Rolly out if that fight happens next. But if that's the best they can do, then fuck it. Just make the fight then.
But I wouldn't even rate that win because nobody's even hyping Rolly up. Like, there's nobody in their right mind who think Rolly is a good fighter anyway.
Well, he isn't, so because it's the fucking truth. But anyways, yeah, that's Tank Davis for you people. By the way, I posted a comment on the community section of BDA Boxing and on Twitter from an LDBC channel, and they said that. Let me just read it. It said, where is it? Canelo goes to Showtime pay-per-view after flopping on the zone and killing the app. So basically, Canelo left the zone because he was doing shitty numbers, so he went over to Showtime. I don't know where these guys got this information.
Other than this fight with Plant, is there like other scheduled fight? Does he have a contract beyond this with Showtime?
And why?
No, I think it's
Exactly.
just
And why would
Yeah.
I
this?
So
think it's
then,
just a one deal contract.
It's a one deal. And why would this fight against Caleb Plant be a big success? You know, like I think he would be. I mean, he did fight Billy Joe Saunders on the zone. He fought Callum Smith, but
right.
all of a sudden, those fights are not gonna do as well as the Plant fight. Like, why is Plant so fucking special?
Bro, pay-per-view is dying. Everybody like got we got like a way you can legally stream and stuff like that. Not a lot of people are paying for these like pay-per-views anymore, especially like these bum bashes.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's gonna be a mismatch. So why
Well,
would you
I
pay for
mean,
that?
think about it. Pay per view hasn't been the same since like piracy has been a lot easier to do now, right? So what makes
Yeah,
you think that, especially now, it's going to do better? Why would
and
Canelo leave the zone completely to rely on Showtime pay per views? Nah, get the fuck out of here.
and why would I buy a fight if I already know the winner, right? Like, why would I even be intrigued in the fight and I already know the winner? Like that
But
does nothing for me, bro.
yeah, but
Knowing
that's
the
how
winner
people
of
are
a
gonna.
fight, like it
Yeah, but
really
then,
makes me not
Exactly.
intrigued to
but
fight.
yeah.
That's so
That's
true.
and not
Why
only
would I?
that. I
Why,
mean,
like Haitian said, why would you spend that much money knowing the fucking outcome? Like even Cambosos and Teofimo for October, like that pay per view, it's not going to do that good because more than likely it's not because there's an expectation from everyone that it's going to be a blowout for Teofimo.
no, of course.
So they dropped to the
That's why I
50,
never understood
right? They
why.
ended up dropping to the $50.
Yeah, but what was the plan of? That's why I never understood what Thriller was thinking. I mean, okay, sure, Teofimo Lopez, his stock went way all the way up after he beat Lomachenko, but to then take it to the point where you think that you're just gonna put Teofimo Lopez against whoever and you're gonna be able to make a pay per view out of that. I mean, you have to be out of your fucking mind. You know what I mean? Like, yes, Teofimo is a big name in boxing right now, but he's
He
not
didn't
a
do a good job of
superstar.
milking that, right? Like he did a bad job in a way because he could have had some fights. Well, it takes a certain type of confidence, so he doesn't have it, obviously. So that's why he's not taking advantage of it.
Yeah, exactly. And Peter G in the chat said Thriller way overpaid for Teo. Yeah, of course. I don't think they know anything about boxing, to be honest. I don't understand. Like, did they
They
do
don't
any
know anything about
research?
real
They don't know
boxing,
anything about
that's
any.
for
No,
sure.
no. That's of course. All right. Do we have anything? Everybody new here? I see some people are joining in here, but they don't know how to. All right, you have to swipe. If you're on your phone, swipe right, then click on the little speaker icon which says BDA
Yeah,
boxing. Yeah.
they don't know
Bro,
how to hop on. That's what it is.
but this fight, bro, is so big. You guys know the weigh-in is gonna be at the O2 Arena. Like just the weigh-in, bro, is gonna be at that big of arena, bro. And they're literally having you buy tickets just for the weigh-in, bro.
Oh, that's disgusting. That should be free, man.
Yeah.
Oh, if people are willing to pay, I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know they don't know how to hop on to the
Yeah, I'm
chat. It's
noticing. I got no mic on my
I'm gonna
desk.
try to help them out.
So if you're on so if you guys are on mobile, so you swipe to the left, you click on BDA boxing, right? And once you click join or something, it should say join chat, whatever. And then you press it, and then if your mic is muted when you come on, then just unmute it. Press the like little microphone.
All right. I don't feel like opening the phone lines. So it's gonna be too much, I think.
Yeah,
But
man.
PSK says King Bucho and BDA boxing weighing tickets are free. Okay, the tickets are free,
Really?
so I don't know who fucking lying here. Yeah,
Yeah,
that
I
you're over
was like an
know.
excess.
exaggerating. You're over
I
exaggerating.
know. Okay, So I heard there was tickets. I assumed that they were going to be paid for, but I heard they're
Why
free.
Haitians do that, man? Why
Bro,
they
you're
over
coming here with
exaggerate things?
fucking
Come on, bro. Come on,
misinformation, man.
bro.
Play on
Come
some guy.
on, stop cooning, bro. But anyway, bro.
All right, so we got the predictions here. Whoever joins the show can add their prediction to the prediction list that's on your screen right now. Also, I would like to take some time to announce the kumite. We will be having a kumite eventually. I don't have the date yet, but we will have a kumite. If people don't know what
Yep.
a kumite is, a BDA boxing kumite involves 1 versus 1 timed debates. So there's a timer, and then people just go at it 1 versus 1. And so far we have Haitian Sensation who called out Minimax. Haitian calls him whatever. So Minimax has been summoned, and
Unappropriate names. Let's
yeah.
put it that way.
So Minimax, I think Minimax agreed. He said he already beat you multiple times.
No, bro. Let me say this. I'll refer to him as Minimax now. Okay, I'll be professional. But anyway, bro, Minimax, you haven't beat me in nothing, bro. The only thing you beat me in is being autistic, bro. Okay, you beat me in that, bro. Okay, you beat me in that, but you did not beat me, and you will get battered in this debate. So please do not duck, bro. Because if you duck, everybody knows, bro. What knows that I'm better than you, and you are doing 31 views in 3 hours, bro. Get your views up, bro. Get your views up.
That man's doing
31 views in 3 hours, bro. Come on, man.
Fight.
Like, get your views up, bro.
he's doing his thing, man. What you talking about?
He's talking shit.
He's a young.
Listen, bro.
He's a
I
young-
know you're old head, bro. But right now, man, 31 views in 3 hours, that's bad, bro. Very bad, bro. But let's keep it boxing.
All right, so there you have it.
I got my money on
Fucking promotion.
Mini Max to beat you.
You
Yeah,
mean
me
mini
too. I'm
hat?
sorry, man, but yeah. Well, we'll see. He might prove us wrong. We'll see.
You might prove us wrong.
And
Well,
L Dog called
First,
out.
for that to happen, we need Minimax to actually man up and take the match. But go ahead.
In the chat, Eparokua says, "Isn't Minimax like 10 years old?"
No, he's not. He's fucking like
You're talking
17,
shit.
18 already. No, I think 16.
Oh man! All right,
And
and
you're so-
L Dog called out. Who was he? Oh, Thunderdome and Precise. But I told him Precise, it's not gonna. He's not gonna fucking waste his time to debate you, man.
Bro, Thunderdome, we're gonna need a new opponent for L Dog because Thunderdome already said he's not gonna waste his time on
No, me
L Dog.
neither.
He said that on the
All
stream
right,
last night. So
recognize. You need to step up, man.
You want me to fight little L Dog?
Yeah, I mean we gotta give him
man,
something.
bro, we shouldn't be beating up on the autistic, bro. That's not good. You know that, man. You shouldn't be mentally disabled, bro. We shouldn't be beating up on them, bro. Come on,
Yeah,
come on, bro.
I know, but
Get your act
yeah,
together.
you know we don't have any standards. So that
Yeah.
means that the fight is a go, the debate is a go, and it will take place on the next Kumite, people. So stay tuned for more announcements. Oh, and if you
Yeah,
want to join,
I might have to spank little dog. If nobody steps up. Yeah, I might
yeah,
do
you
it.
need to teach him a lesson, man. Somebody
Put
mentioned
your
pigeon.
hand or belt.
Somebody mentioned
Belt.
pigeon, but
Belt style.
pigeon, we don't know where he is right now. He's well, Haitian. Why don't you tell us what's happening with pigeon?
Bro, Pigeon is cross dressing. He is on cam girls and stuff. He's jerking off on Pornhub and stuff.
Yeah.
Pigeon used to be a drainage engineer. Actually, no, I'm not even lying. This is
All right, don't
factual
get into
stuff.
personal
You could
life.
look
Well, we
him.
don't want to get into like, get
Okay,
in trouble
he
here or
used to be
something.
a
I don't know what the
drainage
fuck.
engineer, and now he went from drainage engineer to cross dressing, putting on lipstick, putting on
Anyways,
dresses, putting on
pigeon has lost
wigs,
his fucking mind. But
putting
hey,
on costume jewelry. But anyway, bro, it's sad how his life turned like that, bro.
In the chat, LL says quality boxing talk. All right, let's get back to boxing here. We're just talking about the kumite. But anyways, what else can we discuss? Now, people, you decide in the chat. What do you want to talk about? We talked about Usyk, Joshua. We can keep talking about that. But let me just remind you that we will be talking about that the whole fucking week. So maybe we should,
That's gonna be the
switch it up.
whole week.
The whole week, man. We have a lot of shows this week. Get these hands. Thank you for your contribution. He says, Haitian sensation sounds like he's getting a handy from a porcupine. All right.
Maybe I'm over exaggerating my laugh because he went at Haitian sensation, but that was funny to me.
What the fuck?
All right. Yeah. I was just checking if anybody joined. People are scared to join today.
I mean, I see people hopping on to the BDA Discord, like some new people, but they're not hopping on to the. I mean, I saw that you explained it. Maybe you should take another screen. Just send them another one. The same one. Just resend it.
Yeah. It's already clipped. What's the word? Pinned. It's pinned on top of the chat, people. The link is pinned. So make sure you join the debate. All right. What else is there to talk about in boxing here? So in 2 weeks we have the Fury fight. No, 3 weeks. Let me check. Whatever. I think it's 3 weeks. I don't really care about that fight. Like, I don't feel any hype or anything.
Wilder Fury 3?
Yeah.
I don't care for it either. For some reason, it just doesn't do anything for me.
Yeah. I don't know what you guys think in the chat. Do you even care about Fury versus Wilder? I'm wondering though if the same outcome like happens.
Yeah, it would be funny. Like, that's the only thing that's for me that's good that could happen.
Is there gonna be any like excuses again? Like the floppy glove?
Of course you will. Of course you will.
Well, his fans though. I mean, I don't even think Wilder made that many excuses at the beginning. He only mentioned the costume, the suit that he wore, but then he went quiet. And during that period of silence, his fans, his fanatical fans, stepped in with all these crazy conspiracy theories. And I'm wondering if this is gonna happen again, though, where Wilder's gonna go quiet.
If he loses bad in the same fashion, or if let's say he does a little bit better, like by going 12 rounds, but he loses on the scorecards, they're gonna say something, right? It's gonna be some BS. I mean, and not to say that, let's say if the fight's close and somehow you want to argue it could have been given to Deontay Wilder, and they just went with Fury, that they don't have somewhat of an argument, but like it doesn't change the fact that when he lost, when he got thrashed, the way they behaved was the way a psycho bitch would, that you break up with. That's how they behave, or a psycho girlfriend that watches her boyfriend get beat down by another man who's more manly than he was, and they're like, "Oh no, that ain't happen." It's terrible behavior. Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
you should never cape for no one like that. You know what I'm saying? That's insane, man. What they did was insane. This is what I see it, Bucho.
My man can't lose like that. Yeah.
In order for the fight to be worth talking about, is the end result. And the only end result that I can see is if Tyson Fury beats him the same way. Can he do the same thing again? Then it would, I guess, like it's after the fact. Well, he whipped his ass again. So, but going into it, there's no motivation there, at least for me.
Yeah, I think that's why somebody mentioned Fury's father and that he had some sort of concern. I don't know if this is true, but I could understand uh, why Fury's father will have a concern, because he knows his son, and his son right now he's still dealing with mental issues, and from what I understand, Fury needs to be motivated. That's why he says he's always happy when he's at the gym, because he has something to do. He's some sort of objective, right? But now going to the gym to train to fight Wilder a third time when the second fight was a complete mismatch, I could see why Fury might not be that motivated and might be straying away from like sanity again, right?
I mean, listen, it could also be a way to sell the third fight. Like, in other words, Wilder has a chance. You get what I'm saying? Because there's all these distractions.
Right.
You know,
Go ahead.
can you imagine if Fury was like fucking super motivated, like he was in the second fight, and he's showing it? They're gonna be like, man, I'm not buying this fucking third fight because I know what's gonna happen.
Well, exactly, and that's why some people are banking on the fact. Oh no, not the fact. They're banking on Fury, like just mentally breaking down, which is actually what the Wilder fans were banking on in the second fight. They were hoping that Fury would mentally break down again. Actually, they even predicted it. They say he's gonna mentally break down.
I don't know. I could be wrong, but I think the guy that's gonna mentally break down, Mike Tyson style, is gonna be Wilder. If that fight starts going similar to the way it was going in the second fight, maybe even a little worse, I wouldn't be surprised if Wilder does something to get disqualified and then say, "Oh, you're cheating," so I had to do something.
And we saw Wilder actually lose his head, like his mind, like after the defeat. We saw him the way he was posting these videos on Instagram. They were very weird. He was quoting the Bible and
yeah, he was just acting like a crazy dude.
Yeah, he's looking for something. Felipe in the chat says Tyson Fury's father says a lot of things. Tyson gets his shenanigans from him. That's true. He could be like playing possum, something like that.
Let me tell you something.
Yeah.
If AJ wins, AJ beats Usyk, that might change his mind on how. Let's say if he is taking Wilder not that serious because he has too many things going on in his mind right now.
Even if he doesn't take Wilder seriously, is that enough for him to lose the fight?
Well, maybe for him, he's just like, listen, look, I don't care what this guy's learned. He doesn't know how to fight off the back foot. I'm just gonna apply the same game plan. I don't give a fuck what he's learning. I'm gonna put some. We already know pressure busts Wilder's pipes. We already know that. We've seen it.
Yeah.
So
why not do it again?
Why not do it again? Right.
I was thinking also that Wilder, his plan might be not to win the fight, but just do better than the first fight, and just maybe finish the fight. Go 12 rounds.
Yeah, and he could say I really won the fight. Still stay relevant, right?
Yeah, exactly.
In the boxing world.
I mean, he already said he already came up with excuses about how Tyson Fury cheated. I mean, if the third fight goes 12 rounds, he can always just say, well, hey, I think I won the decision, and his fans are going to say the same thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
And for him, it's some sort of because right now, I mean, he got beat up, man, like destroyed.
Dude,
can't get any worse than that. Worse than that would be losing in the first round or something. So he has more to gain than to lose, I think. Right?
Yeah.
Interesting. What are people saying in the chat here? GB Guthrie says Wilder going to try to bull rush like he did Stiverne. That's all I can see him trying. Oh, he has the balls to do it then.
If he has the ball, if he can do it, right?
Why did he do it the first time? He got scared.
He might, yeah. I mean, saying you're going to do it and then somebody just standing there and letting you do it is two different things.
Exactly.
Like there was time I'm like, I just want to run up on him and fucking crush his face. But the fact is that I got to take into consideration he's going to put up some resistance to that. He's not just going to let me do that.
Exactly.
So then I got to start thinking of another way. Same thing for Wilder. I don't think Wilder could think any other way. He's got to be the aggressor. He's got to be like sort of dictating in his own weird way the fight.
Just don't see that shit happening, man. I don't see how he can turn this around. Yeah, if he lands a perfect shot, yeah, of course he can change the fight. Might even win the fight, but I don't think he's gonna be able to land. By the way, we have Pimp Juice in the chat.
Pimp juice.
Pimp Juice here. What's up, guys?
Welcome to the
You
show.
guys hear me?
Man. Yep.
I can hear you good, loud and clear.
No, I was just thinking, did you guys see that Wilder said this week that what's his name? His trainer didn't teach him anything. He just brought out what's inside of him already or something. I don't know if you guys saw that.
Yeah.
Could be.
Man.
Look, from what I've seen, there's not that much difference. What? He moves his head a little bit. Let's see if he can do it in the fight.
That's what I said.
You know, I want to see him do it in the fight.
yeah. Like that's what I said. I mean, like I said, I think I said it on the last show. You know, you can look like Roy Jones, shadow boxing, hitting the punching bag and stuff like that. It's a different thing, like being inside the ring and doing that stuff. And so far, we haven't even. I don't know. Maybe there's footage out there. I haven't seen it, if there is. But have you guys seen any footage of Wilder sparring?
No, there's pictures that show that Robert Helenius was with him in his camp, sparring with him. So I'm going to take him at his word that he did. But we don't. As far as I know, there's no footage of them sparring.
Yeah,
I don't know. To me, that's the condescending comment, though, because he's basically saying like, "No one's teaching me anything. I'm still gonna do what I do." And
oh, you're right.
To me, it's just the same old Wilder.
You know what? It's true, because what that says, when Wilder says that he's not learning anything new, right there is a red flag, because we all know he should be learning something new, right? And if he says that he's just bringing things that I already had in me, that means that he had them before and he should have showcased them at some point in his career, and he has never shown us anything like that. You know what I mean? So, yeah, it's a red flag. Absolutely. They should be saying, I'm learning new things, I'm improving. No, he's not saying that. He's saying, oh, it was already in me.
Because if you had all this stuff in you, how come you didn't use it in the second Fury fight? So,
or in any fight, like in any fight. He's always been the same guy. No, out of balance, out of range, throwing punches from out of range, scoring up, stuff like that. So eating every fucking single feint that anybody threw at him. So it's not like he's going back to some old Wilder that was skilled or anything like that.
Yeah, I can't imagine picking again when it comes to Wilder versus Fury. I can't imagine picking Wilder other than just like some type of loyalty towards him. But in reality, if he comes in to win, like he did in the last two fights, with the second fight being more of a different game plan, why would I pick Wilder to beat him? Wilder hasn't showed anything that he could beat him. I mean, the first fight, okay. So you're basically saying you're praying that guy shows up,
And even in the first fight, it wasn't so much that a different Wilder showed up; it's that a different Fury showed up. That's my opinion. I think that it's the first fight ended up the way it ended because of what Fury didn't do.
Bro, when I tell you that LDBC reaction will be even worse than last time, you know why? These guys are acting like Fury can't even win. Like there's no possible.
They said that about the second fight.
Yeah, but this is crazy, man.
But they said he cheated in the second fight. So he's saying, oh, Wilder's going to be, there's no cheating this time. Wilder's going to be up his A game. Fury is going to get knocked out. He's done. So, bro, this fight is very big. Because if he loses, they're gonna get trolled like crazy, bro. It's done for them.
The truth is, Haitian, that Wilder has to end that fight as soon as possible. The longer the fight goes and Fury is putting things together, the more dangerous it is for Wilder to get stopped again. Okay,
No.
so let's say he knocks him out in the second round. Let's say Wilder knocks out Fury. That doesn't mean you were wrong, okay? Necessarily. Okay, they're right that they just pick them because they picked them. They have no rhyme or reason.
Yeah, like they don't.
It's just faith. Yeah, it's
They
just
don't
like
even
this.
have a. I bet you, if he was on the line with what's his name, 70, he can't even break down why he thinks about.
No, I've heard him speak before. He don't know how to break down a fight. He's not a boxer, right? I don't know him personally, but he doesn't have an eye for boxing. I can tell you that for a fact. I'm not saying he's a pussy. Somebody could go in there and just smack him in his face, and you think that that's going to be it, right? No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is when he watches boxing, he doesn't know what he's looking at. And people like him, I would challenge them all day if they could keep their fucking mouth shut when I'm speaking. When I'm speaking and I'm breaking down boxing, if they're going to keep interrupting me, then I'm not going to have that conversation with them, right? Because it's pointless.
It's just recognized. It's just, and they look at it through an idealistic view too. You know what I mean? Completely different.
Like I've never saw nobody look at another man as a king. Like I never saw nothing like that, bro.
Plus, I don't even know if I like talking to men that feel about that way about other men. I don't even feel comfortable talking to guys like that.
What the fuck?
Like who even does that, bro? Like that.
Well,
that's
we know
just
who does
weird
it.
to me, bro.
Hey, but Haitian.
Yeah,
it's
but going
interesting.
back to what Pucho said, he's right. Okay, initially Wilder made up the excuse about the suit, and that was it. They're the ones that came out with the egg weights or the loaded gloves and the videos and all that. Like, dude, the LDBC is so obsessed and so delusional. Like, I agree, this fight is pointless. But to me, it's just going to be funny when they're all disappointed again, making excuses again. I don't even know what they're going to come up with this time, to be honest with you guys.
Yeah, that's what I'm. That's a big question. Which excuses are gonna come out, and what excuses are gonna come out? And somebody in the chat said, I think it's Oscar Valdez, King of Brazil, says, "Don't be surprised if Wilder knocks out Fury." Yes, I would. I'd be surprised. I mean, I can honestly say it now after seeing.
Honestly, yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
I'm with you on that one. I
Come
would be
on.
surprised if Wilder knocks out Fury. So, point credit to him. Look, Fury just proved don't stand in front of him. When he didn't stand in front of him, you just stand there. He didn't get hit, right? He didn't get hit. He was basically confusing Wilder, and in the second fight, he just bum rushed him while not getting hit, putting himself in position not to get hit.
Exactly, and after this first fight, yeah, maybe you could say that don't be surprised if Wilder knocks out Fury, but after the second fight, you can't say that. And by the way, I saw the fight trailer for the third fight, and all they can show is from Wilder's part, like when he dropped Fury in the first fight, because they can't fucking use any clips from the second fight because he didn't do anything. So I don't know. I found that kind of funny. Guerrero La Info in the chat says, I don't think Plant said my king, he said king. Okay, I don't know what to think. Go ahead.
I think Fury is in Wilder's head. It didn't mean to turn out that way, but it did. It ended up turning out that way.
And Wilder cannot win for the boxing community, bro. Because if Wilder wins, bro, the LDBC ego would be crazy, bro. That's another reason why I want him to lose, bro. Because, man, bro, if he wins, bro, we're done for, bro. Like,
yeah, I don't think there would be a fourth fight, and
he's not gonna win. He's not gonna win. I
doubt he's gonna win too.
I think he only has a puncher's chance. That's it.
Yeah,
he only has a puncher's chance.
But a puncher's chance.
The fight's pretty close. I saw a video of Tyson Fury. He looks big, bro. Like big in a good way. Like the way he was in the second fight. So I can't imagine whatever weight Wilder's going to come in. He just got to catch him off guard. That's it. If he doesn't, he loses the fight, and he probably gets stopped again. He probably just gets stopped. Maybe go a little later. Maybe it goes 12 rounds, but it'll be pointless.
Let me see this. So Wilder only has one way he can win, right? What's the name? Fury has two ways. He could outbox Wilder, just toy him, use the jab, just outbox him, right? Or he could just destroy Wilder, go to the body, go upstairs, use that jab, use the hooks, bro. And people gonna say, "Oh, that right hand, though." Bro, look at the early part of the fight. Wilder landed two right hands on Fury. And it did nothing to Fury, bro. He literally landed clean on Fury's noggin, and it did nothing. No, I'm not saying it. If it happens again, that nothing will happen. I'm just saying, just just look at that, and you'll see he landed two right hands on Fury. So let's not act like Wilder didn't try to knock him out. He tried to, and he could not. So I think Wilder's power is very dangerous, but I think it's a little overrated.
Yeah, you gotta land that punch, like I said. Exactly. Exactly.
You're right, Asian. Good point. Good point.
Let's see what else. People are saying in the chat. Felipe in the chat says Fury looks slimmer this fight from what I saw. Okay. I don't think it actually I think it's even better. And you know what? Maybe he's thinking Wilder's gonna maybe he's gonna run, try to run. I don't know if he can with those legs, but yeah, it's because I don't know, because Fury in the second fight, he came in at 270 plus pounds. And I don't know, but I think he was starting to slow down a little bit in the middle of the fight, or just right before the stoppage. Obviously, there wasn't really anything coming back. Wilder wasn't fighting back or anything, so he could get tired and nothing. It wasn't going to affect him. But maybe this time around, he's thinking, I'm not going to be able to stop him in the seventh round. He's going to take longer than that. So maybe that's why he's losing some weight.
I think that this Wilder can't possibly do any worse than he did in the first fight. The only thing I can see is like he just gets careless and then he gets caught with a big shot. He gets knocked out within 2 or 3 rounds, right? That's it. That's the only thing I can see. But in terms of like a boxing performance where there's some rounds to judge the fight, he can't possibly do any worse than that. That doesn't mean he's going to win the fight, though.
Yeah, you're right. And talking about doing worse, I mean, what would be worse? Like I said, maybe for Wilder, losing in the first round, losing before
Getting himself disqualified because he sees the same thing happening. I'm telling you, man. Like, I love Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson is one of my. I think he is arguably the greatest skill fighter I've ever seen, personally, in my opinion. But when he started noticing that fight with Evander Holyfield was going the same way, he said, "Fuck that! I'm not going to allow this abuse. I'm just going to fucking cheat. That's it. Bite this motherfucker's ear off."
I mean, he was getting headbutted. No?
So Wilder's trainer, his third trainer, because he has a third trainer now, if you didn't know, named Don House. He said,
Don House? What?
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody wrote that in the chat. But who's that? What's going on?
Yeah, I don't even know. But 7 Day interviewed him, right? And so Don House, this guy who nobody knows of, like nobody knows this trainer guy. Anyway, Don House said that Wilder is gonna outbox Fury. He said either training Wilder to box Fury, bro. Now this is how dumb, these guys are delusional. They're yes man, bro. Take Malik Scott, you can see he's trying to teach Wilder how to box. You can see in his Wilder's using jab, footwork and all that stuff. Bro, his footwork looks telegraphed. Everything looks, bro, his chin is wide open when he's swinging the body shots. Bro, he won't be able to box Fury, bro. It's just not gonna happen.
And Wilder apparently, who's in the chat here Pimp said that Wilder apparently said that he's not learning anything new. It's just stuff that he already knew from before. So that's crazy. So why bring in these new trainers? So what? So they can fucking tap into your inner fucking what spirit
And
or something?
also,
Yeah.
and also about this cheating, right? Where is this autopsy report? I would like to see the
Ah,
autopsy report that Fury cheated. You know, that was the blood force that was used to hit Wilder from the autopsy report. I would like to see that too.
Yeah, where's
yeah.
the X-ray that he dented his head in or whatever? But there
Yeah,
was a
they
dent
had
in his
this little
skull.
X-ray. They showed a dented skeleton. That could be anybody's skull. That could be anybody's skull. How do we know it's Wilder's X-ray? Like, come on, bro.
Yeah. The autopsy. I'm putting a video of the autopsy for those who are on YouTube. You can see what I'm talking about or what we're talking about, the autopsy. Um but yeah, anyways, maybe we should move on. Fuck Wilder, fuck Fury. Somebody said they're both bombs or something. I don't know if they're bombs, but I mean we already saw a second fight. I'm not really interested in a third fight. Next, what's next?
Hopefully they both get
They
knocked
will
out.
talk about
Hey,
this.
Jimmy.
That's
Yes,
Uh,
common.
sir.
can,
That's
can
common
you
during
can you
that.
comment on that? I don't know if you saw the post. That was on Twitter. Let me just find it. I posted it. It was from an LDBC channel. They said Canelo to Showtime pay-per-view after flopping on the zone and killing the app.
Okay, well, it's funny you said that you brought that's part of the discussion because I just read an article about Leeds, England. Did you see the fucking palace? The zone just opened up as its headquarters a couple of years ago, and they're just thinking they're actually hiring more people to scout sites out here for holding events in the United States. So I don't think they've tanked the app by no means. I mean, that's pretty stupid. Then considering the fact that the zone is, excuse me, as few times as they've actually held an event in the United States, they have the indoor record. They shattered the old one. So right now, Eddie Hearn in that, British DAZN holds the United States indoor record with the Canelo Saunders fight. I don't know. Doesn't sound no in the poo.
Yeah.
It's just crazy, dude, because it's propaganda. That's all it is. So are you positive to say? Because really, what are you going to say?
Oh, they will.
You talk to the previous fight because he lost. What are you going to talk about? Invent these bizarre talking points. And they don't, it's bizarre. I saw that. I just saw it before I got on. That is crazy. What a stupid, and they never post, like, a good thing will say, links in the description. I got it from Here's the Source. I'm quoting Steve Kim, or another fucking reputable, media outlet. These people just blurt out the most ridiculous things
Yeah.
and they're never held to task. That's why they have no respectability in the game. Nobody in the industry takes those people serious. They don't get credentialed. Nobody looks at them serious.
I know.
And that's
Well,
why.
some people don't get it. I debate people on Twitter, and it's just like, oh, they got like the LDBC. They have interviews. They have like inside info, and I'm like, what type of inside information do you have? Like, is it that guy who was saying that they had physical proof that Tyson Fury cheated, and then that's your inside scoop, and then what happened with that shit? What happened with the proof? It never came
How
out.
can you make such a comment? How can you seriously make a video saying we have slapping his hand too? Remember with each syllable, we have physical
Oh yeah,
proof,
we
that type
have.
of shit. Like, where is it? And then all of a sudden that comes and goes. Look at he was drug tested blood test following that fight. Okay, if there was anything in his system, it would have been a tox report. That could have
I've
been like.
asked,
Why didn't nobody call him out on his talk report like right away? That's the reason why he couldn't be asked any questions at that press conference. Any fucking reporter worth their weight in spit would have said, "Hey, you made reference of drugs being administered to you by your trainer. So what did your talk screen report say? Do you have it handy?" blah, blah. Stumble all over his fucking
Let me,
dick. So
let
of
me
course he just sat there pouting like a fucking child.
I've asked Tay Jones himself, Drew Titan himself, right? They told me this, that they wouldn't give the proof on YouTube to some guy on YouTube. Okay, so let me get this straight. Why are you putting out this proof without no why are you putting out these claims if you're not gonna show the proof?
Exactly.
Okay, you already put this out to the internet, but you didn't want to show the proof to the internet, you told me? That doesn't make no sense, bro.
I mean, all you have
He
to do
then
is
turned around. I remember after a few months later, he said, "I'm not going to because Twitter was mean to." I'm paraphrasing. Twitter was mean to Wilder. Remember that? When you start sounding like a fucking 16-year-old girl who's been up for too long and's cranky, you know what I mean? You sound like a fool. And when you start saying stupid ass shit like that, you're just embarrassing yourself. It's just dumb people trying to carry a narrative. It never works out.
yeah.
They have no proof
Go ahead.
Who said they
that
had proof?
they
Who
have
was the
no
one that said?
what?
Who the fuck's that?
Who said they had the proof?
Oh, who
Drew
said they had the
Titan, that other fighter, that
Tay
kid was
Jones.
also a boxer. Yeah, Tay Jones, a few of them straight up said, "We saw it. I saw the medical report."
Oh
Okay,
yeah,
so
yeah,
let me
yeah.
say
Remember
this. Tay
that? The
Jones,
medical
Fucking
report.
this
clickbait. That's
guy,
it.
Tay Jones, we're this is a school teacher. Tay Jones is a school teacher, and he got knocked out by Ndango. You can watch that fight on YouTube. Tay Jones got knocked out by Ndango, but that's besides the point. Why aren't you gonna show the proof to us, right? If you know this, you know that Wilder was cheated, right? Why aren't you gonna show the proof to us, bro? Like, there's no reason to not show the proof us. Prove us wrong.
Well,
Like,
remember his brother said he had the fucking the
oh,
coroner's
I
report.
see you eyeing up
Listen,
right
I'll tell you
there.
what that was all about. What it was okay. A surgeon, an emergency room surgeon, or whatever traumatic surgeon Wilder saw after when he was taken to the emergency room. That guy's going to see certain wounds. How many times do you think he's going to see a boxer who's been punched? Most head wounds he's going to see are going to be from an object. You know what I mean? Hidden when somebody picked up an ashtray, boom, something. So while talking to Wilder, he probably said, "Oh, I deal with these type of wounds a lot. It's a hematoma. It's probably I mean I've never seen one caused like this from a fist. This is something I usually see. It's caused by brass knuckles," or might have said anything. And they jumped on that and ran. Oh, he said he's never seen any. See what I'm saying? So they took the guy's language, but of course that's not how it was going to be written in the actual doctor's report.
Yeah,
So
he
they
got
couldn't
hit by a
show it.
truck. He looks
These
like he got
people are
hit by a
just
truck.
intellectually dishonest and horrible individuals, man.
And they know who their audience is. The audience, they know that the audience is gonna buy all these fucking lies and just go with it, just for views.
also, like, threatening people too. Like, these guys, let me tell you something, bro. These guys don't know anything about boxing, right? So these guys are casuals, right? And as soon as their fighter loses, like, we saw casuals when their fighter loses, they cry, they make excuses. These guys are acting like casuals, bro. And to say that Wilder, like, was cheated with no evidence, that shows how dumb you are. And, like, a lot of the LDBC being in law enforcement, you know that you need to have probable cause and you need to have evidence to prove your case in the court of law, right? And
But they're tested, but they're trying their fucking case in the court of public opinion. And that's the problem. See, that's the problem with social media. You need no evidence. There's no actual court. So all it is if they're betting on enough people to repeat the lie, right? What do they say? History is written by the winner, meaning it's whatever you say it is. So if they repeat the lie enough, And if enough people repeat it, then that perception becomes reality.
Have to believe you.
But the problem is they were so frantic in their excuse making, they just made it ridiculous. Instead of grabbing one and sticking with it, it was fucking drugs loaded, fucking, conspiracy, multi-level conspiracy to kill him. It was just so ridiculous that it was like you ever, like they say, madness of a crowd, a mob becomes very dangerous. It's when you're fighting one or two dudes, but if there's 10, they might kill you because they work the feet off each other. And it was the same thing in the LDBC. They worked themselves into a fever pitch. The first night it was just depression. You always catch them, their first videos, the first reaction, it was all morbid and well, fucking wow, just wasn't expecting that. But the next videos, you could see them progressing. By the fucking 2 weeks after the fight, man, it was a straight up JFK conspiracy type shit. It was nuts.
Facts, bro. Facts, man. And also, bro, it's sad that these guys can't take a loss, bro. Like, I never saw no boxing fan. Like, I'm sure everybody's favorite fighter in this chat right now that's talking has lost before, right? But we haven't said they've been cheated and stuff like that before without any proof. So come on, man.
Hey, just wait till Filip Hergovich loses, man. I'm gonna outdo the LDBC 10 times over. My shit's gonna be much more radical, much more insane, much more fucking. Oh man, you guys are gonna have to wait for that day.
Approved.
You
Keyword.
want to hang yourself with your headset cords?
Yeah. And it's doctor approved. like I said, they don't have to believe me.
Mm-hmm.
The doctor got it written.
Are you serious?
The doctor got it written.
Yeah, I remember that guy. That's the guy we're talking about, people.
So like I said, man, come on, man. Like they don't gotta believe me.
He keeps saying they don't have to believe me because he expects people not to believe him. First of all, there's no proof, right? But he keeps repeating the same thing. They don't have to believe me. Well, if you have proof, undeniable evidence, then yeah, people have to believe you.
You know what makes me laugh about the LDBC? They act like they're not human, right? Like the people that buy into. Okay, there are plenty of lies that I. Let me tell you something that I swore up and down that I would never. I was just gonna be like, nah, man, that was a conspiracy against me. But I knew I was lying. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So they think that we don't understand that level of lying. So Wilder is like one of these guys. He's very low IQ. Listen, we know you believe that.
Bingo.
We know that you don't believe that. We know that that's how you sleep better at night. I did it too, bro. I did it too. Everybody's done it for whatever reason. Mine was when I was locked up.
Motherfucker, dude, I was about to say.
You know how I got through my time? That I was framed.
Convincing you, dude. Everybody in prison convinces themselves by the time their bid's up that they were they were innocent.
And then when it's like a month, when I'm a month away from getting out, I was like, yeah, I did it, man. Fuck it, man. I'm already.
I'm gonna be honest, man. The
LDBC,
LDBC is they're not the only fanboy group out there, man. To me, the Pacquiao fans were just as bad whenever Pacquiao lost. They would make up excuses. They would make up conspiracies. They would even threaten to kill their opponents. Like you'd get Filipinos and fanboys, messaging Jeff Horn's wife saying they're gonna kill her and her fucking newborn baby. Like,
what? Oh, really?
So let's not act like
Well, that's disappointing. If they did that, look, I'm a Pacquiao fan, and I would never fucking message an opponent opponents of Pacquiao, excuse me, that may have gotten like a fucking a win that I perceive to be garbage. I'm not gonna ever do that.
Man, I literally love Mickey Ward like a brother, man, growing up and shit, and I didn't even get that upset when he lost. I mean, that's just fucking crazy, right?
I want to touch
like,
upon this point that
actual boxing fan in their right mind is gonna say they're gonna do that to somebody's kid, bro. Come on.
No, here's the thing, though. Of course, there's crazy fans like from all over the world and all over the place. But like that story that El Dog just mentioned, I mean, that's pretty. Like, where did you find that? I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm just saying you have to really dig to find
Yeah,
that
because
story. But this LDBC thing, I mean, this is huge, man. Like I like when I debate this LDBC guy, I said, tell them, listen, it's a whole fucking network. This how
Yeah, I
is
was about to say the Pacquiao thing is an individuals. Those are individuals, and you're going to find sickos in every individual group. The LDBC is an organized fucking group of individuals who get together, even have big events. I mean, this is a fucking
Jimmy. I managed
you
to make
know.
54. I managed to make a
LDBC
compilation of
call
videos.
themselves an
54.
organization.
I managed to make a compilation of videos with water excuses, and that thing lasts for 54 minutes. Like I was finding content so quickly, man. It's all over the place. There's so many guys making all these people believing in a floppy glove. I mean, it's one thing to believe like, oh, did my favorite boxer got robbed? The judges robbed him. Sure, but we're talking here about a floppy glove. That first of all, a floppy glove isn't even an advantage. You know what I mean? And they're using this as an excuse. Like these people are insane.
This has become more than boxing. They have threatened fans to injure.
yeah, I mean, I've seen it, Haitian. I've seen that Tay Jones dude and what's the other dude's name? The Titan guy, the kid from I think he's an ex-cop from New York or whatever.
Yeah, bro.
I've seen these guys say, when I see you talking to the trainer of Fury, when I see you, there's going to be some problems.
Those guys are retarded, man. But I'm telling you, I've experienced the same thing from Pacquiao fans. I remember.
I think that
specific Pacquiao fans.
Yeah.
I did. I posted the link, and there's, they've got all the receipts of the countless people threatening to kill his wife and whatever. But then, when it comes to Pacquiao fans, I remember some of them were making videos saying that, Pacquiao haters are satanic. Like, so it's bigger than boxing. They believe that it's like, it's not just boxing, but actual Satanists are out to get Manny Pacquiao. And let me go a step further. When I started to say that Pacquiao lost to Ugas, countless Filipinos and white people were threatening to kill me over it. Actually,
bro.
Yeah.
Oh,
poor you,
somebody in the chat
haters are satanic, bro. Listen, this guy Pacquiao's a man of God. And you dislike him? Come on, bro.
That's a good point.
You are satanic, bro.
No, I don't think. I don't think L Dog should be.
I dislike a lot of men of God, to be honest.
I don't think L Dog should be threatened because he thought Ugas won and he thought Jeff Horn beat him. Basically, he thought everybody beat him. Right? Any close fight, he just thought Pacquiao lost. So I don't knock him. I just disagree with him.
Yeah, except for the Thurman fight. I thought Thurman beat him. I thought Pacquiao beat him. Sorry. I thought Pacquiao beat him. That was a close fight.
Right, but I don't see the problem with you saying, you thought they lost, even if I think it's pathetic, right?
This is the thing. Like, I've been called, these Pacquiao channels have been calling people who say he lost satanic. Like, I'm telling you, they actually call you satanic, and there's like a video out there.
You name me the channel?
What up?
Yeah, Thunderdome. You can see it. It's like Pacquiao haters are satanic.
He just narrows it down.
I was waiting for the Thunderdome dig to come in.
I heard that was the LDBC. What I miss?
Like, there's something about boxing, man. Like, these fan bases, they gotta become less radical. Like, the Wilder fans are just the new one, man. I think the Wilder fans, they're the newest version, but the Pacquiao fans have always been there, man. They've always been there, and just lately they came out of the woodworks.
How come nobody else has heard of them, though, as much, though? Like, I've heard of crazy Pacquiao fans, but I'm being honest. I'm not trying to give a gotcha moment. I'm asking if they're that prevalent. How come? Maybe because there's not an organized group, probably. I just haven't experienced it.
There's no group with like an acronym like the LDBC. We know what the LDBC is about, right? They're like a radical pro-black, kind of pro-PBC, really just pro-Wilder, because even if a black man who's signed to the PBC goes against Wilder, they throw him under the bus. But, yeah, the difference between the LDBC and the Pacquiao fans is the LDBC is so much more popular, they make a lot more money, and, they've got a bigger network.
Yeah. Bro,
Yeah,
and the
but
thing
you know
is
why?
too,
Because they
like,
use the race.
it's really just it's just a
they use
corny
the race
movement.
card.
It's a corny movement.
Go ahead, Pete. I think you want to say something.
LDBC is mostly in the U.S. because it's mostly a black. Did you guys see that video? I think Thunderdome was talking about the link. It's called like the LDBC Delusional Lies or something. They literally say it. We support Wilder, Tank, Spence because they're black. That's it.
Oh yeah,
They don't give a fuck. They don't know shit about boxing. It's literally like that.
No.
I've
And you
had
know
people
what?
tell me I'm racist towards blacks because I go against Wilder. Like, oh, you hate any successful black man. Like, how? Why?
Yeah, I remember a lot of these channels. They never covered the World Boxing Super Series, the cruiserweight, the first cruiserweight tournament that they had. Now, the fact that they didn't cover that tournament, where you had so many like champions, former champions, undefeated boxers, that just showed me these guys don't know shit about boxing. They don't care about boxing, to be honest. They just care about certain fighters.
If there was a black American who was favored to win that fucking tournament, they would have covered that shit.
Yeah.
Hey, and like for example, me, bro.
Well, it's Bucho, fucking dude, did you see that Clarissa Shields? She actually said it. Now, here's a person who's always got something to say. She's actually she's made a lot of comments why she doesn't think anybody should be ranked ahead of like Davis and all these other people. Then she comes out the other day and say, I've actually never seen him fight. He believed that shit? Isn't that like, how idealistic can you be? You know what I mean? Like, that's, well, look at Fred Hawthorne straight up said, he let it slip too. I've never even shaken the man's hand, but I'll go to fucking storm the beaches of Normandy for Al Heyman because he's black. Straight up. And he said that with like conviction. I'm like, what the fuck? That dude would piss it on your throat if your guts were on fire, you clown.
I think they need a
he's going to go to the front line for Al Haven, right? While he's getting
Dude, that was a direct quote. I'm not being hyperbolic. That's exactly what he said, quote unquote. No. We, as in the LDBC, would storm the beaches of Normandy for him, or we have. He said either we have or we would for Al Heyman because he's black. I've never even met the man. I've never even shook the man's hand. But, really? That's how fucking wow. But then they'll turn around and say, but fucking Mexicans are biased. It's like, what? It's so. Yeah. But again, when you have fucking 30,000 followers, you know what I mean? And they're all, circle jerking you. Oh, you're right. No, you're fucking right. So we got nobody checking you. You block everybody who fucking questions you. You don't get on Twitter, so you don't have to interact with anybody. So you've isolated yourself into this fucking circle jerk fucking, talking circles, and it's ridiculous.
I posted another,
and like I used to actually watch a lot of the LDBC channel, but then it just got too much, like it just became too much. I realized really quickly who they were about. What they were it's crazy, man, because they're as biased as it gets, man. Like when I'm biased, I'm pretty sure my favorite fighter is Errol Spence. But to say that Wilder should have won, and Wilder's bro, that dude. I'm a fan of Wilder too, but he lose, and he continues to lose because he's very limited, and that's it. I don't come up with all these conspiracies and none of that extra shit. See, that's what the LDBC does. They're on some extra shit, man. On some bias, on some extra, super extra shit, bro. You know what I mean?
Now, look, I actually don't mind the ones that admit they're biased, okay? Because, like Black Fight Fan, okay? Black Fight Fan, it's in his name, okay? We know what he's about. But the ones I don't like are the ones that are well, I'm not hating on, all these white fighters. I'm just wondering, why are all these white guys just such cowards, man? Why are they so afraid of black men? It's dude, get the fuck out of here. They hold double standards. But if you want to support your own. If you want to support black fighters, if you want to support white fighters,
They're afraid. They beat
if you want to support Asian fighters, it is what it is, man. You know.
Yeah, and then they want to bring up like Devin Haney and shit, like saying that literally everyone's ducking Devin Haney, bro. Like, but Teofimo Lopez has like sent out like contracts, and Devin Haney like he didn't get a response from Devin Haney, so like how the hell? And then the LDBC runs what what the realm says, huh? Devin Haney, but like, I mean, it is what it is, man. They'd run with anything, bro. You saw how they ran with the floppy glove. Like, it's just they choose to believe what they want to believe, and that's that. Like,
listen, L-Dog. Sorry to cut you off, L-Dog. You mentioned because Pimp just mentioned the floppy glove. You mentioned the Pacquiao fans, how great some of them are. You know, they were threatening you, whatever. But have you ever heard an excuse like that, a floppy glove, from any other fans?
Yeah, I've heard excuses from Pacquiao fans like that. I've heard them say fights where he... Yeah, okay, let me go in. So I've heard them say that, you know, he actually won these fights where he clearly fucking lost. Like, clearly lost. And they're saying, like, he won these fights because of, like, you know, they banned the rules and whatever. I've also heard other ones. I heard that Errol Spence faked his eye injury so that the PBC could set him up with Ugas and get rid of him. Like, that's a stupid conspiracy theory, in my opinion.
That's your opinion, right?
Yeah, that's my opinion.
Yeah,
Just like it's our opinion that Glovegate is retarded.
When nobody agrees with you, then it's just your opinion, right? When people say, "Man, I actually find that very plausible," right? Why would they put Spence in there if he has a bad eye with Pacquiao and have Ugas on standby getting ready? To me, that sounds very plausible, right? And if I get enough people to say, yeah, that makes business sense, then your opinion just becomes your opinion, right? And everybody has one.
Okay, but it's like, again, the same could be said with Wilder fans. There are people that actually believe in Glovegate. And, you know, they'll say...
Yeah, but you're comparing... what you're saying is every excuse is the same. And I'm saying I disagree with you on that. Now, if a lot of people happen to agree with you, then it's just an opinion based on what everybody could almost see what happened, right? Now, if you're the only one that agrees with that, then you could just be a person with an opinion, maybe a more educated opinion than others, or maybe not, you know?
Right, but what I'm saying is I'm giving examples of excuses that Pacquiao fans have made that I've found ridiculous. Like, the thing that Errol Spence faked his eye injury, especially when... You know, there have been a bunch of photos leaked of him out, and he's been wearing a fucking eye patch for like the last couple months. So, you know,
what I'm saying to you is he could have had that eye injury. He could have had that eye injury realistically after the accident, during the accident, right? And he said, "Man, I could do it against Danny Garcia," as he's getting laced up in sparring, and Pacquiao. Is Pacquiao? He's saying maybe they're saying that's not a good idea for you to step in the ring with. So we're going to keep Ugas. Hold on, real quick. We're going to keep Ugas on standby. What you're saying is that that's not realistic. When logically you can see that being a thing that's going on behind the scenes. It's not that hard.
No, and actually a doctor explained it pretty well that it would have been impossible for him to have that eye injury for that Danny Garcia fight.
What's that, brother?
There's a doctor on YouTube who explained about the eye injury and the why it couldn't be caused by the car accident and the whole Danny Garcia fight thing.
Yeah, I saw that too. Yeah, it could have been, dude. Listen, he had blood pooled up in the back of his eye, in that same eye. And then the doctors, the optometrist they use in Texas isn't nowhere near the level of the one in Nevada. So it could have easily been if it was slight enough. And I'm telling you, old people walk around. Old people you probably know have torn retinas or slight tears because they become thin. The walls become thin as they get old. And it happens. So I'm saying it could have absolutely... And the fact it had pooling of blood, that's one of the fucking symptoms of a torn retina. And it could have got missed by Texas and then got picked up by Vegas. So I don't think he faked that. But I just think it did happen during the accident myself. That's just my opinion.
gonna believe the doctor, okay? Because this is a medical matter. I'm no
Yeah,
expert when it comes to.
did the doctor do? Why did the doctor examine him?
No, but I think a doctor would have a more educated opinion than we do.
But it's just, but I mean, I don't understand. No, listen, no, hold on. Because he's a doctor, it's just there's relative information. Slight tears are slight tears. Whether you went to medical school and have a degree, that doesn't negate the fact that a slight tear is a slight tear, and they get missed constantly. They got missed on my buddy. He had a slight tear when he went into the army. The first doctors missed it. It wasn't until he went to the jump school that they caught, and he ended up having to have surgery. I just ended up talking about him with him the other day about that. So the point is, yes, a doctor can say, I don't think it happened during the accident. He could have gave his reasonings for it. But there's also people who say it could have just as well have happened during the accident.
Yeah,
I'm just saying a slight tear is a slight tear. He doesn't know for a fact.
To go back to the original point, you know, like I said, these Pacquiao fans, they make these elaborate conspiracy theories to kind of try and justify his loss, similar to how the Wilder fans do. Like, I know that there is funny stuff in boxing, but it's not to that extent, I wouldn't think. And, you know, I just find it funny that fans, you know, on both sides, like, they'll say, oh, that's totally unrealistic. You know, Wilder could never be set up. But then they'll make it out like Pacquiao would be set up. You know, I mean, to me, they're just the same, man. Except, you know, the racist fans, Satanists, and Pacquiao fans' eyes.
They're just the same when it's the same. You see, what you're getting caught up in, and it's not only you. It's a lot of people that do this. They want to prove so much that they're not biased, so they're going to call it down the middle. So what you're doing is you're jumping the gun. You're saying, I caught a Pacquiao fan doing it. So you try to brush it as it's just the same as, you know, Wilder fans freaking out on YouTube when it's not the same, okay? So what you're caught up in, and I'm talking about you personally, a lot of people like that, is you're virtue signaling for no reason. You're pulling the trigger too fast.
No. I am biased, and I've admitted I'm biased.
L-Dog, what is your problem? L-Dog, what is your problem with Pacquiao?
Name the freak out. No, he doesn't have to like him. He doesn't have to like Pacquiao, right? I wouldn't even say that.
I'm not saying that, but I'm saying, like, what is his obsession with Pacquiao?
No, I'm just pointing out, like, you know, in the YTBC, the Wilder fans and the LDBC, yeah, they're bad. They're just as bad as Pacquiao fans. Like, in my opinion, Pacquiao fans, the only difference between Pacquiao fans and Wilder fans is I haven't seen Wilder fans threaten to kill Tyson Fury's family. And, you know, I've seen them wish death upon them, but I've never seen them actually.
Boom. Let me L-Dog, let me say this.
At Fury's training staff, right?
You threatened, actually, Drew Titan.
L-Dog is trying to.
Drew Titan threatened Fury fans, bro. He threatened Fury fans. LDBC have threatened Fury fans. And he threatened his trainer, too. Also, let me say this. Can you explain how Ugas's opponent and Spence got the eye injury the same day?
Here we go again with another conspiracy theory.
This is L-Dog, right? This is L-Dog. This is L-Dog, right? I'm gonna paint you L-Dog, right? So let's say individual A has problems with guys B and C, right? He has problems with both of them. They both end up dead after an altercation. A had an altercation with B and C. And we start looking at A, who said, I'm going to kill you. So B and C, I'm going to kill you. But because you have no evidence, you're a conspiracy theorist. That's L-Dog, right? When the fact is,
I mean, the LDBC claim they have evidence as well. Like they say, oh, look,
you're comparing the two. Hold on, come on. You're comparing the two, real quick, guys. You're comparing two things as if they are both exactly the same, and that is dishonest. You're lying.
Well, look, I'll give you this. I'll give you this. They're like different shades of shit. That's what they are. Like when it comes to the LDBC fans, it's like a steaming pile of dog shit. when it comes to Pacquiao fans, it's a steaming pile of horse shit. So I mean, they're a little bit different,
Okay.
but
Hey,
they're
can you
both
hear me?
pieces of shit.
You're saying one is worse than the other. L Dog, what you're
No,
trying
they're
to
about the
do.
same.
You're virtue signaling for no reason. Okay.
Hey, hold up real quick. Can you
Look
hear
at
me
me.
though?
I call it down the middle.
I can hear you.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm
It's
L Dog.
a-
I call it down the middle.
To be honest, I agree with L Dog. Like, or like to some extent, like everything ain't some master plan, bro. Like, yeah, like this that
Nobody's
He was
saying
both.
that.
sparring
Nobody's saying
southpaws
that.
2 weeks before the announcement. How are you gonna
No,
say that's a
Oh,
conspiracy
here we
theory? That's
go.
fact.
Hold
He
on, L
That's
was
Dog.
fact.
Let me ask you a
southpaws.
question.
It's
Let me ask you a
fact.
question,
That's
L
not a
Dog.
theory.
Let me ask you a question. Do you not think the commentary was biased?
Not to
No,
L
I
Dog.
thought the commentary was giving Pacquiao more than his fair shake.
Lie, bro, lie, bro.
Right, right.
You
I mean, listen,
asked
I'm
me
not going
what
to
I
argue.
thought. What are you on about? Like, how can you disagree with what I thought?
Yeah, exactly.
What are you talking about, man?
I'm not doing what I'm accusing. What I'm gonna accuse you of. What I'm gonna accuse you of.
Oh man.
I'm gonna accuse L
Little
Dog
whisper. Lie.
of doing what white
We
liberals.
need L Dog to be locked up, bro.
No. Hold on.
Wow,
L Dog
Pacquiao
is
fans want to imprison Pacquiao
Don't even.
critics.
You gotta be careful what you
Wow.
say there. You have to be careful what you say.
Wow. I've never had a Wilder fan say I need to be in prison. Now, I have had one say I need to be shot
Hey,
or, beat
can,
up
Maybe
in
you
the
do.
hood, but
hey, before we're down to 18 listeners, can fucking I just mentioned some, I'm just totally joking, but the Pacquiao hating shit's getting old only because it's not the same level, dude. There might be more hardcore sycophantic killers following Pacquiao, but it's a different degree. There's a whole people call themselves a media group, so it's like it's a hard conflation to make for people who don't in your shoes who haven't seen all this hate that you've seen. So. And I know if I tweet something about Wilder, I'll get all kinds of psychos in my fucking mentions throwing up their feelings. If I say
But
something
L
about Pacquiao,
Dog,
nobody says nothing.
but L
But
Dog is gonna. What L Dog's gonna do though? He's gonna sort out. He's gonna tell you that they're equally biased, right? He's gonna
yeah,
show
but
you
that
examples.
happened to me when I said that I thought
Oh,
Lucas
poor little
beat
L
Manny
Dog. Put a
Pacquiao.
little he put a comment up, and some people attacked him.
hey,
Yeah,
recognize.
that's true. Like I had like I said, I had Filipinos and I had radical, like weird white people saying that I'm a heretic and whatever. Like it's just weird, man. Like
You got weird motherfuckers following you, dude.
because he's a weird motherfucker.
But no, hey, listen, guys, real important, man. Fucking,
You
because
hear
in the
it,
big scheme of things, boxing wise, shocking development. It seems Fox will not be carrying Canelo Plant. It looks like it's going to Showtime pay per view. So that means that Fox might have washed its hands.
So
Because
that's it
I
for
mean, I know
Fox.
Mike
It's sold.
Hoppinger tweeted out that the deal ends December or the end of this year. That's not how it was originally written. I remember fucking original article. It started September of 2019. It was a 3-year deal with the 4-year option. So it really ends the end of this month. The fact that because I guess somebody was tweeting about it, and I've said it a few times. That makes a big deal because if they do take that fight, that means they automatically are signed in for another year. If they're really backing out, Showtime's heavily invested in Bellator. They have no more open slots. The fuck are they going to do? What's the PBC going to do? Everything on pay-per-view? Just wanted to throw that out there.
But
that's
to
what
be
they've been
honest, bro,
doing.
I'm actually fine with the fight being on Showtime because Showtime is high quality, bro. Like they're like broadcasts, bro. Their camera angles, they're like, bro, it's good production, man.
Yeah, but not for $80.
Yeah, I mean it's a bum bash. So I'm not paying. Like, if you're paying for that, you're stupid. You're autistic, bro. You need to ride the short bus. But if you are paying for that, like, come on, bro. But I assume most of us are not paying for a fight.
I've never streamed a fight. I've never illegally streamed a fight in my life, and I'm not even just saying that just because. My thing is this: if I'm going to pay for a fight, if I'm going to support a fighter, I'm going to support him. I'm going to buy his pay-per-views, or I'm not going to watch it.
Same.
You know what I mean?
If I'm gonna watch the fucking thing, I'll just buy it.
I'm still gonna watch the fight. Let me get this straight. But I'm not. I mean, I've seen it, but I'm not going to buy the fight. I'll watch the highlights. I'll say that.
All right. So what's gonna happen with the PBC now? They're gonna have all their fights on Showtime or next year, I guess.
The PBC have already been putting so many fights on pay-per-view, man. That's why for me the best in America is Top Rank. Top Rank gives you these fights on regular ESPN.
Yeah, without a doubt, I would say Top Rank's giving us. I mean, they gave us Lomachenko, Lopez, fucking. They gave us three. I mean, Taylor, Ramirez. Those are all
we're
for
getting
free.
Crawford. We're getting Crawford Porter on pay-per-view, but you know,
I don't mind. I actually don't mind paying for that.
Yeah, I don't mind.
That's the only one.
Well, that had
That's
to
the only
be
one so
because.
far.
Well, that had to be. You know why? Because PBC wouldn't stake their fighter. So they had come all out of fucking. They just said, "No, we had nothing to do with it." So literally, fucking Porter came in with his little suitcase, man, and that's just his name and him. They had no money behind him. They weren't staking their fighter. So Aram's like, "I'm not putting up the fucking cash. So it's going to be a fucking
$4 million. He's getting $4 million for that fight.
It's also how they promote this fight, though, because we know both guys are not really trash talkers. So, I mean, I want to see how they promote this fight, too. Obviously, we know it's going to be a war, or, like, it's going to be a banger. But I want to see how they promote this fight. Also, but
show how much ESPN's into boxing. This will be a very good barometer.
Let me ask you guys and the guys in chat. How much would you pay for a Porter versus Crawford pay-per-view? Go ahead.
$50.
2 cents.
$0.
1 cent.
I think it should be nothing
price
because
is
I already
right.
pay for the app, for Christ's
Look,
sake.
if they get it for $75, I'm not gonna lie. I'll take my chance and say this fight's gonna be good because Porter's gonna make it good, win or lose. He's gonna make that fight go.
They better have a good support for the co-main event, like a fight that I wanted to see that I've heard Top Rank talking about. Pedraza versus Jose Ramirez. If that's the co-main event, that's a good
not
card
bad.
right there.
Yeah,
I'd
that'd be a good
definitely
card.
pay full price for that.
But
if it's
in
a
a
weak
perfect
ass
world,
fucking,
I wouldn't mind it being. I wouldn't mind it being for free. You know what I'm saying?
maybe the undercard.
Well, it could be Bivol. I mean, Dimitri, it would be good if it was the Russian kid, Betabiev against Marcus Brown. Another situation, PBC's not financing, isn't backing on Marcus Brown. It's going to be all in the fucking Top Rank.
Or he's gonna get knocked the fuck out. Yeah.
But maybe it could be like the undercard could be PBC versus Top Rank fighters. So, and there's a lot of let me see, what fight
that's
could
too
be
good to be true.
Yeah, that's not going to happen, bro. It's like talking about what Santa's going to bring us. It just won't happen. No, it just won't. It'd be like fantasy fights. It's just not going to. The only reason why this fight's happening with Porter, make no mistake, it was because it was mandated by the WBO.
Right.
And also, I just want to say, too, right? Not you recognize it wasn't you, but it was some other dudes who sometimes call the show who kind of contradicted me and laughing at me when you didn't believe me when I was saying it was absolutely Bob making the offers to Porter, and it was never coming from Porter going to Crawford. And this came out and just proved it all. Like Bob said, he's like, this is the way it's always been. He just doesn't deal with us. And he's only giving us the fighter because the WBO's making him. Bob's been making.
No
he says
about it,
he made career offers already to Broner, Thurman, in Porter. It would have been career high paydays at every time he said he made the offer. And they all turned. They actually didn't even say nothing. They just don't even ignore him.
Well, it goes to show you when somebody's like kind of has more of control of their own careers. So when they said $4 million to Porter, Porter said, "I'll take it, not a problem," and I'm gonna come in there try to win the fight, win or lose, right? So it goes to look. I think he played it smart. I think Porter played it very smart. So
recognize how many times have you said if there was ever going to be a PBC fucking welterweight, it'd be Porter? You were the first person I heard say that.
But it wasn't. Look, to be fair, right? It was just common sense. Just look at the guy's career. He's the guy. He's the guy that says, he doesn't say much. Oh, Al, you want me to do it? I got you. No problem. I'll fight that guy. Oh, this guy, yeah, I'll fight him too. That guy, yeah, I'll fight him too. They probably told him, listen, stay cool. You're gonna get top money for that fight. Let's make sure you get top money for the fight. And he did. And he's like, I'll do it. It's not a problem. Give me $4 million. I'll fight him.
He's about to make a career high payday. He's going to make the highest money he's ever made. He's going to be with Top Rank, not even with fucking Heyman.
Hey,
And
I'm
Thurman's
looking
about to
forward.
sit out his second calendar year not getting paid. 2 calendar years in a row. And his fucking, now he's past his prime. He basically he's fought, you figure you hit your prime, most people would say, what, 27 to 32 in boxing? 26 to 32, you'd say those 6 years, physical prime. At least that
Yep.
used to be the science. He fought, I think, 4 times in that period. 4 times in his prime. Here's a guy when he was 26 was telling Mark Riegel he wanted to be remembered as the greatest welterweight who ever lived. Oops.
Too short a window to fuck around.
I think to do that, he got to actually step in the ring a little bit, you know. But yeah, when it comes to this fight, I'm looking forward to it, man. Terrence Crawford, he is a very skilled fighter. So is Sean Porter, and I have a feeling Sean Porter's gonna bring it. You know, but you know, I'm gonna have to look into it more. But I'm leaning towards Crawford probably doing a better job on him than Errol Spence. I think he might actually knock him down a couple times. You know, this fight might look like the Victor Postal one in some ways. I think he's gonna knock him down, he's gonna hurt him, and he's gonna troll him in the ring.
Yeah, it means boring. I don't think it's. I don't think so.
If
I think Porter's gonna force him to fight.
Yeah,
Think-
exactly.
He's
yeah.
allowed to do
if
it, though.
Crawford knocks out Porter, like I could see him doing it, like Porter coming in and he just like catches him. But if he knocks out Porter, do you think he'll be able to beat Spence?
I think he beats Spence regardless.
Spence
Nah,
is
nah.
past
I
his prime.
used to think Spence would beat Crawford, but I'm willing to say now I don't think so. I don't think that's the case. I think there's problems. There's problems with that boy.
No, Spence will be. What do you think, Eldo?
Question for the
Spence is
panel.
past his prime. That's
Okay.
Hey, question for the panel. So, hey, if Crawford knocks out Porter, does Spence have to fight him now? Fight Crawford, I
no.
mean?
No.
I don't
Why?
know. I don't think Spence would do it right
No,
away.
Spence won't fight him. No way. No way.
I want.
I doubt. If he beats Porter hard, but just puts a beating on him, Spence won't want it. Because think about it, Spence went life and death with fucking Porter.
If he KOs Porter or puts a beating, I want him to fight Spence now, because we all know Crawford.
Dude, if he beats, think about it like this. Think about what you're saying. If he beats up Porter like that, basically you're saying the guy's like fucking pound for pound the best fighter. Because who has come close to beating him up? Like no doubt they beat him up. And I'm not talking about, well, I do, Mr. L Dog, right? Like, I'm not talking about what you only believe in. I'm talking about what everybody is like, yeah, you got beat the shit out of.
I would say, honestly, Cal Brook, I think, was his most decisive loss, in my opinion.
Kell Brook dog walk him?
No, God, no. I'm just saying it was the most decisive win, you know what I mean?
He's the only one that decisively, you could say, won the fight, but it was competitive.
Exactly.
Now,
I would say, yeah, Cal Brook and Errol Spence, but even those were fucking
Errol
close
Spence,
fights, man.
the fight was razor close,
All right,
bro. I don't know.
somebody's got to mute this shit.
Yo,
Who's
Pete.
your shit, man?
Neil, let me say this.
Honestly, I think he'll handle Porter the same way that Kell Brook did. I think he's going to hold, and I think the ref is going to allow him to stop Porter's aggression.
I think he might Porter's gonna come in. He's head first.
He's going to try him.
Bring and he's gonna bring it to him. But I think Crawford, he's gonna back up. He's gonna back up, and he's gonna time Porter. He's gonna catch Porter. Because I think Crawford has
Why wouldn't he clinch
style.
though?
I think he has the best. Oh, wait, let me see this.
Yeah, but Porter's not going to go back.
I think he has the best style to beat Porter and knock Porter out. But
it won't be going backwards.
I think Porter's style is what's his name? Tailor made for him, bro.
I'll say this: when it comes to Porter being able to fight in the clinch, like that's one thing Porter can do. He can fight out of the clinch. Okay, A lot of fighters, they don't know how to fight out of a clinch. So when they get clinched, they're just completely neutralized. So I
Didn't
think,
do it against Brook.
yeah, I think but he's learned since. That's the thing. He's learned from his losses, and I think
I
that's
haven't
where
really
he's going to
seen
come in
anybody
and do.
clinch the same way Brook did in that fight. I don't think he has.
I mean, Errol Spence was trying to clinch at times.
I think what
but not
Crawford.
nearly as much.
I agree with what Haitian was saying. I think a lot of things that Crawford does is tailor made in a certain capacity for Crawford. Like he's excellent at pot shotting. He's one of those dudes who'll make you pay for making mistakes. And,
Sure.
and Porter's can make mistakes. So I believe personally the fight's going to go. You're going to see Porter try to be very technical, hands up, kind of like he did against.
Yes.
He's going to try to fight.
Ugas.
Exactly. He can't come in bum rushing. You can't bum rush a kid like fucking
I
a
thought
kid
he
who can
did
step
good
side.
boxing
He can
work.
sidestep just a little and throw that fucking sneaky uppercuts and check hooks. No,
I
it's
thought
not.
he
He's
showed
going to
his
come and try to be
amateur.
technical.
I thought he showed his amateur pedigree against Ugas, man. He boxed. Look, you could say he lost the fight. Fine, okay, cool. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about his approach to the fight, the way he was throwing that jab. He was more
Exactly,
defensively.
dude.
Yeah, he was a little bit more defensively
was-
responsible because he knew Ugas was a strong dude, right? And Ugas is a dirty fucking fighter, right? He
And
punches
he's
you behind the
technically
head.
sound, though. He's very technically sound. So he
Yeah,
knew he
yeah.
had to be more technically sound.
Right.
And Crawford's just too good to try that bum rush shit. And I think that, I think honestly, well, he has to. He has to. He can't
But
just
I
go in
still
this,
think
walk
he's
away from this fight
beatable
and
when he
just
fight. I
barely
think
beat him.
he's actually more beatable that way. I actually do think he's a little bit more beatable when he tries to box on the outside. He tries to, jab you from the outside. Still think he could get caught with some big shots against Crawford because he does kind of leave himself wide open still.
Yeah.
Here's what I'll say, man. Porter
He
got
gets
to
sloppy.
take. Porter got to take risks, Jimmy. I think he got to take risks. This is his last opportunity.
Does every fight. He does
Yeah.
every
You know what's
fight.
hard
Every
too
fight.
about
But I
taking
mean, this
risks
fight,
against something like Crawford? I've finally fought a couple of guys, seen spot guys like that a couple of times who were just seamless in their fucking changing from southpaw to fucking orthodox. It's ugly because no matter what, you think anybody else, I got him trapped. I got his feet in the wrong position. I'm going to capitalize. No, boom, check. It just, if they're that smooth that they can make that transition, it's very hard to bum rush somebody like that. So you're right, though. He's going to have to take chances. But I don't see Crawford backpedaling. He might sidestep. He might try to bounce back counter, but it'll be more of a dodge parry swing than going too much backwards.
Unless he gets hurt really bad, which
Or a
I'm not really
headbutt, a
expecting.
cut, because he could be southpaw.
Crawford is going to try to bait Porter in. And let me say this, bro. This is Porter's last chance. This is do or die for him, right? After this, he'll just be a tough gatekeeper, bro. So this is Crawford's last chance. So he's going to have to put it all on the line. Like, he's going to have to.
Well, I think the pressure, Haitian, I think the pressure goes on Crawford. Because, look, Crawford's his 2 pay-per-views, right? Because he did one with Amir Khan, but then you got the Victor Postal. I'm not talking about the numbers. Forget about that. I'm talking about the performances, the level of opposition, right? It turned out to Postal was a terrible fight. You could think he won hands down, whatever, right? Fine. But it was a terrible performance.
He
wasn't going to get no power. Yeah, he lost fans, okay? The Khan fight, like, look, I don't blame it totally on Khan, although he was throwing low blows on Khan. He was. I think he was going to get Khan out of there anyway, right? So that fight, it is what it is. Now he's got the Porter fight. He's got the Sean Porter, a guy who stylistically makes you fight. Let's see what Crawford brings out. Okay, this is a guy I knew that the Spence fight was going to be razor close. It was going to be super close. And that's exactly what happened. The fight was super close. Because why? Sean Porter pressures you into fighting. You got to fight. Like, you got to fight like 3 minutes of every round. So it's going to be very interesting to see. I think Sean Porter, I'm leaning towards Crawford, but I think Sean Porter definitely has a chance. If there's something to expose about Crawford, let's say, for instance, his stamina, Sean Porter's the guy that could do that.
And the reason why he made Spence struggle, I'll real quick, L-Dog, and I know you want to put in your, perspective, but with Porter, the reason why I made Spence, with Spence, because Spence is a very wide stance, very long leg, wide stance when his fight stance, and he wouldn't let him get in it. He would keep on attacking. He would just not let him really get comfortable in his stance. Still can throw punches other ways, but it's just, you're not in your, the difference with Crawford, because he's a switch hitter and does it seamlessly, he can throw punches with his feet in all kinds of angles. He can hit you hard, and it's a very hard thing to get used to if you're not used to that. And I'm just curious who he spars, because that'll make he's going to need to find someone who can do that. But it's hard to get.
Well,
but that's all right. I'll go, brother.
Unorthodox. He won't
No, I
do
wasn't
it.
going to say anything.
Yeah, I think this is gonna be a classic, man. Like, or it has the potential to be a classic. Let me say that. But I think Terrence Crawford is gonna knock Porter, or is he? I don't know if he's gonna knock him out, but if he doesn't, somebody's at least gonna get dropped at some point in this fight.
Yeah, it could happen, man. Listen, that's gonna be. I think that if you look at stylistically, the way Porter comes in, not for every fight, you're right. He might fight a different approach. He might have more of a jab approach when it comes to coming in on Crawford. But if you look at stylistically, the way Crawford throws punches from both hands, those hooks, those leaping, those hooks when you're coming in, and Porter, think of Porter the way he comes in, kind of with his head, with his chin, exposed, catch him with a fucking uppercut / hook, could knock him out.
That's what he did against that's what Crawford did against Amir Khan. Like the way Amir Khan throws his jab is kind of the same way.
Well, Khan is soft as shit, though. That's the problem.
Yeah,
I can't compare the two.
Not exactly the same. Yeah, but
yeah, I mean, I know what you mean, but like in terms when you hit that dude over, it's basically. Yeah,
the thing is Porter is more defensively sound than Amir Khan was.
Sharp, no, I would say who's better defensively? Oh, Porter. I think
Why do you say that?
Well, Porter's on attack mode.
Exactly. His style is offense is his defense.
No matter who tries to tell you a guy who's fighting defensively versus a guy who's offensively attacking you and still blocking shots or making you miss shots, he's better. I don't care how much you land on that guy. You're not doing that. All you're doing is fighting on the outside because you can't come forward and make your opponent miss you while catching him or hit you less than him hitting you. You can't
put
do
some
that.
real mustard on the punch.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you gotta step in.
Yeah,
there's a listen. It's called common sense. It's just science, right? When you fight a certain guy, just think about the fights that you've had on the streets. If you ever find yourself backing up, think back. You were scared, bro. There's nothing to be ashamed of. You were afraid. The guy you attacked, you wasn't afraid of him. The guy that made you back up, you were afraid of him, whether you want to admit it or not.
Yeah.
I got backed up, but I wasn't afraid. It was because I got picked up and thrown backwards.
No, I'm not saying you're
I'm
afraid.
making a joke, dude. I'm totally joking, dude.
You're not afraid to throw hands with him. You're afraid.
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. No, but if you're going backwards, dude, you're not. 99% of the time, if you're going backwards, it's because you're not the aggressor. The other dude coming forward is bringing the fight, and that's exactly what you're meaning. Yeah, there's only one time I had to go backwards, and it was only because he had dudes. His boys were on either side of him, and they wouldn't step away as he came forward. They stayed close to him, and I kept thinking I backed into two parked cars. But yeah. Other than that, I've always gone forward because fuck that, especially in the street, man. Ain't nobody judging that shit. It's all about who hits first and hardest.
The reason why I use street logic because it works similar.
No, exactly. Of course, dude.
The guy
absolutely.
who's making you, the guy that you have confidence in coming forward and meaning he's going to hit you with something, right? Put it this way, there's a chance he can hit you with something. The reason why you do that versus another guy that you wouldn't do that to is because the other guy makes you think that you're going to get hurt coming in. Therefore, that's an
Exactly.
admission that you're a little bit worried. It's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. You know what I'm saying? That's like every fight you approach differently. And so, yeah, Sean Porter, like, don't get me wrong, Sean Porter is a human being. If you catch him with a good shot, he might pause and say, let me look for a different approach until I can get my balance back, you know?
Dude, there's all kinds of things too, like in fucking you use to like somebody told me the other day the best way to explain to he was trying to explain to his wife, like, what did it mean he doesn't hit hard when they're later rounds? And I never heard it put this way, and it was so true. He goes, they've gone to like the fuck, in the pellet, the paintball. All right, so the paintball, you have the canisters, the gas canisters. He's like, hun, when you first shoot me with the first the gas is new on the gun and it stings like a motherfucker. But when you fucking, at the end and it's just going boop, and it's barely shooting out of the end of the gun, he said that's the same thing with a fighter. The gas, just every time they throw a punch, a little gas comes out, And it was like, no shit, never even thought of it. That's so true.
Look, if you look at baseball, right? I'll give you an example. So you got the player, you got the batter, and then you got the pitcher. These pitchers could pitch 90 miles per hour. You don't see the professional batter blink. He doesn't blink, right? Occasionally, if he gets hit with the ball, you might see him lose a little bit of that instinct, right? Why? Because it's still fresh in his head. But couple of at bats more, next thing you know, he's back to not flinching. You pitching 95, 96, 97 miles per hour. He's not flinching anymore. So in boxing, it works the same way. There are certain fighters that you can fucking hurt them. For that moment, they might back off you because it's still fresh in their head. As the fight's going along and they're getting and they're not they're not as stung anymore. They go back to their natural way of fighting.
Yeah.
Hey, Recognize, just want to say real quick, I did umpiring for years, man. I just want to say, when you were talking about 90 mile an hour, a lot of people don't realize, I'll tell you, and it was Puerto Rican team from Puerto Rico used to come up, and they had some kids could hurl heat, dude. When there's somebody's pitching on 95, 97 miles an hour, the most amazing thing is the sound when the ball hits the catcher's mitt. Yeah. It's fucking, I'm telling you. And you see these dudes, some of these kids, man, boom, take it right on the arm. They don't even move. They just jog down to first base. And I'm like, they're fucking inside going, yeah, no, it's crazy, man. I appreciate it. It's still, I think, the hardest thing in sports. Hitting a fucking round object with a round object at 100 miles an hour. And you don't know which direction the ball, it's a hardest thing in sports, my opinion anyway.
Yeah, man.
Hey, fellas, the big fight, man. The big fight this weekend. I can't fucking wait, man. AJ versus Usyk, dude. I've been thinking about this fight. Fucking, you know, it's a big fight when you just randomly start thinking about that shit, and you're like, God damn, man, what's gonna happen in that fight? I still don't know, man. I still don't know. But what do you guys think about
prediction? Yeah,
I'm slightly going with Usyk right now, but I gotta be honest, man.
Really?
AJ might win. Like, it's not gonna shock me. Hook or crook, he's gonna win the fight.
That's exactly what I'm leaning to recognize.
That's like the consensus, right? Go ahead.
When it comes to me, I'm just thinking, look, AJ is the beating heart of British boxing. Without AJ, I mean, Josh Taylor, Tyson Fury, those guys, they go and they fight in America. AJ is the one who's selling out these stadiums. We know the judges in the UK suck. And I can already see the British fans, pulling up the narrative. Oh, but pity pat punches don't count. It was AJ landing the big damaging shots. I think Usyk really has to go over and above to win the fight. And I think in doing so, he's going to leave himself open to get countered. So I go with AJ by knockout. Hook or by crook, AJ, whatever.
I'm gonna go. Listen, I'm still gonna stick with Usyk. I say no matter what happens, he's gonna hurt AJ. I know it's gonna happen.
Okay, so let me ask the panel. Let me start because L-Dog and Recognize already said who they got. Anderson, Aldo, who do you have? AJ versus Fury, and by what?
Well, I definitely favor AJ because, I mean, he can win by either robbery, decision, or knockout. And to be honest, I've noticed something about AJ recently. In the Klitschko fight, the Pulev fight, and then the Andy Ruiz fight, I watched those fights recently. And a tendency I've noticed, he's a pretty dirty fighter. He likes to cuff behind the back of the head and throw them big-ass uppercuts. And he's done it a lot. And, dude, the way that Usyk likes to do that, you know, bob and weave, right? Left-right movement, I just feel like he's going to constantly miss with the hook, pull his head down, and load up on the uppercut. That's why I see it ending if he gets a knockout. But
okay, so who are you going with?
AJ. Yeah.
By KO?
65-35 AJ. Probably
Okay.
KO.
Jimmy, who do you got and why? And not why, but
well, I think Usyk's going to look good in the beginning. I think he's going to be able to. I think he's going to be aggressive. I think that when he's fresh, put it this way, Usyk has the ability to beat him, the skills. I just don't know if he's going to have the horses to go fucking 12 rounds with a dude that big and that strong. It's one of those things where I know he has the skills to do it. Will he be able to fucking not get caught? Because in those later rounds, when you're 215 pounds yourself, 10th round, your legs feel like fucking concrete. It's a lot harder to get out of the way of those fucking massive shoulder punches of AJ. You know what I mean? And all it's going to take is them to get hurt once. And like you said, the ref's going to be over in England, right? So the refs will be quick to call it. It is what it is. I'm not going to get into that, but it's real hard to go against AJ in England with everything being said. So I'm still kind of on the fence, to be honest with you, dude. I see Usyk being able to beat him skill-wise. I just think AJ's skilled enough to be able to catch him late. And if he does catch him, maybe stop him. But but I'm not. That's not my prediction yet. But if you want to say right now, AJ by late round stoppage,
okay,
you can.
Yeah,
but I mean,
you can lock me in for that as well.
Okay, so
I'm in agreement with Jimmy on basically everything. But one thing I want to say is, don't underestimate the possibility that Usyk will be gun shy in there. There's been a trend with little guys fighting bigger guys. They just don't let their hands go as much. Look at Rigo against Loma. Look at Mikey Garcia against Errol Spence. Look at Loma against Teofimo. Some of these guys, they're just hesitant to let their hands go as much as they normally do because they're worried about the power. So, that's the thing. AJ might actually be able to outbox him.
Loma let his hand go for that fight.
So, although
when though?
The second half when he beat the shit out of him. What do you mean when?
Yeah, the second half, right? But this is a 12-round fight. What I'm saying is Loma, he definitely let his hands go in the second half, but he was still very hesitant in the first half. So don't be surprised if Usyk is very hesitant to let his hands go against AJ.
So we got recognized saying Usyk decision, got L-Dog, Joshua KO, Jimmy Joshua KO, and Aldo Joshua KO. So I'll go with MH. Who do you got? And by what?
For me, man, it honestly just I'm gonna wait till the weigh-ins to give a prediction. I just want to see how big Usyk comes in and how big AJ comes in, because I think if AJ comes in huge, I think he's just gonna he's gonna go for the stoppage for sure. And if Usyk comes in big, I think he's gonna try a brawl with him. I don't know if he could make it, but he could win. He could win if he tries a brawl.
Okay, cool, man. I actually never heard you talk before. I saw you in a different sphere before. But Pete, who you got and by what?
I got AJ by decision.
Okay, AJ by decision. Okay, and Star, whatever.
Stark.
Hey, can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah. Who you
Stark
got and how?
Yeah, I agree with Anderson here. Like, I think those looping right hands to the body are going to be key. Like, I think that with the power differential, Joshua, and he also had like a crazy reach, right? Like, he has an 84-inch reach, I think. He's like 6'5".
82. He's
82.
6'6", 82-inch reach. Yeah.
6'6". Yeah, that's pretty far beyond his height, right? Like it's almost like that's like a 7 foot reach, 6'10", something like that, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, so he's gonna be able to whip those right hands to the body like with impunity. And even if like Usyk blocks them, they're gonna be like kicks, like there's gonna be a spine out you can hit. I think like two guys got stopped, like Maurice Hooker got stopped that way, like his forearm just gave out and he just said fuck it, right? Against Virgil Ortiz. So I think that'll open up the uppercut for Joshua, and he's a big fucker, man. Like he's a big dude. So I think like that is just going to be a lot to cope with for Usyk, who looked very tentative against Jazz Witherspoon, in my opinion. Like everyone talks about Chisora not being great performance, like against Witherspoon, he was very hesitant, like he was praying before the fight. You could see that he was really sweating the size difference. So
that was his first heavyweight fight, right?
Yeah, but that was 2 fights ago, though. Yeah.
So you got AJ.
Yeah, I got AJ stopping him late. Probably is what I pick. I mean, I don't know. I think Usyk has skills. Like I wouldn't underestimate it, but
so I'd AJ stoppage late. Straight G Turo. Who do you have and how?
I got Usyk by split decision. Let me tell you, I think as the fight goes on, I think it's actually gonna favor Usyk because like think about it, man. Like, Joshua carries a lot of muscle. Like he's gonna get tired, and like Usyk's kind of like Lomachenko. He may be like like kind of on some feeling out early on, but later on in the fight, I think he is gonna let his hands go. And it's a great observation which I made, what Anderson and Stark made, right? Which is like they think AJ is gonna go with the uppercuts, right? Actually, if you move your head, hard to pull your head with that one hand and let them up.
The left hook.
Yeah, but let me give my prediction. So I think I agree with. Although I think AJ's going to like pull his head down and hit him with the uppercut. I also think Usyk is going to rely on AJ gassing out late, and I think that might not happen because AJ slimmed down and he might just have had a bad game plan and not have thrown that much punch earlier because he thought AJ was going to gas out, and he was like using all his energy for the late rounds, and then I think he's going to get caught. But
that's what I worry about. I worry he's going to use the same game plan that Loma used against Tio. Hope AJ gasses out. And look, I know a lot of Usyk fans, they like to say his power is underrated and that he can really punch. Let's be honest, man. He ain't a big puncher. AJ's a big guy, and that weight just might be able to soak up his power. So I think it's going to be a mistake if he starts slow and relies on, even getting a fair nod. I mean, you can't give away rounds when you know the other guy is a big superstar. You're in his backyard. And that's just a recipe for disaster, in my opinion. He got to start fast, and he got to start by attacking the body. Shoot that straight lift to the body, man. Shoot that straight lift to the body. Wear him out. You don't even have to be winning those rounds necessarily, but be doing something to take away his legs later on. You can't just make him miss.
Great point, L-Dog. So I want to ask the panel, what do you think Usyk needs to do to beat AJ?
A little straight.
Hey, you cut off.
Cut off straight G.
So he needs to throw the straight left.
I agree, and I also think, I'm not sure, man, about this bulking up, man. I think because we all know, Usyk, he's athletic. He has he has good agility. Fast on his feet, has fast hand speed, bro. So this is what I'm saying. I'm not sure. That's what I'm saying. I might need to see like the weigh-in, how much they weigh in at, because I want to see how much he's bulking up at, because I don't know if his speed is going to be the same, if he's going to be able to move around like he does before and it be as fast as he used to move around as. Because even the Chisora fight, he was not as fast as he was before. But man, it really all depends on like the weigh-in. To be honest, like AJ, really slimmed down. Power might his power not be the same and be there. His punches will be faster, but his power might not be there as it usually is, bro.
Yeah, I agree. Conditioning is a big part of it at the heavyweight division, but I think Usyk just needs to use his angles like he normally does at a big scale, right? Like at a high level. But I think he'll put up a good test against AJ. You know what I mean? But I don't know. It's just one of those things, man. Like it just got to depend on who comes in the best condition.
But the chat, keep putting your predictions in the chat, because right now I'm hearing a lot of like on the panel on Discord, I'm hearing a lot of people saying AJ KO, and I'm surprised. Like I'm actually surprised. But okay, so read the super chat.
People underestimate AJ's footwork to MMA champ. Today I was watching the Charles Martin. When Charles Martin shot the straight left hand, AJ would actually do what Tio did to Loma. He'd pivot and then catch him while he was squared up.
Okay.
So I think AJ's footwork can actually neutralize the angles. Now,
Bro,
in
one
doing
second,
so,
Outdog. It needs to get to the super chat. King Bucho said, salute to Chris K for the $4 super chat, aka $5. He says the real question: what happened to Stu? I think Stu, somebody might have kidnapped him or something. But let me say this: he says also I could see Usyk being competitive, but ultimately Joshua is too big and also has skills. Aging 8-4. Now I think it's going to be closer than 8-4 if it goes to decision. But I could see AJ outboxing him. I can, man.
Can I change my prediction, by the way?
No.
Yeah.
It's still basically the same, but I think a bullshit like early stoppage instead of a full-blown KO. I think the ref is going to jump in fast.
I could see that happening too. You know what I mean? AJ catches him with a big uppercut, maybe drops him, and Usyk looks stunned or something, and they might just wave it off or some shit.
Mm-hmm. He might get dropped and then gets back up, and he's got his high guard up. He's weaving a little bit, getting hit, partially blocked, partially landed. Then he just jumps in,
Yeah.
I fear for Usyk's life. I had to stop it.
First jab. The first jab AJ throws, he fucking jumps in.
I mean, I know Klitschko got dropped 3 times in that, what was it, the 11th round, 12th round? But if you look at the finishing sequence, he missed all the punches, man, all of them. And he just jumps in. It's kind of funny, but I don't have an issue with it because obviously he did get dropped, but,
Hey, the key for
Wasn't he
Usyk...
42 then, too? Let's go. He was
Yeah, he was old.
42, wasn't he?
41, 42, yeah.
The key for
With that little
Usyk...
5-foot wife of his, with them tiny little hands.
Yeah.
Goblin, he married.
Jimmy, I want to ask you, what do you think about Usyk bulking up? Do you think it could be a demise in the fight?
What's that? Do I think what?
You think Usyk bulking up could be a demise in the fight with AJ this Saturday?
Which will be the demise? His size?
Him bulking up. Do you think he'll be a demise?
Oh, him bulking up. I think I'm sure he bulked up to a certain point, but then made a cut. You always want to lose weight. You know what I mean? So sure, he's still, got up to a certain point. But again, you never know until you need to catch that second wind. You can always catch it. Like everybody, you hear about these guys when they say, "Oh man, fucking great training camp. I felt great," and they're hitting everything hard. It's because they're 10 pounds above their fight weight, and everything's, fucking. You don't really know until you get in there. Sometimes you just don't get your second wind. So if that extra weight in his upper body weighs heavy, it could. I just think he's too much of a professional and too intelligent.
Correct.
He's surrounded by too many good nutritionists. Plus, he's got a master's degree, and I think part of his biology. Dude's a brilliant dude, so I don't see him making those kind of mistakes. You know what I mean?
I agree. I think he's a smart fighter and he knows his limit. But we have a new person on the panel, LT. Introduce yourself. You're on mute, bro.
That's good.
¿Qué onda, raza?
What's going on, LT? Saludos.
Saludos to Recognize, Scale Bender, Bucho, El Dog, y
Hey,
todos
what's
los
good,
demás.
LC? What's good, man?
What's good, man? What's
LT on
poppin'?
Discord, bro.
And Chihoto.
Fucking Scale Bender.
What's up, LT?
So yeah, man, continue. I don't want to ruin the conversation.
You're not, bro. But what's your prediction, man? And who you got winning, bro?
Oh man, AJ's gonna win, man. Yeah.
But
I mean, Usyk, for him to win, he has to get a KO, bro.
wow, you think the corruption is that bad?
I mean, the picture itself, like, it made me realize, like, go into like that. What is it that music?
Twilight Zone.
Yeah, Twilight Zone, man. Yeah, I mean, the picture itself, like, that BDA posted, like, made me realize, damn, bro, like, the perfect storm, like, that's like biblical scripture. And then in the background, it has the lightning, and the lightning it's towards AJ, and it says in the Bible scripture, like, and Satan will fall down like thunder or like lightning, and it will come in from the west to the east. So if you're looking at it, AJ is on the west and Usyk is on the east. So
Bro,
I can continue on and on and on with the conversation with stuff like this. Just quick observations, you know what
Very
I
good
mean?
observation, LT. I mean, hey, man. I think there's too much money in AJ for him to lose on decision, bro. I mean, they said they sold out the arena already, so that shows you how many fans are going in there. There is some Usyk fans. I'm not that support him a lot, especially the Ukrainians. They're very supportive, but I think most of them are English fans, British fans, and I think a lot of them are showing out. I think AJ is just too big of a star, and he's Eddie Hearn's house slave, bro. Keep it real, man.
Oh, come on, man. That's call him no fuck. He ain't no slave. First of all, he makes
Let,
way
let
too
me
much
pose.
money.
Let me pose this question to you. Say it goes to the scorecards, and people walk away from the fight. Say on 50% of people like it was fucking it was a robbery, or just say it was a super close fight, and AJ does get it. At the end of the day, all that means is another fucking $30 million in their pockets each, right? Because they'll just run it back, So I mean, it financially wouldn't hurt him to get fucking if what you would call a robbery, what we would call a robbery rather. But I don't know. He has, like somebody said earlier. I think it was L Dog said he's going to have to utilize his angles. I mean, obviously that's the whole fight right there. It's got to be angles. He can't go back forth in a line, hold his head up on a fucking tee. Everything's got to be angles, punches from directions he doesn't see. You know what I mean? Follow up. He can't just fucking 1-2 him too. He's not going to get through to AJ 1-2ing him, jumping in with a long straight jab and trying to with still keeping his back foot up in the air for a quick exit. That shit isn't going to do nothing to AJ. You know what I mean? He's going to have to put together some combinations. He's going to have to do 2-3 punches in a row.
Recognize, since you're picking Usyk to win, like, how do you think he's going to win, bro? Like, not how you think he's going to win, but what do you think he's going to do to win?
I could see a lot of scenarios, man, of him winning. I could see him wearing out AJ, catching him with some good shots he doesn't see coming in, especially with his style of like different angles, catching him with different punches from different angles. I think that could
word too,
wear him
brother.
down. I think that
Frustrate
could wear
him.
Yeah, frustrate him.
That's the worst thing you could do to him. Get a fighter frustrated. Get him thinking.
Hold on, guys. I got to ask a question. Who is precise picking?
I have no idea.
Oh, we all know
whoever you're not
picking.
Whoever you're not.
You guys are best of friends, right?
Whenever he picks an Eastern European, man, we all know what happens to them. So I don't know. I might have to put some money down on
But how much
AJ.
did you put down on AJ, dog?
Nothing yet. Because
Okay, okay.
the odds aren't that good, man. Like, it's pretty split between knockout or
What are the
decision.
odds? What are the odds?
It's for me. It's like plus 330 decision, plus 220 or something. Knockout for AJ. So I mean, I'm not really sure. That's not enough for me. I was hoping to get
Plus 330 AJ knockout.
Yeah, but what's the money line on the straight fight?
plus
Start from
330
the top.
AJ decision.
Okay,
That's
but what's
easy
the,
money, my boy. What are you talking about?
I don't know because he might knock him out.
You should put some money on Usyk KO, bro. It might get like some big money if he actually KO AJ.
Does anybody know what the odds are just from the top? Just a straight AJ win versus.
Bro, we definitely need to figure that out for sure.
Huh?
Wait, you said what are
Like,
the
yeah.
odds of the fight?
Well, we need to find the odds for sure, man.
I forget what they were, Pete, but they weren't that drastic. They weren't as big as you would think. Last
Yeah,
I saw
Jimmy's
the
right.
Vegas
It's
straight.
pretty 50-50.
Yeah,
Jimmy's
that's what I
right. It's pretty 50-50.
That's what I figured.
Yeah, man.
That's I don't want to bet on this fight because the odds are just so close.
Yeah, it's too close to bet on. I understand.
Yeah, I found
Well,
the
if
odds.
I can carry off with. Well, I'll finish off with like Recognizer talking about what he could really do as a fighter, man. When you start getting frustrated, it's like being demoralized. It just sucks when everything you try isn't working, and you keep trying, it isn't working, and then what happens? You start counting rounds, you're losing, and then you're not focusing in between rounds what the guys are saying. And then some guys, they really start falling apart, man. They start thinking, oh, man, it's going to suck if I lose to him. They start thinking about the money they're going to lose. It's all kinds of shit. These are humans at the end of the day. And that's what, reason why people would quit with Lomachenko. He frustrated them. It wasn't because he was hurting them.
You know,
he hurt their feelings.
Guys.
He frustrated them and they quit.
You know, the two
guys.
fighters that kept, like, I'm sure there's probably a little bit more than that, but there's two fighters that come to mind that were able to take, not able to take, but like able to deal with the frustration that Usyk was causing in the fight. That's Bradis and Chisora. Chisora was clearly losing, but I didn't really see a guy frustrated. I just saw a guy just continue to try to do his business, right? And Bradis continued to, like, basically they were just counter punching each other. That's all they were doing, right? For like a lot of the exchanges throughout the rounds, I remember coming to mind. It's like, okay, Bradis punched Usyk punched him back. Bradis comes back. Usyk is 2-1ing him. Like, he'll land. Bradis lands one. Usyk lands two back. It was back and forth. These guys kept their focus, but they still lost the fight, right? Can AJ stay focused like that? Because remember, he's bigger. So there's some advantages from being bigger of getting frustrated by a smaller guy. Or does he find himself in a situation where, because he's that big and he doesn't know, like, how to box continuously that way, does that wear him out mentally?
I could see
because
this.
remember, Ruiz caught him in the third round. And I know that people say, well, he destroyed him after that. Remember, it was because of the third round, basically. I'm talking about a boxing fight where you basically
got clipped.
You not catching him with one shot or a couple of shots in the third round, and then having him afraid throughout the whole fight. I'm talking about, let's say if that doesn't happen, that does not happen. As the fight goes on, I can see Usyk putting him in a scenario where it's either you keep your cool, or you just let your frustration go out of control and you just collapse in the end.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Him frustrating Joshua. I could see like a scenario where Usyk he's slipping the shots and AJ's just like swinging for defensive, trying like to land a shot, and Usyk's just slipping it, and he gets what's the name? He gets frustrated, but
I don't see it from these guys. Either one of them. I think they're both very, very composed. They stay on track. They're not going to get frustrated. I don't think there's any.
Okay. Let me see something.
I don't think either one of them are going to be caught off guard by the other ones. They're going to both stay on the game plan. But the thing about AJ is that he needs to kind of like just like with Wilder. If they just set up, if Wilder would just set up that right hand, the power's there. I'm not saying it's the heaviest punch of all time, and I'm not saying it's nothing. But I'm saying he's got a good straight right hand with a lot of leverage on it. Yeah.
If that's a big if, and it's an if we've been talking about for fucking 6 years. I mean, if he does it, he's never done it. He's not gonna do it again. Sorry, he's never gonna do it. Never. There's no.
Who's this, Wilder?
Yeah, Wilder, man. Because you're saying if.
Yeah, I know. But
we know he has
I
the
wasn't
power.
talking about that. I was just saying if AJ. I was just saying what similar to Wilder, what we've all been saying. AJ, if he just sets up his fight and fights his fight like he did in that second Ruiz fight. I know it wasn't anything barn burning, but if you got the size advantage and the reach advantage, and you got a high level of skill like AJ does, he's a skilled fighter. Well, then, if the knockout comes, it comes. Mm-hmm. The only time I've seen AJ, unfortunately, get out of that is this last fight. His last fight, he came out like a fucking. I don't know if it was just he thought he had his opponent under control, or he thought he had to do something, or he was restless from the layoff. But he came out a little bit like
wild.
Just overly aggressive. He didn't. I can't say he didn't like windmill like a crazy man like Wilder, but he was just rushing himself, smothering himself. He never gassed, but I mean, it just.
So you're saying he should get into a boxing fight with supposedly more skilled boxer?
Say it one more time.
Like so AJ should box the boxer?
No, he shouldn't. But I'm not saying he should get on his toes and try to move with Usyk. I mean, we all understand that AJ's going to come in and fight his typical fight. He's a prototypical heavyweight, skilled heavyweight, and Usyk's not your prototypical heavyweight. He's definitely going to use his movement. There's no worry about him coming in overweight, bulking up too much. Not going to do that. Both because of the way he conducts his professionalism, and because that would totally hinder his style. I mean, his style is movement. He's not going to come in there 50 pounds heavier than the last time you've seen him. So I'm not saying you should try to box with him like a Floyd style, like that kind of boxing. But I'm saying don't try to dive in there and get all aggressive. I don't foresee him getting frustrated by Usyk's movement. They have to be expecting it, right?
Right.
But
right. And then by the way, the odds here: Usyk to win the fight, plus 240. So that's 2.4, and then Usyk to win by stoppage. All right, people, by stoppage, 7-1. Yeah, 7-1. And I've heard people say that he has a good chance of stopping AJ. So
I would take that.
Yo,
I'm
7-1. That's pretty fucking juicy, man. And then
so he's plus 7.
Definitely.
Right?
Plus 7.
Definitely.
Yeah. And then
yeah,
guys,
I'm rolling with that.
Guys, Usyk by decision, 4-1.
Because I could see that scenario happening. I could see that scenario where
me too, man. By stoppage,
where he stops him late. Yeah, where Usyk stops AJ late.
Me too, man. I see it. What about AJ odds?
Motherfuckers are making me hopeful, man. Those odds have got me thinking now.
Yo, they're pretty good, man.
Plus 850 for me.
Why are you saying for you? What book are you?
What are you using? Some New Zealand.
It'll be the currency, like to close the currency differential.
Exchange. I got you.
Yeah. But yeah, man. I mean, I could see Usyk stopping him, but it's just going to be unlikely, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Hold on, real quick. We got Precise. What's up, Precise?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah.
Yep.
What's up, everybody?
First shot.
Hold on.
Good job.
Yeah.
Nothing, man. I didn't realize this fight was. You guys are saying this coming weekend?
Yeah,
man.
That's right. Where's the promotion? Have I just been asleep or something? Where's the
promotion? Hardly
I was
any.
going to ask that, bro. Like, where's the promotion for this fight, man?
Let's hope AJ doesn't get COVID. Let's just. I'm praying for that because
it could be not promoting the fight because it could be a big robbery.
But insofar as the fight goes, I mean, I could only see it going two ways, and either Usyk stops him and he gets robbed on the cards. I don't think AJ can outbox him. I think AJ could knock him out, but I mean, what did it take him 9 rounds or 11 rounds? I forget to get Pulev out of there. Yeah. And Pulev just stood in front of him and didn't really throw any punches. So if he can't knock out Pulev in 4 or 5 rounds, he's not going to be able to knock out. I mean, he could, but I just can't see him knocking out Usyk. And I can't see Usyk getting a decision, so he has to stop him to win. So I think go ahead.
Precise. I was going to say my prediction was just pretty much the same. I said I personally, well, not but I think Usyk by far is a better boxer, more skilled fighter when it comes to angles, everything. Just much more better schooled fighter. It would just be, is AJ skilled enough to be able to catch him with a good enough shot in the later rounds to take starch out of him, then to be able to hop on him and take him out. That's the way I could see Joshua taking him out. Landing that fucking Hail Mary type of shot, just catches him, gives him enough of a rock to jump on him. Because I don't think the refs is going to take much from them to stop it. It's England,
I think
he couldn't catch Fat Andy, who stood right in front of him. He couldn't really catch Pulev till late in that fight and stop him. He could. Anything could happen. I think you should expect him to prepare better than for those guys. And from what I've seen, he's been looking like real slim. I don't know if it's just angles or whatever, but he's been looking real slim. So I think he's going to run and try to get a bullshit decision. I think he's just going to run, man.
I'm going to be honest, man. When it comes to, Usyk and his skill set, you don't actually need to match his skill set to outbox him. Because AJ does have power, and that's going to make Usyk hesitant. That's what we see when these smaller guys move up to fight these bigger guys who can punch. They're hesitant to let their hands go. So we could see AJ outbox him just because Usyk's hesitant to let his hands go.
I don't envision AJ outboxing him in that sense, but I'm saying I think recognizes kind of, if I'm understanding him right, I'm saying that can AJ basically catch up to him? He needs to catch up to him, so to speak. In other words, he's not going to be able to float with him, and he's not going to go in there and wing wild shots like Usyk's last fight. I can't remember the guy's name, Chisora or whatever. To do that would be, I just don't think.
The only way I see AJ outboxing him is Usyk being hesitant to throw a punch and waiting like I said before. That's the only way I see him actually being able to outbox Usyk. Other than that, I think it's gonna stop him.
I mean, since he's gotten knocked out, he's been looking real scared in that ring. He doesn't want to mix it up. He holds a lot. He runs. I think he's coming in light because he's gonna just pretend to throw a jab like he did against Andy Ruiz, where he got outboxed by a little fat fucking guy who didn't train. And I think he's just gonna run, man. I think he's just gonna run and get a bullshit decision like he did against Andy.
I mean, you think Usyk's gonna come forward and AJ's gonna be on the back foot all night?
Usyk comes forward in every single fight.
He does.
Except Gassiev, he was circling that guy, but he picked his spots when he came forward. He's he's a very aggressive fighter. He just takes a while to get started, So I think he'll come forward, and I think he'll back AJ up. And AJ could catch him on the way in, but I mean, if what's his face? Bellew couldn't catch Usyk with anything on the way in, and Bellew's more skillful than AJ. It's going to be that much more difficult for AJ to do it, I think. None of these guys can catch him on the way in. It looks like they're catching him, but they're not catching him. He's slipping these punches, he's getting grazed by them, he's getting his glove in the way. People are getting excited and acting like something's happening, but he's not really getting caught with knockout blows, right? Obviously.
He actually got hit by Gassiev with a knockout punch. He got wobbled.
Round 4, yeah, once.
Yeah, at cruiserweight though, he was willing to go in there and trade. You can't really expect him to. I think the Chisora fight was was a good example of basically he's being smart about it. He's coming forward. He will come forward, but you saw the way that Chisora came out, and you saw the way that Usyk, I think, smartly, wasn't looking to get in there and trade with a guy who's just looking to land one big punch. So
and you can fight totally different against Chisora. You know what I mean? He doesn't have to use his angles as much. He was just beating him with his foot speed, and that's the thing about Usyk, man. He's so good with his feet. Like Joshua, believe me, has never faced a guy who's gonna make it hard for him to get in his stance. Like he's that dude who just never lets you get comfortable, never lets you get your feet planted. You know what I mean? So you're always throwing off balance. You know what I mean? And so. Yeah, it's definitely he's going to be the most skilled guy he's ever fought. It's just a matter of will he be able to not get caught with a big shot.
Well, I think also in that Usyk fight, you seen how small the ring was and how loose the ropes were. So I think rightfully so, he wasn't going to come walk straight ahead into Chisora round one and let him and hook off with him like a dumbass. You know, I mean, he does have weight. He is a heavyweight, and Usyk's not the biggest heavyweight in the world. He's got his feet. Why not use them?
Was that his first heavyweight fight too?
No. Usyk's no.
Second?
No, was that against Chisora? How many heavyweight fights into his career was that?
His first one was I don't even recall who the guy was, but
Chaz Witherspoon on like late notice. He was supposed to be fighting some.
So his second
kickboxer. Second was Chisora.
Oh, okay, that's right. Yeah. So he was still getting acclimated too, I'm sure.
Correct.
Heavyweight.
But, how tall is Chisora?
He's a smart cat. That's all I know. He's a very educated, very intelligent dude. He's not going to fall for a lot of the things that
Did you hear?
Isn't there a sense of urgency here, though?
Did you hear what Vladimir Klitschko said about sparring Usyk? I think when he was still active.
Nope.
He said that Usyk pieced him up.
Wow.
Yeah, man. I'm telling you, this guy's been fighting. He's been fighting
very talented. Yeah,
he's been fighting bigger guys for a while now. These were things that I didn't know in the beginning of Usyk's career. As I followed his career and learned about his amateur career, it's when I noticed he fought big guys already, like Junior Fa. What's the other guy's name? Joyce. And he's had a couple other fights too. I think even as a pro, when he wasn't fighting at the 200-pound weight limit, he's had a couple of technically heavyweight fights. So he knows how to fight big dudes.
And when you look at AJ, like his entire career, he's been a bruiser, like come forward, puncher, knockout type of a guy, right? Not quite as good as Mike Tyson, but in that vein. That's who he was always. And then that backfired because you got him knocked out against a nobody. And then he's trying this new thing, quote unquote boxing, but he fucking sucks at it. So when we're talking about Usyk acclimating to the division, yeah, that's a real concern. But AJ is acclimating to a whole completely opposite way of fighting than what made him AJ. Like in the last 3 fights, he's gonna somehow get the boxing skill to outbox Usyk. I think he has to come forward, put his foot down, and just try to bomb Usyk out every single round. I think he has to be the old AJ to beat Usyk legitimately.
Yeah, I think he's making the same mistake. I mean, Mr. B.A. made a video and he compared this fight, to a certain extent, this fight with Jones and John Ruiz. And I remember John Ruiz, he used to fight at above 135 or even 240 or something like that. But for the Roy Jones fight, he went all the way down to 225 or something like that, or 230, something like that. He came really light. Because
somebody gave him bad advice about that.
What was the weight?
Like, they told him they told him come in at 225. That was his weight, right?
Yeah, it was.
And
crazy.
he hadn't done that in a long time. Yeah.
And Joshua can't try to look perfect. Like a lot of times, and by perfect by his, abilities. Like a lot of times he would hold back on punches. Like you see openings, whether it's a lack of confidence, lack of ability, whatever. He needs to fucking lay leather on him every chance he gets. In the arms, the legs, the hips. Just hit him in the arms, hit him in his shoulder. Every time you get hit by someone the size of Joshua, takes a little bit out of you. If that's the way he's going to win, he's going to have to do shit like that. He can't try to sit there and box with Usyk. It would be just the worst thing to do.
Wouldn't it look ridiculous if AJ is actually the one that's moving I mean, he is fighting a cruiserweight, and AJ is supposed to be this big, badass, fucking heavyweight champion. And then, imagine he's the one that's moving around and like,
No way.
avoiding.
I don't think he's got the tank for that, man. I'll be honest with you. I think he's just going to come forward. Question is, can he cut the ring off early enough and land enough meaningful shots to? I'm not saying Usyk won't come forward, but to slow him down. Can he slow Usyk down?
I think if I was AJ, I would take the approach that Precise said earlier. I would try to bomb him out every single round. I would come in at least 245, around that weight class. Around that weight, and try to just bomb him out. I don't think boxing with him, this whole, let me box, let me come in lighter. I think that's going to affect him long as the fight goes on, right? As the fight goes on, the better boxer is going to end up winning that fight.
When the ring clears and it's just the three of them right in there, take a good, long, hard look at the ring size, and you're going to know how AJ's going to fight. If it's a matchbox, he's coming forward. If it's a 22, 24-footer, he's running, man.
Good point. I forgot about that. I remember that.
I just can't imagine him even trying to run. I mean, what? He's going to have he's going to point fight Usyk? Like he's going to try
But that's what he did with Ruiz, right? The second fight.
I got to go back and watch. These guys take such long layoffs, man. I got a pretty damn good memory, but.
Yeah,
dude, he ran. He would stop for maybe 4 times in a round. He would stop and get off some punches, but other than that, he just ran for 12 rounds.
Was he getting tired in that second fight though? Because I think Mr. B told me you have to.
I don't think so. Because there was nothing coming back, really.
If he's getting kind of tired,
he was just jogging,
controlling with his range. That's what I remember. I obviously the first fight was out there, but the second fight, I just thought he came in more. I don't know if I'd call it boxing. That's kind of what I thought he's been doing, was just coming forward, high guard. He's not going to get up on his toes and run and move anything like Usyk. He's not going to go crazy like Wilder. I don't know. You guys say bomb him out. I think of like Deontay Wilder with that fucking swinging.
No, not. Obviously, he doesn't fight like Wilder. He doesn't have that kind of erratic. Yeah, he doesn't have that erratic, that punch that comes off out of left field and just catches you, knocks you down. Yeah.
But if you're AJ and you don't have the politics on your side, do you want to box with Usyk or do you want to exchange with Usyk? Let's be honest.
No doubt about it. Come forward.
Make him exchange.
Yeah.
Cut the ring off with this guy. You got to.
Yeah.
I know it's funky because we start thinking about the getting jobbed and getting screwed over, and I do it. I might have been the first one on here, but I got to factor in. Here's what I think is going to happen, but just straight prediction. Just prediction with the fight. I'm just speaking about just if in a fair one, no bullshit. I can't control the judges.
Just give me your prediction. I'm gonna write it down.
He's gonna have to try to catch up with him, cut that ring off. The weights, I don't know. I don't think Usyk's gonna come in 260, and I don't think you're gonna see AJ try to come in at 220. I think it'd be foolish for both of them to do that.
That's what I do.
Hold on. I want Pete's prediction because I'm writing it down because these guys flip-flopping. Pete, you got to give me your prediction. I'm writing it down.
AJ, decision. AJ by decision. Catches up with them, hurts him enough to win more rounds than he loses. AJ.
All right. Wait, I want Precise's prediction, if you have it now.
Usyk wins, but if he doesn't knock him out, he gets robbed on the cards, and you're gonna have all the AJ fans screaming, "It could have gone either way," that type of shit.
Right.
Like you got people saying that Valdez dominated Conseco, that type of shit. They're in the chat too. So
he's got so many different last names on YouTube. It's like,
hey man, he did dominate Conseco, bro.
What's up? Hey, what's up? Let me give my prediction, Bucho, because I think you missed it. My prediction: AJ will win, probably by stoppage. Precise and Thunderdome will make excuses.
Is that all you gotta say?
That's all I gotta say, man. Peace.
Well, there we go. You just hang up.
Finally.
If I was AJ, I would come in. I would check his bio. You know what I mean? and find out what weight. I'm sure the money he's making, the people around him, they have a chart where they've written down where they keep track of his. They have punch pads where they can see the power exuded by a certain weight, quickness, because you know what I mean. They have it all figured out. I would go to the weight where he hits the hardest at a certain speed. So you want to be like moderate speed. So I would come in probably around 235, and I would lay on him. I would fucking punch. You would just have to mug him. Because there's just no way. I mean, he's smart enough to know. At least the people around him are smart enough to know he's not as skilled as Usyk in any capacity. He just isn't. So he's going to have to use what he has above Usyk, and that's just sheer brute strength and power.
Correct.
That's the only thing he's going to be able to use to beat him.
But Jimmy, do you think Usyk can get a decision?
Oof.
A draw?
You know what I mean? Like every time I say no, and then then he'll get a decision, make me look like a donkey. But
No,
this way,
never
would I be surprised if he gets robbed? Of course not. It's getting to the point now. It's almost like it's embarrassing to see you're a boxing fan.
It's every weekend. Every weekend there's a rivalry. Like every single time there's a big fight, it's a rivalry.
It's getting too frequent.
When it's always the in-house fighter, it always goes one way. It'd be one thing if it was a robbery and it was the fucking guy who wasn't the in-house fighter. You would say, But when it's always the in-house fighter,
yeah,
it just gets to the point where okay,
when you hear
you're gonna start factoring that in.
When you hear people say it could have went either way, it's not really true. It's because it doesn't go. It doesn't go the other way. It's not like
if it's not
the best way to describe it, right, is think about how bad Triple G had to beat Canelo in that first fight to get a draw.
If it's not close and it's like a shutout with Usyk, then I think they'll give it to him. But Usyk has to really dominate.
You do think about what you're saying, right? Like that's not how you really score fights. But because of the politics, you're asking one guy, in this case being Usyk, you're asking him to, just instead of coming in there and box, be a master boxer that night. I'm not saying he can't do it.
But Canseco, arguably, he clearly won at least 9 rounds. Fucking Castaño clearly won at least 9 rounds. I thought you could have given Canseco all 12, man, if you really stretched it for him. And he loses 117, 110 on one. I mean, that was like a fucking 30-round swing, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter if he dominates or doesn't dominate. That has nothing to do with it. When have we ever seen the B side, the guy that's not supposed to win, dominate and actually get a decision? At the very best, he'll get a draw. At the very best.
Usyk has won decisions on the road, though, like against
against his peers,
Latvia,
a bunch of Eastern Europeans.
Yeah, I don't.
The politics is not really, all that crazy.
They try to rob him against Chisora. He took 9 rounds against that guy, and they tried to rob his ass. And they had Bellew and all these other people saying that Chisora won the fight and got robbed.
It was closed.
Can you imagine? AJ needs to win 4 rounds, and it's going to be called a dominant performance, dominant victory. And all these people that picked AJ are going to just ride with that because, prediction record and shit. It's fucking ridiculous.
So hold on, Peter, just quickly. So Usyk, we keep saying he's a smart man. We're saying there's gonna be a potential robbery if he goes to the cards. Then what is Usyk like? Usyk must know this, right? I mean, he's a smart guy.
Right.
But he's not thinking about it.
So
you can't think like that, man. He can't fucking try to.
Plus, he's there that week on fight week. He's meeting with the commission people. He's meeting with everybody. I'm sure that everything's going to be up and up. He's being told, "Don't worry about that shit." So I'm sure the whole, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, he's thinking they're probably going to not fuck him, but it always ends up happening, right?
These guys do.
But realistically,
real quick. They do walkthroughs, right? They'll speak to everybody that's part of the fight, part of the commission. Hey, how you doing, Usyk? They smile in his face. I love the way you fight. You're a great fighter. This and this and that. But
we're fair here.
Yeah, we're gonna call it fair. But then when the fight's over, and he's like, "Damn, man, I shook these people's fucking hands, and they were like pretty nice, and they were smiling on my face." Or maybe he doesn't even need that. He gets it. He just understands.
Okay, so
he's like, look,
he's naive.
Yeah, pay me what you need to pay me. I'm gonna go in there and fuck this dude up. You know, I'm gonna
Oh,
go in
That's the
there.
way you got to think, right?
I
You don't
was
think
gonna
he's been
say,
fucking
man.
around fighting amateur fights all over the world in these tournaments and shit all over the place. They fucked up
I was
so
gonna
hard
say.
that the point
Go
is
ahead,
that
LT.
he's not going to be caught thinking about any of that shit. He cannot think about this guy smiling at me and this guy's telling me that I'm good, but maybe I'll get fucked over, so I got to knock him out. That's going to get his ass. That's going to get him in trouble. I think he's just too smart for that, and he's just too intelligent for it. He's not going to be put on tilt because of some perceived issue, and it's frustrating for us to talk about it. We got to fucking try to handicap this bullshit.
I was gonna say, man. Let's keep it 300 plus, man. So
Well,
yeah,
think
Usyk's gonna
about
win. You know,
you want
for the Bucho just pointed out 300. Yeah, let's keep it 300 like that, man. You know, there's no fun in it. So yeah, man, Usyk's gonna win, man. Definitely. You know what I mean? Usyk has to win, bro. Come on, man. There's no way fucking with an inside fighter like fucking Usyk. Psh, he's gonna get destroyed, bro. He's faster than Andy Ruiz and shit. Come on, man.
Yo, that's a good point, huh? He's way faster than Andy Ruiz, and look at what Andy Ruiz did to the guy during an exchange.
He's in better shape than Andy Ruiz. He's faster. He's everything.
But I think Joshua's not going to come in as big either. He's not come in with that stupid, oversized trap and shoulder girdle that he had when in that first fight. That was ridiculous.
I think AJ overanalyzed his loss. He's like, oh, I gotta fucking. He started listening to everybody. I gotta lose weight. I gotta do this. I gotta do that. I gotta do this, and he's just fucking with his own head. I think he could have made that fight, that rematch, a lot easier.
And you know what could suck too for Usyk, man? I'm sure, like they're not talking about here, but he's part of the fucking Free Ukraine militia army. He still carries rank and shit, and that shit might pop off real soon over there with Russia and Ukraine. They're firing at each other at the border, and I know he's heavily involved in that. He's part of from what I read, a militia. So fighting in the ring against UJ is that's baby shit compared to what that kid might be fucking going into soon. So God hope that don't happen.
Yeah, he's crazy, dude. Like the guy, just boxing is like fun for him. You know, he's just gonna go in there relaxed. He's gonna go in there, and I'm not saying that's what he's gonna do, but in his mind, he's like, game plan is break AJ down, like I do everybody else. Doesn't always work out that way. He goes 12 rounds and he beats him on points, but that's the game plan. Mm-hmm. He probably sees something in AJ that he's already working on.
Now on this panel, I keep hearing that Usyk has a big possibility of stopping AJ, but apparently the odd makers disagree with most of you. They say that again, 7-1 odds, 7-1 odds for Usyk.
Well, odds. You know what odd makers do though, right? I mean, that's kind of common sense, though, Bucho, right?
Too many people are.
History says that's what they usually use a lot of things, but fact is size and whatnot. They try to play it safe. But so I could see that. That's why they would think that it would be the AJs to be the one KO and Usyk.
What are the odds on AJ by KO?
By decision. I can't
AJ by
decision
KO.
is 4-1.
I think.
Crazy.
I think. I think
negative 110.
It depends on which side you're on. But go ahead, Bucho.
Yeah, AJ by stoppage is negative 110. So under.
Oh, 110. So like almost 50-50.
Well, you had to put $110 to win.
Yeah.
Which is even money. Yes.
Yeah, $1. Nah. It looks like they were.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, say one fighter did get knocked out. You can't underestimate that, man. That does play on a fighter's head. Once you've been knocked out, that changes everything in your head. An undefeated guy who's never been knocked out has that a little bit more confidence. It's human nature.
Yep, that is true.
It depends how you deal with it, right? And you got the two most unstable guys mentally. I'm saying just as far as their mindset, their in between fights, their conduct, you got the two most unstable guys in Fury and Wilder fighting each other, and you got about the two most stable heavyweights that I could think of fighting each other in AJ and Usyk. I know Usyk. I know AJ doesn't play with the fucking Rubik's Cube press conferences and shit, but I mean, aside from I just think that he handles himself properly. I don't think either one of them are going to get put on tilt by the other one's style.
Usyk is hungry, man. He's a little monster, man. I mean, not little, you know what I mean? But he's a monster, man. He's gonna go all out, bro. Swear to God, man, he's gonna win, man.
Yeah,
He's gonna win, man. He's gonna get a KO.
Well,
he needs to test that
AJ too, and go BDA Bucho.
Yeah, just quickly. I think Usyk, if he's smart, he's gonna like because somebody said, Pete said that he's a guy that got dropped in the past. Usyk needs to go test that chin. Test that fucking chin.
Of course, brother. That's exactly what he's gonna do. He's gonna check it early. That's what I said too. They said the first punch he lands, I wouldn't throw it all on it, right? First couple of rounds, maybe first round, test the punches, throw it 60, 65%. But the first time you get an opportunity to put one on his chin, that's when you load up on it. Because again, every fighter says to himself, I wonder what it's like to be knocked out. What would it take to knock me out? Where does my chin end? You know what I mean? What is it in Joshua has for now found that out. And in the back of your mind, you already know you can take it to that point. And that almost puts a natural governor on yourself. I'm telling you, I've heard it so many times from guys once they've been stopped.
Exactly, man. And look, man, AJ already quit once. What's gonna make you think he's not gonna quit again, bro? You know what I mean? Like, he already quit on the fucking stool against Andy Ruiz.
Well, he didn't quit on the stool.
He quit on the stool. He got stopped.
But basically, he threw the mouthpiece, like,
Yeah, he spit them out.
What I mean, he looked around, like, where am I? I don't want. Why ain't no one singing "Sweet Caroline"? Like, you know what I mean? Like, why?
LT's fucking.
Why?
All right.
I like this guy.
You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, you're right. But the thing about it is, you could take it one or two. It happened, right? So it happened. He got clipped. He's a human being, and he's in the heavyweight division. So you could process it as a lesson going forward, not to get overzealous. And just because you knock a guy down doesn't mean you can come in there with a guy that's got you outreach by a mile. Doesn't mean you can go in there and hook off with a guy just because you knocked him down. Doesn't necessarily mean he's hurt. He can clip your ass.
One
and
thing
then he can hit you with fucking body shots too and stop your ass.
That Usyk is good at. One thing that's good that Usyk is good at is like when he's like backing off. You think he's on the back foot, then he stops and throws a fucking whatever, right? He throws his either his jab or he throws an overhand left. He's very good. Yeah, he's very good at that, stopping and punching. Really, like he's backing off, and then he just stops out of nowhere, and boom, boom. He catches you with these like fucking Muhammad Ali kind of snapping punches.
They used to call them pivot shots. Pivot their weight. Yep, pivot shots. You don't expect it, and they just suddenly pivot and whack you.
10 players did a video. Go ahead.
No, real quick. That quit shit, that really could go either way. Because when you look at Vitaly, and no way am I saying that AJ is cut from the same cloth as he's soft. He is soft. I'll give you that. But he quit, and then he felt like he had something to prove. You look at Duran, right? He quit, but only fucking once. So it could motivate him to be that much mentally tougher, or at least try. So
yeah,
because
I'm pretty sure that AJ suffered a lot of
compare the two, right? He wasn't just delusional about it.
Yeah, because
I'm pretty
sure AJ,
everybody saw it happen, accept it or not. Wilder's not accepting. He's not going to fucking acknowledge it. Okay.
Because I'm pretty sure AJ suffered a lot of backlash after he basically quit or whatever you want to call it, and mentally maybe he doesn't want to go through that again. You know what I mean? Like he managed to redeem himself with that win against Andy Ruiz. Yeah, but for him to go through that again, maybe he's like, fuck it. This time I'm actually gonna fucking try even harder because I don't want to suffer that again. But we're talking about Usyk. But what about the power? AJ's power. I mean, has Usyk already tasted power like that?
As Usyk tastes power
AJ's
like
power,
AJ?
like power, like like can we say that Chisora hits as hard as AJ? Can we say Gassiev hits as hard as AJ? What do you guys think?
Yeah,
Look.
Even if Gassiev doesn't hit as hard as AJ, Usyk was drained at cruiserweight, and he took that power just fine. So I think he'll be okay. Now, obviously, you don't want to get hit by AJ over and over, bang on the chin, but like one or two here and there, I think he'll be fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
So AJ's power is nothing extraordinary, basically. AJ's power is nothing extraordinary. What do you guys think?
He's a fucking heavyweight.
No.
And what Usyk does not want is for him to catch up to him, get him in the corner, get him on the ropes, and like Jimmy was saying, manhandle him. Just be bigger. Use the weight. just make it
Lean
ugly
on his ass.
with his grabbing behind the head, throwing uppercuts like he did to Klitschko. The shit gets fucking old when you're giving away 30 pounds to a guy. You know what I'm saying? So you definitely don't want to be in that situation. I think that was very clear in the Chisora fight. He was not looking to get in that situation. He will come forward and he will score his points. He will come forward, no doubt. But that's a controlled pace with his front hand, with his lead hand, with that fencing style he's got. And he's gonna have to find his distance, which he will. But
because he's taller too, Pete, he's gonna have that fucking leverage. So on the lean department, anytime they're in a clutch, I would just lay my body across him and just add that extra weight to his legs. Even if it's just a few seconds, man. Yeah, you put that 240 pounds on someone's chest. Yeah, it just adds to that leg stress. Let's see if Josh will do it. I don't know if it's true. I heard Joshua's been training, been running and taking, doing, you can do the fucking verbal tests on your phone, IQ tests, whatever, where you're running. He's also doing light training as he's jogging. He's running on a treadmill, and they do the light thing where you have to. I don't know. It's just they're trying to keep it because I guess that Lomachenko's father's big into that. Ever watch his training? He does mental speed too. Tries to make it, so you don't become mentally exhausted while you're fighting him, because that's what Lomachenko does to you with the hand movement and everything. Gets you fucking fried mentally. And I heard, I don't know if it's true, but Joshua's been utilizing some of that so to try to stay more fresh.
It blows my mind that a guy like Joshua that anybody with that at that level with that kind of, I guess, backing, so to speak, financial backing, is not up on this. They're not. It's not just road work and fucking 50 rounds of sparring a day. Get a goddamn sports psychologist in there. Get your mind right. And then as far as the mental acuity of the light training, that wall with the lights on it, checking your peripheral and making sure you're not jumping around and staring at every single light to match him up. He's fucking playing Jenga in between sparring rounds. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's alternative type. Like it's like probably considered like voodoo shit. You know what I mean? Like
but every other organized sport in the fucking in the fucking world is caught on to this, right?
Okay.
Well, that's why wealthier boxers, the kids who have made it, or A-sides or whatever you want to call them, have an advantage over guys. If a guy's promoting and you're just barely making enough money where you're not having to work full time, you're coming along. Think about it. You get fucking done sparring or whatever. You're lucky if you get an ice pack. Right. These motherfuckers, like Canelo, gets full body massages, and you cannot understate how important that is to work that last acid out. All that little shit helps. And when you're surrounded, like you just said, Pete, with that kind of money is invested in you, I can't see how you wouldn't utilize that. You wouldn't have all that psychologist, fucking a chef, everything. It's amazing how many professional fighters are literally still doing shit like you would do out of the back of your fucking car. It's a local gym.
This is
no matter what level they get to, it's crazy.
Jimmy, this is what Wilder has been doing the whole time.
Yeah, but you see Wilder.
I'm joking.
You're right.
As hard-headed as he is, you never see the guy gas in a fight, and you never see him do road work. So what does that tell you?
Yeah,
they've got a. I'm just going to say the word nutritionalist. I'm not going to just be derogatory, but they've got a chemical coach who's handling. You fill in the blank, whatever it's going to be, from blood doping to EPO to who knows what it is nowadays, right? So my point is,
it would be blood doping and EPO because steroids really don't help with you.
That I know of. I'm saying just the last thing that I know about is that, right? So I don't know if we're on the gene. We could be on the gene. We could be on further. There might be something new, but the point is, he's not jogging at all, and you don't see him gas out in fights, even the first Fury.
He's a natural. Wilder's
a natural. He's got it handled.
No, he is. He is a true natural, bro. He is absolutely. Can't box, but he's a fucking natural. He's a guy that he could play any sports, anything. It's not. He doesn't have to practice. It just, I'll be.
He play boxing.
Come on, bro. Come on, man. Like, how is he gonna get tired if he only throws one punch, man?
There you go. Exactly. He's only throwing one punch.
Man, I could walk around for 12 rounds and just throw 3 or 4 times in around the
Now
right, the
let me
right
see this
hand.
dude throw
He throws,
five
he throws
inches.
50 fucking times. He lands one. That's the problem.
Let me
He was
see this
pretty
guy
fucking
fight
tired that fight too. With his
Let me
last
see him
fight.
fight for 3 minutes of every round, and then I'll say whether or not he can get tired or not. But he's a no. But to your point, like I don't really think
Talking
he
about
spars.
AJ, bro? Hey, are we talking about
We're talking
Wilder?
about, we're talking about Wilder, right?
He throws like a fucking maniac. It's about the hardest goddamn. It's about the most wind you need. He misses 75% of his fucking punches. You just can't wing right hands over and
That
over. It's
one
like Tank
punch and
Davis.
knocks you down, and then he usually gets a legit knockout or a PBC stoppage, right? I mean, either one.
Recognize it takes
I agree.
it takes 50 missed shots to get to the one that he lands. You understand? That's hard.
Yes.
That's
Pete, did
to
you hear
have to
about-
not jog and do that. That's not about being a natural. That's about they got it taken care of. So, I guess first starting out, like Jimmy was saying, first starting out at this level, when you're first, you don't know who's who. You don't know about any of their intangibles. I guess you can't go. Even if you had the money, you can't really just put it in all those different directions. But it's definitely enough to separate guys at the top from one another. It's definitely enough to make a difference at the top. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Or they're taking something, I'm sure. But I still say that he's a natural, meaning
He's athletic. He's that word they
built like a
always
machine.
uses.
But
Athletic.
I think what Pete was getting at, if I understood correctly, I kind of agree, because to me it seems like the UK drug regimen, they're like stuck in the 90s, man. I mean, Fury's getting caught with nandrolone. What's his face? These guys are getting caught with like this bullshit. I mean, it helps and all, but they're like bodybuilding drugs and shit. Why the fuck are you taking that, right? So AJ's basically been cultivating like beach muscles, gym muscles, right? And if Wilder is on something, which I believe he is, it's things that do give you stamina, that give you quickness, that give you like a mental edge, right? He's taking nootropics, the type of things that actually help your reaction time. They help you stay sharp, help you think, help you breathe. You know what I mean? Versus AJ just taking like 90s roids basically just to look like a bodybuilder.
Even Adderall precise is crazy for focus and giving you juice.
Two
You know what I mean?
things.
Simple Adderall.
Yeah, two things. Number one,
Phentermine.
Say again?
Or phentermine, right?
Yep.
Speaking of excuses,
Wilder-
right? Because I keep
Well,
hearing all this
Wilder's-
shit about excuses. All I gotta say is herbal tea.
Bro, Wilder's on that. Like, speak it, believe it, and receive it, man.
Oh yeah.
The only reason why someone would
Speak it,
take
believe it, and
steroids, like
receive
straight up
it. Speak it,
steroids,
believe it, and receive it.
the only benefit steroids gives a fighter is recovery. They just can recover. They can work harder and recover. Like if you really put yourself through a kick-ass fucking all-out workout, it takes at least 72 hours for your body to fully heal from that. So if you're training every day, your body's never really recouping, and that can cause a whole litany of problems. Steroids, it just almost eliminates that. It just helps you recoup so quick. That's the benefits of steroids to a boxer. Not the bulk kind. There's even kind like which is super toxic to the liver, but put almost no weight. It's an aggression, complete power, explosive movements, and aggressive. We used to be a steroid for like wrestlers, collegiate wrestlers, like because it didn't add any weight, but it's super toxic to your liver, and your hair falls out in clumps. So not too many people take it.
What do you guys think AJ Usyk are gonna weigh in at? I'm gonna go first. I'll say AJ's gonna be 232. Usyk's gonna be 7 pounds lighter. That's what I think. What are you guys thinking?
Like 225?
232 and 224.
What were their weights for the last
think
fight?
comes in heavier.
For Usyk weighed in at 217, I believe, for the Chisora fight. So 220. Is he really bulking up? I don't know. I heard he's bulking
222. Go 222, Bucho.
I'll go 222.
He'd be smart.
Fucking nice number. 222, baby.
Yeah, some Freemason shit there. 223.
But the point I'm trying to make, I don't see more than a 10-pound difference on the scales between these two guys.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be that.
What did AJ weigh in his last fight? Anybody know? Just offhand, I mean ballpark.
No. In the chat, let us know how much did AJ weigh against.
I think he was 240, 235 for Ruiz, and maybe 240 for Puglia, something like that.
Endgame says.
And remember, you
245.
don't put it past Ugas to be. I mean, fucking to do something like come in 4, 5, 6 pounds lighter on weigh-in just to fuck with him. You know what I mean? And then just cob up that night and add, blow up 10 pounds or so.
AJ came in at
let him
240.
know.
AJ came in at 240 against Pula.
Yeah, somebody said okay, 240.
240. Well, that's pretty big.
That guy's big though. I mean, 6'6".
Oh yeah, 6'7", isn't he? Actually, 6'7". I thought they listed him as big shoulders too, man. Wide shoulder girth.
Yeah.
He's got round muscle belly, so everything's gonna look bigger on him. You know what I mean? He's one of those dudes who looks so much huger with his shirt off. Like you'll see those guys with a t-shirt on, you're like, you don't look that jacked, and they take the shirt off. It's because they got small joints and round muscle bellies.
Bro,
so optically, it looks big.
Put him next to Fat Fury in a t-shirt, and he's gonna look small next to Tyson. I tell you that.
Hey, for Ruiz, he came in at 237.
For Ruiz at 237, yeah, that was his lightest probably since.
Did you guys see those photos? Someone tweeted, and I don't know if I'm tripping or not, but he looked like deflated to me, man. He looked like he was 230.
No, I didn't see the pictures.
He's smart too.
Let me.
I mean, listen, he's gonna have to be quicker than he's ever been to hang with Usyk in terms of his foot speed. And I'll tell you something else. Usyk, I don't think he could gain enough weight. Proper weight, smart, controlled weight to really slow himself down enough for AJ to be moving with him. So I think Usyk could try to bring as much power as he can to the table. I don't know that he's got enough to knock AJ out, to be honest with you. I don't know if AJ is going to let it happen. He's had problems in the past, AJ, with these guys that get up underneath him. Sometimes he fights too tall for his own good and a little too brave. Too tall for his own good in that Takam fight. He's just letting guys get underneath him, and he's too fucking rigid about it. And too brave with Ruiz and fighting a shorter guy. And you see what happened to him. So Usyk.
So that night, a lot of that, he knew his tank was gone. He had no wind. He knew, so he was, I think, trying to get him out of there because he knew that his legs were gone, weren't under him that night.
This is AJ?
Yes. They never lost in New York.
It could come down to, it could come down to a goddamn a bad insulin injection or something with these guys. Sometimes it's just the shit, excuse me, leading up to the fight, or any of these guys in between fights. I think it's a hell of a lot more involved for a hell of a lot less money than you think to get complete analysis done and find out exactly what this guy needs to be taken. If he needs to slim down, again, it's take care of it with the trainer. I don't think AJ is going in the gym. He looks like a fucking NFL linebacker, a defensive end. Too bulky for necessarily his own good, but at the end of the day, he's walking in and his trainer's telling him this is what we're doing today.
Look at the picture.
Unless you're Deontay Wilder, where you're going to do whatever you want like an asshole, then you walk in the fucking gym and this trainer's telling you what to do, and you're going to take this injection and you're going to take this, and you're not asking any questions.
I just posted a picture. Apparently, this is a recent picture. You guys can look at. If you click somewhere on Discord, you can see it.
My point is that we've been saying for a long time now that he looks like a fucking NFL, like a defensive end, man. The guy's big, and he's most boxers got at least their legs, not as drastic as Wilder, but usually you see a boxer more times than not having a smaller lower body, excuse me, than an upper body, and when you don't, excuse me, with like a Porter, he's got that football background. You see, it limits him. He's just not as light and fast on his feet as he'd like to be. But look, that picture that Bucho just put up, that guy looks like a fucking NFL player. Where he's doing cleans and shit. So whoever's training him is giving him his lifts. They're telling him what to do, and he's doing it.
But compared to what he generally looks like, he looks a lot slimmer, man. He doesn't look as bulky as he normally does. Yeah, he still looks big and all, but not really, man.
And if he's losing, if he's slimming it down, if he's leaning out, then it's probably a good thing, right? I think we've all been saying that for a while.
Yeah, it's a good thing for sure. But someone said it. They're gonna wait to make the prediction. Wait for the weigh-in. And I think the weigh-in's gonna be interesting, and we're gonna finally see them side by side, right? We're gonna be able to compare the sizes, and everything that I've heard from people who've met AJ, they say he looks big on TV or whatever, but like in person, you could tell that he's just blown up. That he's actually a really slim guy who just looks big because he put on a lot of muscle, as we suspect unnaturally. But like people who've met him in person, obviously he's a big guy, don't get me wrong, but like compared to someone like Tyson or some of these other guys, he's not that broad actually. He's like a basketball player. Like a Kevin Durant basketball player, not LeBron, you know?
Look at his waist.
Isn't that what people say about Recognize the Matrix though?
No one knows. No one's ever seen Recognize.
He's darker in person. Hey, the thing is that definitely Deontay Wilder's in the same boat. You know, that guy's like a fucking NBA. He's like a damn basketball player, super skinny all the way around.
Yeah.
Especially those legs, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Yo, those legs looked even thinner now. I saw a picture in there.
Chicken legs.
They're even worse now. And by the way, I don't know if some of you guys missed this, but apparently Deontay Wilder said that he has a new trainer. He has 2 trainers now. And he says that he's not learning anything new, but what the trainers are doing is that they're bringing the skills that he already had inside him. So I said this is a red flag because this guy should be saying, yes, I'm learning new things. He's saying, no, I'm just tapping into my inner fucking skills or something like that. What do you guys think?
Nothing he ever says makes any sense, so I don't really read into it anymore because it's just dumb shit all the time.
Correct.
Decipher it. Yeah, you're right.
His best press conference ever was putting those fucking headphones on and shutting up, just sitting there with his mouth shut. Probably the best presser he's ever given, the most sane one he's ever given. Now, look here. The thing about it is, when is that fight? That Fury Wilder fight?
I think 2 weeks after this fight, I believe.
2 weeks. Yeah.
Let me check. Yeah, the 9th. Yeah, it's 2 weeks after the AJ fight. 9th of October.
What, is Malik Scott not still his trainer? I don't follow this
he
shit
is,
as
but
close
there's
day to
another
day.
guy. People were mentioning him in the chat. I forgot his name. So he has, I guess, 2
Don
trainers.
House. He was like a MMA cut man or something.
I think he and Malik broke up.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Are we being for real? He's not with Malik Scott anymore, or are we being for real about that?
Malik Scott, the guy that spiked his water, is that the guy?
No.
I'm pretty sure they have an open relationship, though.
I'm drinking breathing water right now.
Oh, God.
That's good.
Show the king your fat booty, baby. Show the king the fat booty.
I get faded on them breathing waters. I love it. The thing about it is, listen, man, I swear to God, I know this goes against I guess whatever is most recent, but I just really think that even Fury Wilder, this third fight is 50-50. I think that first fight, I honest to God, man.
I agree, man. I agree. Wilder could knock him out, man. He really could.
I think that first fight's what you're going to get again.
I don't know if you guys.
And something could happen off. It's any given night, but look.
Yeah, but it's like, okay, hold on. Yeah, this is what we've been saying since the first fight, right? If he lands a shot, it's over. We saw 2 fights and it was never over. So why do you guys think that this is a 50-50 fight?
I just think what you saw in the first fight is really both guys' real fighting style. It's just truly who they are as fighters in terms of their approach, their weight, their strength, the whole 9. And I think flaws and everything. And I think it was a damn close fight. I could say it was a draw. Didn't blow me out of fucking water. Came out a draw. I think it was a draw. And but now, and that's also a fight where the complete unexpected doesn't happen, like fucked up training camp or illness or injury or something like that. That was just a straight fight from both guys. That's about what you get from both guys. Now, the problem is the second fight, if Wilder learns anything, obviously got to be incremental, but just set up your fucking right hand. You know, I don't know if anybody can talk to the guy or what, but you see him get fucking caught in the third round of the second fight and never allowed to recover. Partly because Fury put it on him, and partly because Wilder just doesn't fucking take a goddamn knee. Take a fucking count. Get your head together. Clinch. He did nothing. He just, he
got back up immediately. I don't think that would have made a difference, to be honest.
Yeah, but Bucho, it would have, like, I guess Devin Haney and
this is in subdued against Costas, remember? Then he should have taken a knee because he was all over the place. This guy.
Who's this kid? Devin Haney. Devin Haney, did he fought this last guy Lomachenko fought at 35 or 40?
Linares.
He clipped him, and for the rest of the fight, the whole entire last round, he did nothing but hold. And everybody was pissed, and everybody was booing him, and he just said he didn't hold, wasn't hurt. Bullshit. He was fucking fucked up, and he wasn't coordinated enough to throw a punch, so he held. Let the fucking rough take a point away from you, but don't get just brutalized for the next 5 rounds like Wilder did. All right?
I don't know. I think that Fury, if this fight goes as scheduled, I think Fury's I have confidence that, especially when it comes to Wilder, that he's coming in there to win. But if he postpones, it's because the whole time he didn't feel that he can beat him the third time. And I think it really comes down to what happens. I know this might sound crazy, but I think whatever happens between AJ Usyk, be prepared for what's going to happen with that fight. Like if AJ beats Usyk, he might come in there motivated and to school him again. But if he comes in, if he's going in there to say, well, if I win, I'm going to fight Usyk, he might not have no motivation and just be like, yeah, I got COVID again. Or something's wrong with my daughter. Some shit.
I just think this fight, all of their fights have always been bigger than boxing, man. There are some really occult forces. There's all kinds of shit happening behind the scenes, and whenever you look,
second fight, right?
Wilder Fury.
Weird.
Yeah. When you look at the build up to the fight, the things that they say, the things that they wear, the sort of Madonna concert that them fights are, you know what I mean? Before anything ever happens, you just never know with this shit. But so I'm not even making a boxing prediction, man. I'm not making any prediction. I'm just saying, be careful with this fight because this shit's just bigger than boxing. That's what I'm gonna say. But insofar as boxing goes, yeah, look, on skill and all that other stuff, you should be picking Fury every single time, no doubt about it. But you keep getting in there with the big puncher like Wilder, eventually he's gonna get you. That it's just a matter of chance and probability. Is the third fight finally the one? Probably not, but you keep giving a puncher chances, he will capitalize. Sooner or later, he will. It's just what happens.
Like the Pacquiao-Marquez situation, right? Kept fighting Marquez, kept fighting him.
Exactly.
And Marquez landed that fucking punch that he probably dreamed about.
I just think in the first fight that you just learn. Forget Wilder if he's learned. Let's talk about the fucking rest of the boxing world that's watching the fights. Like we've been saying forever. If you don't set up that right hand, right? If you don't set up that right hand, then it's just going to be like a goddamn game of roulette, trying to hit a number in roulette, spinning the ball around the wheel. Mm-hmm. You're going to get in, and you're not defending yourself either while you're doing it. So we've watched film after film of him running in with his chin up in the air and getting fucking.
You remind me of the sequence when he dropped him in the first fight in the last round. I thought he might have said. Didn't he set up that right hand? I don't remember.
Yeah, it wasn't really
the uppercut.
It was no. He's talking about the knockdown in the 12th round of the first fight.
The 12th round.
It was an uppercut. It was exhaustion, man. I mean, it wasn't that hard of a shot. Tyson Fury fell over. Listen, it's an exhausting fight. It's an exhausting fight style that Tyson Fury has for a guy like that. That erratic movement, he doesn't even know. that
Fury was
upper body,
clowning
just that
around.
off rhythm shit. It's very, very difficult to do. You know what I'm saying? It's just as difficult as winging a right hand and not connecting 50 fucking times before you hit with the one. So
Fury was clowning
the point
around,
of the matter, though,
guys.
is that I don't think, if anything, you take from it, it's that, Wilder, if you just set up your fucking punch, you could actually land it cleaner and more efficiently with less risk to yourself. And if you did anything from Fury, it's that I don't fucking value the guy. I don't like that upper body.
Let's talk about that
what you saw
knockdown again.
against Klitschko.
Okay, Pete. Sorry to cut you off here.
Oh,
He
yeah,
was
go ahead, man.
Fury was clowning around, man. That's why he got dropped 2 times in
He
the
always
first
does.
fight. Yeah, he was clowning around. So let's forget about that.
tongue
Shit.
out and
Let's look
shit.
at the second fight. Do we really have to do this? Back to the first fight? I mean, yeah, we're trying to sell this fight because this is what these fuckers are doing. They're trying to go back to the first fight and just forget about the second fight, right? Because they're trying to sell you a third fight. Looking at the second,
you and I have disagreed about this. Not disagreed, but you and I have had thought differently about this from the day after the second fight.
Really?
Right? Yeah, there's going to be a third fight. Yes, of course, there's going to be a third fight. These guys are polarizing enough, both during that fight and then since that fight. Of course, there's going to be a third fight, right? It's premature to do it before Fury and AJ resolve that. So Wilder wanting his immediate rematch, fucking. But instead of taking a tune up, he wants to just take 2 fucking years off or whatever. Instead of tuning up that way, he wants to just fucking disappear for 18 months, 18 or 20 months, and then do it then, right? It's premature. These fight dates have been canceled. And you'll notice that when AJ and Usyk set a date and cancel it, or the Middle Eastern site fee falls through, you'll notice that when they cancel these fights, they keep hopping over each other to later calendar dates. Eddie Hearn with AJ.
Open the slider downstairs, did you?
Oh my God, no.
All right, Jimmy, mute your mic, please.
Eddie
What's that?
Hearn with
mute. All right, go
Eddie Hearn with.
Sorry, guys.
Eddie
I
Hearn,
didn't know. I fat thumbed it.
Don't worry.
Eddie Hearn and Aram are trying to put together this Fury AJ fight, and they're fucking bluffing each other and pissing each other and fronting on each other, knowing that, and they're telling each other, "Look, we got other options. We can go with Usyk." And Aram saying we could make this third Wilder fight. They'll both sell. They're both fights people want to see. But when they keep canceling these dates, you notice they keep resetting behind the other one and putting the other person on check now. They keep transferring it over to the other one to see if they'll actually do it or not. So I think we're at this point maybe a week away, although there has been no promotion. Not that I follow day to day, but there has been no promotion, so who the fuck knows? But I guess we're going to go forward and have Usyk and AJ.
AJ tested positive for COVID.
Shut up, man.
I can't believe Hearn would even risk it like that, but he's going to do it.
Your king is here.
So now you're going to get your third fight with AJ and Fury. I mean, with Fury and Wilder. But
hey, we're talking about as if these heavyweight fights are like the fights of like big fights. You know what I mean? Like we're just talking about these fights because they're coming up. But to be honest, I'm not super excited for Wilder Fury, for example. Usyk Joshua, I'm kind of excited, but
they don't care. They just worry about will it sell. You know what I'm trying to say? And
So you watch it, but it's not something you were hoping for. It wasn't on your dream fights, right?
Yeah.
It's the top 4
Same
heavyweights.
thing.
Lucha, right? It's the top 4 guys in the division. I'd rather see them fight than listen, the thing about these guys is they take these layoffs and they don't even keep a momentum. Momentum's big, in sports and in the game, in the fight, and in your career. Momentum is huge.
Plus, it just fucking, their timing's off. It's ring rust. It's so sick fight after fight. That's all they talk about is ring rust.
Yeah, right.
So, I mean, look, you go back and you watch fight from the 90s. Oh my God, 80s, 90s. Go back on YouTube, watch them. The fights were so much more crisp and violent, and they were better because the fighters fought more often.
But that's what I was gonna say. Like the reason why you're not excited, Bucho, is because these fights have been. If we do finally get a fight, it sucks. And then if it's like even halfway good, somebody gets robbed. But like, when have we, like, I always go back to this example, Triple G Canelo, right? Two guys more or less on the same level insofar as the whole A side, B side bullshit, and they both gave it a go in both fights. When was the last time you had a fight at that level or similar to it, where the B side actually tried to win? Actually try to win, put everything on the line and try to win. When was the last time you saw that?
Taylor Ramirez? Not at that same level. I wouldn't say.
That was a good fight. That was a good fight, though. That was a good fight. But the point I'm trying to make, guys, not necessarily the mega fights, but guys that are well known and they're both on that same level, more or less, in their careers, insofar as popularity, purses, all that other shit. It's not a mismatch when it comes to the A side, B side shit. And then those guys give us a good fight. But when it's any one of Canelo's fights, they're fucking snooze fest. All of his fights suck. Because the guy comes in and he's not even trying to win. And most of these fights that we get, these B-sides ain't trying to win.
Does anybody think Plant has a chance to win? Is anyone going into that fight thinking Plant's going to win?
Yeah.
I mean, he got
the PBC side is. They're all thinking he's
it's another pay-per-view where it's a predetermined outcome, almost in my book. I don't fucking give Plant no chance to win in that fight.
Yeah, Canelo has transcended boxing. And he's now like some sort of idol. And people will just watch his fights, Mexican especially, barbecue and all that fucking party thing. But they're no longer, it's an event. It's no longer a boxing fight. I don't know if I'm explaining it correctly. You know, it's an event. It's we're going to watch him be in the ring. That's it.
That's what they're trying to do with Giovanni Davis, man. I mean, Gervonta Davis, that's what Ellerby keeps tweeting. We're trying to make an attraction. Doesn't necessarily mean the best boxer. Doesn't necessarily mean fighting the most exciting fights. It's just that we want... So, so you want all the fucking money and the accolades of professional boxing without the boxing part. Fucking clowns.
But look at that Gervonta Davis fight or Haney Linares, right? The B side hurts the A side, and then they just fucking look at him. You know what I mean? They just sit there and look at him. They hit him good, and then they just fucking stand there and go, oopsie, oh, sorry, didn't mean to do that.
The sport's going to be what it is if you let any one guy get big sport.
I missed the B side like Vernon Forrest when he hurt Shane Mosley, the A side. He was trying to kill that motherfucker. You know?
Yeah, like what happened to those fights? Look at MMA. This is why people go for watch MMA, because someone gets hurt there immediately. They jump on top of them. You know what I mean? They don't give a fuck.
I think the B side has either gotten too soft lately. I don't know.
I don't think
it's timing. It's all timing. It's the ring rust. It's just a shit product, man. I mean, hey, we say it right. Fucking being recognized. You talk about it all the time. That saying, "Steal, shop, and steal." But it's true. There's a reason why certain adages have been around forever, because it's true. Like Canelo became better. Triple G both came out of that first fight better from fighting each other. Like, I guarantee you, Triple G's confidence, like, I took everything that kid had, and I wasn't even rocked. So, like, that just builds confidence. You become better when you fight the best. So, when you're fighting when you have carefully crafted resumes that are fucking, you put together to hope you win that big fight so you can retire. I mean, to me, Plant's a paper champ. I mean, that's how little respect I have of him.
Guys like Teofimo Lopez, are they looking at the careers of some of these boxers and where they ended up? And are they using this as references? Because, for example, Keith Thurman. Where is Keith Thurman now? You know what I mean? Like Spence and Crawford, they're both in their 30s. They haven't fought each other. Shouldn't those...
Teofimo is right on schedule.
He wants to follow that trend. He wants to follow that trend.
Right on schedule, man.
Why would he?
I'm talking about just like what he's saying lately, right? Look, I heard a lot of people say, well, you got to give him credit. He fought Nakatani, Kome, and then he fought Lomachenko. Okay, fine. But from what he's saying and what looks like is on the horizon, sounds like that was it for him. And you're just going to have to accept it. You're just going to have to accept that, my toughest fights were early. And not saying that Kambosos cannot be a tough fight. It could be. I don't know, but very, very unlikely that that's going to be a competitive fight. It's probably going to be, Kambosos lands a couple of shots until he gets stretched. Right, he gets hit with a big counterpunch, and he gets knocked out.
Teofimo had good 6 rounds in his entire career so far. That's all he had. Like, all of his other fights were all setups. They all sucked. There was nothing really there for anybody. He had 6 good rounds after Loma stopped running away from him. And now he thinks he's made it to the top, and he's like ready to retire. And now he's ready to just cash out and retire. These guys are soft, man, these days.
Yeah,
they're just in over their head sometimes, and they don't understand what it is, what a short window it is. And talking about retiring, none of these guys talking about living the rest of your life with what you make between the age of 20 and 35. None of these guys can just simply hang it up at 35. None of them, and fucking live forever. I could drop a fucking money on you that would blow you the hell away, and it wouldn't stretch you to the rest of your life. So the problem is that, with Teo is that fight's not going to happen with Kambosos. They overbid for the fight. It's a shitty number. It's a bad bid. And instead of throwing it out like you would do in any other bid process, just off the fucking wall. Whoa.
I won't be surprised if this kid is on the fucking podium in a couple of months from now, crying like a fucking bitch.
Yo,
I need some time off.
Listen, all he's done is entering into something that he's not going to get paid
emotions right now.
Wait, who Matrix? Who are you talking about?
I'm talking about Teofimo. Parrot Nose. I call him Parrot Nose. That guy. I won't be surprised if he pulls like a Mayweather, gets up on the podium, he starts crying. I need some time off. I'm going through a lot. Me and my father, we don't see eye to eye and everything.
Some guy on Twitter called me Pelican Beak. Some guy named Matrix. The thing about it is, that fight's not going to happen. They overbid and they can't pay for that. You ever bought something you can't afford? I mean, you ever bought something?
I did. I have. Yes.
Of course you have.
Yeah.
Never have.
It's called cars. And then when they would come back to collect it, I would just hide it in somebody's parking lot. Please let me just leave the car here. Well,
you need to come get this. You need to come get this van. Your van's still parked in my house. But anyway, the thing about it is, that's with a car. But I'm talking about in a bid process, they just fucking Top Rank and Matchroom came in with an educated number. It's a sealed bid, so you never know who's what the other guy's number is, but you want the fight. The problem is that they just overbid the fight.
So who are you blaming? Are you blaming Teofimo Lopez for this, or are you blaming Triller?
I'm blaming Lopez.
I'm blaming both. I mean, Lopez set it up to go to a purse bid. Lopez set the situation up to go to a purse bid, man.
You blame Triller. You blame Triller, whatever the fuck. But you also got to blame Lopez, right? He's the prostitute that's fucking saying let me entertain this fucking situation with Triller because they might give me $5 million, whatever the fuck it was, instead of just going with the Bob Arum game plan. Now, the Bob Arum game plan may not be the best thing for him. I'm not saying that, but still, you got to blame Lopez. He had an obligation to Bob Arum.
Yeah,
right. All this shit about we got to appreciate these fighters because they're like modern day warriors. It's like no. We don't have to do it. Yeah. We don't have to do none of that. We basically we're just. First of all, I'm not obligated to anything. We are all just people who like to talk on YouTube about boxing. All right. Sometimes we're gonna say
too many dudes suck fighters balls.
Yeah,
give them way too much to calm down.
Man, I know modern day warriors
Your king
all my life.
It's a fucking sport, man. They're playing. They are playing boxing. It is a sport. So the bottom line to it is
compensated. I feel bad for the rugrats who work full time and get their brains scrambled for fucking $10,000. Those guys I respect more than these guys like Plant who make $750,000 for Franken boots.
I got guys working in a boat factory that get their brains scrambled with chemicals and fiberglass, particulate matter. They work their whole lives doing that.
You're a good boss.
You understand me? I'm doing it with him. I've grown up doing it with him.
I know you are, dude.
So the bottom line to it is, I don't care if you're I don't care if you're boxing or if you're fucking working. There's a lot of guys that are sacrificing now for something more for somebody else, for their family. So
your guys aren't unionized?
what do you think? You think how many unions you got in Florida? Anyway, so hold on. So the thing about it is, Tio should get paid what he's worth. He tried to do that. You seen Bob Aaron didn't give a shit if it went to purse bid. Good luck. He put the same number in that purse bid as he offered him before he rejected it. The number that he was disagreeing with him about, it's exactly, he understands what ESPN's paying him for the fight. He understands what he could afford to pay these guys. So go to purse bid. What's Bob going to do? Double his offer? Fuck it. I said 2.1. He rejected it. I bid 2.1. Hearn bid 3.5. That would have won the purse bid. He would have gotten paid what was fair. But these fucking people come in with a $6 million fucking bid. It's a shitty fucking number. It's a bad bid. On its face, something's wrong here.
But look.
Sure as shit now, they can't pay for it.
No. Maybe. I don't know. But look, Triller is trash, right? They're garbage, no doubt about it. Did they bid too much? It seemed like it right off the bat, so we're gonna go with that. However, it's an open market, it's a free market. They made the bid and they said, okay, now to recoup, we got to make this fight in Australia. And Teofimo said, I ain't going to Australia. So it's like, hold on a minute, dude. If you're putting yourself out there like that to the highest bidder, the bidder dictates where you go to fight. You can't then just turn around and be like, yeah, I want the $6 million, but I dictate to you. No. We're paying you $6 or whatever he gets from that, right? We're paying $6 million for this fight. You do as we tell you. So yeah, Triller fucked up, but Teofimo was, he put his car up for sale, and then he's like, nah, I don't want to sell it anymore.
Well, did you Did you hear they took that to court, and a judge actually awarded Teofimo on his side because of he quoted or ruled because of the pandemic and because he needed 14 days of being fucking quarantined. That made it too stressful on his wife. It all came down to his wife, which was kind of a shitty thing. I agree, but the judge did agree with him.
He sounds like bottom line is that because he's not, dude. He's a hype job, and look, he could win fights. I'm not saying that he can't beat the Camboses. Maybe he could even beat guys like Haney and stuff like that. What I mean by hype job is, so he's got a victory on paper over a great fighter in Lomachenko, a guy who fights anybody, anywhere, right? Any country, he'll do it. Versus a guy who doesn't. He doesn't. That's not what he does. It's like, okay, we need some warriors to go to fucking, I don't know, Germany, and he's the one that says, not me though. Sorry, buddy, can't go there.
I'm not a combat unit.
Lomachenko, guys, I need to.
I don't want
read this.
I don't want to be in hiding. I don't want to be in hiding for 2 weeks. They're like, no, you're gonna fight, bro. As soon as you get there. Yeah, my wife, though. My wife.
My wife.
Like, I could understand Tio because I'm sure you guys have heard about the concentration camps in Australia. Like, he doesn't want to stay in one of them.
I agree with that.
So I could kind of see that, but at the same time, he's going to get royal treatment because he's bringing all this money into their economy. So they're not going to treat him like those plebs over there that they're like not trying to let go and whatever else they're injecting in their ass over there. I don't know, but so I could kind of understand that, but at the same time, it's like, dude, just get this bum fight over with and move on to the next. New world order. Just taking this guy a year and a half to get rid of a bomb.
Hold on. I need to because it's gonna pile up.
He could go to the Australian government and say, "Can you provide me a gym where I stay in? I just need a gym. I'll quarantine for 2 months. Somebody that I can spar. I'll fucking have him tested. Whatever the fuck you need."
They would have hooked him up. They would have hooked him up for sure. He's soft. Yeah.
He would have just had to sign the papers to make sure he was not mistreated in the fucking Soviet state of Australia. It's absolutely crazy what's going on over there.
I need to just quickly read some super chats here. High and Low Sports Centrum, thank you for your contribution. He says Teofimo Lopez is a made man in boxing now. I think he's being sarcastic. Thank you. OG Boogie says, okay, Teofimo Lopez is another boxer that uses the beneficial program, or should I say programming, that the public needs to accept. Well, I don't accept it. He's a professional fighter that needs to fight. Thank you, G Boogie. And yeah, of course he needs to fight, man. Jesus Christ. This is getting ridiculous.
What do you think would have happened? Bucho, if Nakatani was a huge star in Japan and it's the biggest money, it's the biggest that fight, Nakatani versus Lomachenko is the biggest fight in Japan. What do you think? What do you think?
These people have honor. These people have.
I would think he goes over there, right? Like because his track record proves that. Like his track record has proven that wherever the fight's big at,
knock him the fuck out too.
Triple G.
When's the last time Lomachenko had a home fight?
Isn't that probably never, right? Not
right. Same thing with Triple G. You know what I mean? Everything. They're always on the road.
Triple G was touching 40. Triple G was touching 40. He's thinking about fighting. They're trying to make the fight with Murata in Japan, where the fight is actually bigger at. Right, it's a bigger fight over there, and he's like, "Okay, I'll do it." My point is, like, I'm sure Japan and all these places have some rules are worse than others. I get it. Where all this, this shit that they made up that you gotta fucking, you gotta like stay in your room for like fucking 5 hours or whatever the fuck it is. Whatever the deal is, they would have done it. They would have made accommodations to make that fight happen.
14 days.
Yeah, guys, can I say something real quick?
Yeah, Jackson, can I just Jack, before
let me say something about this. There's no other country in the world that's closest to America than Australia. If you do like economic geology, everything, like if you wanted to open up a business or something, there's no other easier country you could do it than Australia in terms of like regulations, Western society. You're basically in America when you're in Australia. It's the same fucking country.
Okay, the camps are coming to the US as well then. But hold on, High and Low Sports Centrum, thank you for your contribution. He says the facts do not admit point of view. Okay, preferences or speculations. Teofimo Lopez is the undisputed champion. Yes, he is the undisputed champion, but he's not acting like undisputed champion right now, in my opinion. But thank you for your contribution. It sounds like something El Dog would say. Yeah, but he's the undisputed champion. Okay, but so what?
Unbelievable. He's not getting paid though.
He's not.
So the problem is that if you're an elevator service or a farmer, agriculture, and you're with you got a contract with somebody, and you think, you kind of think that they could pay you more, but they kind of think you should do it for less. But everything's going along. It's consistent. Well, if somebody comes along and offers you a better contract to move away from them and sell to this other person or provide service for this other person, it's incrementally better. You might think about doing it. You have to weigh it out. If it's twice as much money, the fuck are they paying you twice as much money for out of nowhere? So let's just say you actually go, give it a shot. I mean, let's see, man. Everything seems on the up and up. Well, what if you get there and like a week goes by, 2 weeks goes by, 3 weeks goes by, 4 months, a month, another month, and it's always a holdup. There's something fucked up here. Something's wrong. The fight dates are getting canceled down in Miami. Then there's a double booking Mayweather. Then they couldn't get enough referees, and then now we're going to do it in Madison Square Garden, but it's a pandemic. And dude, it's like, you're not making any fucking money. They offered you this. They bid this. They're not paying you this though until they pay you.
Yeah, what's a smart move?
Jackson, be quiet for a second. Be quiet, please. Jackson, be quiet. So the thing about it is, that's the problem. I don't understand why they're pushing forward with this for a net loss of money. They re-signed up with Top Rank during that Nakatani fight. I mean, you put your cards on the table. I don't think Aram took it one way or the other.
Nigga, what? What you just say?
They put their cards on the table, and it turns out that they re-signed with Top Rank the night of that Nakatani fight. I mean, It's not personal. It's just like, okay, you tried, it didn't work out. Let's go. Now he's remaining on the hook. Teofimo's keeping himself on this $6 million hook, which is not going to happen. They're probably trying to renegotiate with him to let him take less to do a fight with Kambosos in the States.
He's stupid.
You see what I'm saying? Just hang it up.
Well, he's not getting $6 million. They bid $6 million for the whole promotion. Yeah, I think he was getting 4.
Yeah, right. You know what I'm saying, though. They're trying to make it work with them, just like Aram tried to do.
What he got for the Lomachenko fight? 1.2, something like that, right? It was like $1 million
Whatever he was
1,200,000.
contracted to get, you see.
Right. So
whatever he agreed to a top rank 4 or 5 fights ago. Yeah.
So okay, so when he signed that fight, when he fought Lomachenko for that much money, now he's expecting off that win with a fight with Kambosa, twice that, right? At least twice that or more.
Now, after that win with Lomachenko,
Kambosa doesn't bring that kind of it doesn't bring that kind of attraction.
He wanted to sit down with Bob and renegotiate a contract because now they think they're worth way more and this and that. But there's a process for that. It went to purse bid. That's no problem. I got no problem with that. Neither does Bob Arum. He bid the same thing. He would have got beat by Matchroom for that fight.
But he would have gotten all that $4 million had he fought the fight in Australia. Am I right?
He would have. I don't know. I'm not following it so closely. When you start getting fishy, you start realizing this shit's not going to happen.
So Triller was basically saying that the fight is worth that much in Australia, in which obviously Teofimo Lopez was not interested in doing. So now he's going to probably have to take less money. Am I right?
Well, when they first contracted for the fight, though, recognized they were actually planning on having it here. It wasn't until everything turned to shit and they started losing money. Every time they had to reschedule. That's when they realized they found a location. They could make the most money in Australia. But then Lopez went to court and fought him.
They haven't really
on
lost
it.
any money yet either.
What's that? Of course they did. They've lost thousands or hundreds of thousands just on site feeds. They have to pay lawyers every time a lawyer picks up a phone. It's probably $500 an hour to call a fucking to get on. No, they're losing money.
I don't mean any money. I don't mean any money, Jimmy. I mean like.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but I'm just saying enough that's become not but an aggravation for them. And the fact that they've had to change the ticket prices 4 times.
Which Teofimo knows. Which I'm saying Teofimo, his manager knows that, right? That this is all in limbo, costing them fees right now. They're laying out money to fuck with this right now, right? So they're holding to their guns. We want our $4 million. We want the original purse. Trailer saying we can't listen. It's this or that. We can't. This that. How about we take you out of Australia? No, I'm not going to Australia. I'm going to go to arbitration, not court, arbitration. So this is typically what happens when you get in with a. Honestly, this is typically what happens when you get in with somebody who's over their head, right? They are not, they bid too much for whatever reason. They bid too much. They realized that the minute they open up the bids, they realize they fucked up, right?
Hey, Tio, here's $4 million to fight a bum. Fuck you, I'm taking you to court.
I'll offer you $4 million.
The guy's an idiot.
He's not handling this well. You got to admit that.
It's turning out to be one long, elaborate duck of Lomachenko. Let's just keep. I'm not saying it started as such, but the boy is scared, man. He's running scared. He's using this.
When was this
He's
fight
using this to duck his ass.
Right, yeah, guys, I mean, the fact that he's saying that he's not interested in, he's basically, I mean, he said that he doesn't want to fight Lomachenko in a rematch. He wants to move on to other things. He said he's done. He's done with Lomachenko. He's like, man, I got a lucky win. I'm just gonna ride with it. I'd rather lose to somebody else.
Yeah, but look who he quoted though. He said he's going to go fight. What did he say in that same statement? He says, "I got my eyes on Josh Taylor," but which is fine. If he goes up and does that, that's one thing. But if he, after this fight, campaigns still at 135 and doesn't give Lomachenko a fucking rematch, I'm like, fuck you. I'll lose so much respect for the kid.
By the way,
dude, when
Jimmy,
I need to.
Recognize. I need to read this super chat by G Boogie. Thank you for your contribution. He says, first of all, I'm not a fan of any fighter. I'm a fan of boxing, true boxing. If you want to be a professional prize fighter, from my perspective, you need to go out there and fight all comers. That means all prize fighters. He's talking about Teofimo Lopez. Yeah, good point, G Boogie.
That's what. And G Boogie brings up a very good point. So the name of the game is prize fighting, right? You're a prize fighter. The biggest prize for the Kambosa fight is in Australia. He said no. Jeff Horn was only a big fight for Pacquiao in Australia, so that's where the fight happened. You see a pattern here. The real ones go and fight the fights. The real terms of prize fighting. The real fighters that live by that rule actually go to these countries to have the fight. Yeah, they go to those countries.
The real mercenaries.
Yes, because why? Why are they real mercenaries?
They want
they're
that
most
money.
confident about what to do.
Yep,
Yeah,
exactly.
They're also more
they'll go get
confident.
that money.
Look,
He wants
I'm
that
not gonna lie to
smoke.
you. If somebody told me, hold on. Somebody told me real quick. If somebody said to me, "Hey, Frank, I got a job for you in Russia. It's worth like $5 million in Russia, right? $5 million US dollars. But in America, somebody's like, you could keep the same contract of like $2 million. I might be more comfortable living here and say, fuck it, I'm just comfortable doing it in America, and I'll stay for less money. Where there's another guy who's like, I don't have to worry about that stuff, man. Nah, I'm going to Russia. I'm gonna take the same job for $5 million. You get what I'm saying? Like that's
he ends up kidnapped in the fucking trunk of a car.
But the point is, he's more confident. At the end of the day, he's more confident than me.
I hear you, dude.
It just comes down to that. Nobody has to. I don't understand why people get offended by that. It's like one guy is showing the confidence that he'll do it, the other guy's not. That's all. I'll take less money, so I can, so I don't have to fight him in his country.
But do we all agree if he continues to hang at 135 and doesn't fight Lomachenko, that would be an outrage?
Dude, if he doesn't fight Lomachenko, period.
Jimmy,
whether
guys,
he moves up to 140 or not, he ducked.
The day Josh Taylor moves up to 147, the next day Teofimo's like, I'm too big for 135. Mark it. It's gonna happen.
That will happen.
Yep.
And his fanboys will be like, Josh Taylor running. He running.
Well, who do you guys think has a better chance at beating, Taylor or Loma in a rematch?
I say both equally. Both equally, in my opinion.
Yeah,
I think Taylor,
tough
Taylor's the naturally bigger guy, and I know people think, I don't blame them. Taylor's a good fighter. They automatically think that Taylor would be more of a nightmare for Teofimo than Lomachenko. I think both of them equally would be a nightmare, because all I keep thinking about is the second half of that fight. When the fight got going.
I'd have to give it to Josh.
Daddy, no more tall guys, Daddy.
I'd have to give it. I'd probably say Josh would be a little tougher, just because Josh is already busting out of 140, so that would be a substantial size differential from Loma. You know what I mean? Because Loma, recognize, also, dude, he's really 130, 135 pound fight. I mean, really 130 pound fighter tops. He's only fighting at 135 because he has to fight bigger guys to make it fair. Because when he fights guys his own size, it's so one-sided, it's ridiculous.
That's exactly what that is. So he knows that fighting in his own weight class, it's like a disadvantage. Now, he didn't create that rule. They did, right? There's just like, Lomachenko don't bring no money, right? But even though he's like the most prestige guy there that you can win, if you get a win over, it'd do a lot for your career. So he's like, well, I'll go up to 135 then. Fuck it. And he's got to fight all these big dudes. This is why I said he'll never go back to 130. What for? He already said it. Look, I'll fight at 130 if it's like for a big money fight for all the belts. Then I'll go down. But besides that, I'm gonna continue just challenging myself. And I'm telling you, don't be surprised if he goes to 140 and wins up there too, because he's getting older. He's 34, right? 33, 34. But if it presents itself, and if Teo's like, come to 140, because I'm a champion here after Josh Taylor left, I'll fight Lomachenko. Don't be surprised if Loma's like, yeah, I'll fight you. It's not a problem.
I agree. I think Loma would do it himself, but because he has so much respect and everybody in the camp, and Loma said it, you do what his father says. Everything. Like his father has like angrily said, absolutely not will he fight at 140. For this very reason you've said 100 times. He's only fighting at 135 because he's too good to fight at 130. But now it's getting to the obscene because he's a little dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
at Walter, at 147 or 140, he'd be so small. I mean, Tio would be so much. I think his father would prevent it. I agree with you. I think Loma would do it. I just don't think his father's too smart to let that happen.
Jimmy, I think
And maybe all that stuff is true. Maybe it's all that's true. But I said, this guy's just gonna. I said this a long time. Oh, don't worry about it. Like haters on YouTube and all that shit, you'll have your chance to talk shit because he's gonna keep fighting until somebody beats him. That's just the way warriors. Now you want to appreciate modern day warriors. Oh, we're gonna. That's a modern day warrior. That's a guy who says, "I'm gonna keep fighting and I'm gonna keep challenging myself until like I hit a wall."
Yep. I think he might split with like his dad. They might get into a fight over that because he's gonna want to go to 140 and try to get his get back. Like that's just the competitive nature.
Man, I don't know, dude. Even Usyk uses his old man. His old man prior to Loma, he was famous in Ukraine. His father before Loma as a strength and conditioning dude. He's like renowned over there. He's a brilliant
Miyagi, right?
guy like that. I just don't think that relationship is so bonded. Like he does everything his father says. It'd be shocking to see him leave him.
Well, no, I didn't mean leave. I meant like kind of get into because he's gonna want that whatever way.
It would have to be leave because his father said he wouldn't be involved in the fight if he went to 140. He would not be involved, so he would have to leave him.
Wow, damn! Because I know
that's why Teofimo.
Look what happens when you have parents who don't put their foot down. Like
real quick, why do you think when it comes to Lomachenko only, you know, he's starting to struggle at 135 when they talk about the rematch, right? Because he knows that his dad would more likely won't let his son go up to 140 and fight him. You know.
Hey, look what happens too, dude. Remember what happened when somebody doesn't listen to their father? I mean, prime example of someone who normally listens to his father and this time didn't was Mickey Garcia. I mean, his father was in every interview on the way up to the Spence, and he would not. I got nothing to say with his thick accent. He'd walk away. But when that time he talked to Steve Kim, he's like, "No, I'm not. This is a stupid idea. He doesn't belong at 147. He doesn't really even belong at 140. 135 is his ideal weight. I'm not for this. I was against this from the beginning. And look what happened. It was a one-sided humiliation at 147. And his father knew it, but he was chasing that cash."
Can I ask something? Can I ask something real quick? What if Teofimo skips Loma and then just fights Devin Haney? Would you guys look down on that, or is that something you'd be like, all right?
I mean, I'll be interested in that fight, but it's still ducking.
It's ducking, but it's better.
Yeah, it's still
it's
ducking.
Better. I'd respect it, like you said. Same thing. I'd respect it, but
right. I mean,
it's still not Lomachenko.
I'll like the fight because I know that Devin Haney has a realistic shot of beating him. You get what I'm saying? So, yeah, I like it in that, and when it comes to that aspect. But when it comes to the fight, that it's the biggest fight that he can have is Lomachenko, and why wouldn't he want that fight?
Why couldn't he fight both?
Why can't he fight both?
Oh
the reason why he won't entertain the Lomachenko, real quick, the reason why is because he feels that he got lucky in the first fight. That's all that is.
I was thinking that maybe Tio's gonna try to push for Loma to fight Haney just so he can avoid that and just go straight to Loma. I don't know.
Devin, you see, I get what you're saying, but you see, you gotta understand something. Lopez doesn't hold the kind of weight he thinks he does.
Yeah.
So that fight's gonna happen. That fight's gonna happen.
I agree with that.
So what's gonna end up happening is if Lomachenko has to fight Haney for a belt, there's going to be one less belt, or at least one less belt, taken away from Teofimo. That's what I think is going to happen. If that scenario plays out.
Loma's not going to let Teofimo dictate his fucking career path, and Teofimo needs to stop with that bullshit because he knows that'll never happen either. Like, can you imagine some dude telling you, "Oh, you need to fight this guy"? Fuck you! Like, come on, man.
Hey, what do you think the narrative? Imagine what they would be saying if Lopez fought Haney and lost. Oh my fucking Haney would kill Lomachenko, right? That's all you would hear. Imagine those LDBC videos that would come out.
Yeah, I mean, listen, that probably
it'd be funny.
They already say Haney is ducking Loma. Well, that's what all the all the Zoomers online think, or they try to advocate, or I don't know. It's just a weird ass narrative. They say Loma is ducking.
Yeah, they said the same thing about fucking Gary
Yeah, but
Russell Jr.
Bill
They said the
Haney,
same
his
thing about
dad,
Rigondeaux.
dad went on a couple
You
of
know,
streams on YouTube and said that was never the case. They never offered a fight to to Lomachenko. His own dad has said that on several streams.
some people actually
Yeah.
don't think there should be a rematch. They think like when they hear people like us saying that we want to see a rematch, they see us as fucking not as crazy because they go like, "What do you mean? Like it was a one-sided fight?" You know,
Why?
Teofimo.
No, it's
Because they're
not.
not
Well,
confident,
somebody in the
dude.
chat.
That's why,
First of
Bucho. They're
all,
not confident.
just because the scorecard, the official scorecard said
Yeah,
that it
11
wasn't
to
really
1.
it wasn't they saying that it wasn't a close fight. That doesn't mean that, reality is reality. That was a close fight. Okay, that was a fight that Lomachenko could have won as well. Okay, or it could have been a draw, but they gave it to Teofimo. Okay, fine. Teofimo got the win. Run it back. You was getting fucked up in the second half of the fight, bro. You was getting your ass beat.
Beat
yeah.
all
And then
That's why you cried in the end.
somebody in the chat was
Crying is
saying,
a part of emotion when you're when like you're relieved.
somebody in
And
the
that's
chat was saying, "What about the second part of? Sorry, the first part of the fight?" And I'm like, yeah,
What
but what
about
about the
it?
second?
what about it? Your
Nothing
son didn't
happened.
do nothing.
Nothing
Yeah,
happened.
Yeah,
nothing
your
happened.
son
So
didn't do nothing.
there's and because nothing happened, I mean, maybe we should have a rematch, and especially after what happened in the second part of the
And
fight. So
Lomo's the champion.
and Loma's a champion, and Lomachenko, he has. It's not like he's been just after the loss against Teofimo. He's just sitting on the sidelines. He's been fighting, and he's been fighting. He's the last guy who who did he fight?
Well, he fought Nakatani right after that
Nakatani.
Yeah,
fight.
he went out and beat him better than Lopez did. Actually, he's the one who's got his momentum
Right.
back, not
Right.
fucking Lopez.
Yeah, exactly.
And
So
So
he's
now,
already set to fight Kami in December too.
right? So he's gonna fight now. He's set to fight
oh yeah, he was supposed to
Comey.
fight Comey.
The
Yeah,
guy's active while Teofimo is still sitting on the floor of his house talking about, man, I beat Lomachenko. I beat Lomachenko.
So the extra 1.8 million is end up costing him millions.
in the chat,
That
in
is
the
gonna
chat,
fuck Tio's career. That Triller. Oh my god, that was the dumbest move. He could have stayed with Big
yeah,
Bob
oh.
and made his money.
He'd be ready to be fucking lining up his second fight by now.
That's
I mean,
what I was trying to say.
it's disaster. This whole Triller thing is, and never mind, Triller took it in the ass with that fucking that last pay per view. They lost his shirt on that one with
Did
fucking
they?
Holyfield. Oh yeah, big time. Lost
Oh,
their
the whole.
fucking shirt. Yep.
In the chat, Chain White Eye says Teofimo was a champion as well. He said nothing about the shoulder till after he lost. Sounds like he's making an excuse.
That's not true.
Oh, the
I just want to
Linares.
say the shoulder injury was talked about before the fight.
Oscar Valdez in the chat says Theo gets one easy fight and it's the end of the world. Okay.
He's got plenty of easy fights. What are you
the thing
talking
is,
about?
Listen, this is the
He's had
thing.
plenty.
Also, let's look at what Teofimo has been saying, because from what I heard, he said that Lomachenko is fighting the leftovers and he's
Right.
moving on to new and better things, whatever. So
That dude's a sucker. If you can't understand, like, just common themes, like, look, sometimes you fight guys that are in your fucking, they're in your range. It's been done plenty of times. He's just mad because he did it better. Sucker, man. I can't.
yeah, explain that. How did he do it better?
Yeah, dude, man.
I don't understand this thing. Like
This
so they fight
generation of
once and it's
suckers,
over.
bro.
Like, I beat you.
You couldn't talk like that back in like I hate to do the back in my days. You couldn't talk like that in front of us. Like, you have to prove yourself. We'll smack you in your face if you can't.
Well, dude, we were raised in a generation.
Yeah,
People
where
didn't
if
have
you said
social
that
media.
and you're lying, the big dude would tell one of the guys, "Yo, go smack him in his face. See if he's
Twitter was your neighborhood.
Yeah, see if he's all about that. He's talking a lot of shit. Go up to him and smack him in the face. And one
You
of
were
us
held
would go
accountable
up,
for your words.
Yeah, one of us would go up and smack him like smack the dog shit out of him, and he would either put up a fight and back up what he said, or he just get beat up. These guys are just like, they're in love with Teofimo. That's all it is. They're in love with him. They're suckers because he beat, and they weren't in love with him before. It's just they hate Loma, so they became Teo fans.
What can we have
right?
right now?
I was a fan of. All
Go
right.
ahead. Go ahead.
No, I'm not saying you. What I'm saying is, look, if you're a Teal fan, I get it, right? But if you're like buying into everything he's saying, things that are making him look bad, yeah, then you're a fanboy, right?
Nah,
Saying,
he got me. He got me with the line where he's like, to be with that generic ass fucking Mayweather line, the one you got to be pretty boy before you could be money man.
Oh
I was like, oh,
yeah,
maybe.
get the
right.
fuck
I was
up.
like, I was,
Wow.
I was kind of like, maybe this kid's the real deal, And then it just ended up being, he's just another fucking online kid, He grew up on the internet, just
Yeah,
another
maybe
fucking
he is the
kid.
real deal. Maybe he is, but he won't test himself.
Look,
Like
you gotta understand something. Pretty boy Mayweather wasn't as much of a warrior as you think. Now, some of us on here we're old enough to remember his whole career. So we've seen it from 1996, right? 1996, that would make me a 23-year-old man. So I saw his career from that point on till it ended. And there were certain fighters he did not want to fight.
Well,
So
before 140.
Well, 140. I mean, did he fight? Did he fight
remember
Costa? No, right? I mean, you could
he
say,
never
look,
fought
Ricky
Mosley.
Hatton beat him, but he
Mosley.
fought Arturo Gatti.
They were even talking about Morales at 130. I think. I don't remember. But
when he fought Gotti, too, Gotti was already way past it. It was a
man.
fucking crazy short one. He shouldn't even have taken that fight. That was ridiculous.
That was crazy, man.
So
I
when
mean,
Teofimo, when Pretty Boy started his career, Teofimo was probably still in his mother's stomach. What was he born? Like 97, 98?
Yeah, 98, I think.
He was like 24.
Yeah. So he wouldn't know the whole I don't care if he's a boxer or not, right? Like if you compare what I know about boxing versus him, I know more than him. It's just I definitely know more than his dad, that's for sure.
Definitely.
So his dad is in control of the whole thing, though.
I think
I don't know if
his wife is.
Yeah, his wife is like 7 years older than him.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
I bet you she's in control of them because a lot of managers, what they do, or a lot of fighters to save money, they hire their. I'm not saying this is what he did, but they hire their wife so they can save money on managing bills, so you don't have to pay out that other percent. And I'm not saying that's what he's doing, but he's definitely taking like a lot of consulting advice from his wife. Like he doesn't have. Like, he's scared to fight Kambosos. Even in, like, you're going to knock this dude out. Like, even if it's in Australia, still fight him. Like, you can't be a coward to that.
His wife was pregnant, I guess, or just had the baby, and they didn't want to. She was like, I'm not fucking going to fucking Australia. It's like, why does she have to go? It came down to she wasn't going to let him go to Australia for a month without her.
Here's the deal.
Basically, you're going to cheat on me.
This is the difference. Listen, this is the difference between Triple G versus guys like that, right? So Triple G tells his wife, I'm the breadwinner, you take care of the house. I take care.
And he goes off to Big
That's it. And that's to me appreciation for our modern day warriors. Not a guy who lives on Instagram, and like dresses with tight jeans and stuff like that. And
my wife said no.
My wife said no. Fuck out of here, bro. I wouldn't even admit that shit. Let me tell you something. Wait a second. Let's say secretly I live, right? You don't know. I could listen to everything my wife says. You don't know that, but I'll never admit it to you.
Yo, Matrix does. Everything my wife says.
I could tell I could be the guy that does anything she wants, right? Go like at 2:00 in the morning, honey, I want some ice cream. Can you go? And I go, okay, baby. But I would never tell you guys that shit. I'll never admit that.
Well, that's what you do if you're a good husband. You go get that shit. That's what men do.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? That's what keeps them happy,
man,
right?
There's been times, of course, man.
Pussy.
You do it, But my point is this: like, we live in a culture where it's like it's opposite. So people think. Like the guy that's talking that's on the panel with us. I think his name is MH. And look, it's not a knock towards MH, but he thinks that Lopez is a pretty cool dude. In my point of view, Lopez, he might be cool, but maybe I'm too old for cool today.
Nah,
right?
I don't think he's a cool dude. I would say I would say I
Back
used
in
to like
our
him because he
day,
was like
what,
a he
let
was
me let me.
like all right.
But back in my day, back when we were younger, and he would have been like hanging out with us, we'll be sunning him every day. Every day, he'll have to fight every single day.
I reckon
Until he beats us up, until he like, because we would fuck with him. He'll be either our friend in the end, right? He'll be our friend, or he'll just leave the neighborhood, basically. He'll end up proving himself and like fuck us up back one day. He's like, yo, fuck that. I can't take this shit no more. I gotta beat one of these guys up. But we would fuck with him every day with that kind
Comes
of
back with a
personality.
fucking piece.
Right. Oh, he comes
It
back with a
sends everybody
piece.
running.
Like I said, either way, but we would have did it, right? We would have held him accountable for what he's saying, what he's talking about.
Oh, absolutely.
You just can't say something and then not back it up. Like if he came to the, there, I'll beat everybody up in a boxing fight. Yeah. Okay, let's go. Let's go to the gym. Let's make it happen.
And if that shit was true, what they were saying about the fucking, there was a lot of issues with the marriage, or even before they got married. Rumors, of course, of infidelity that, according to her Instagram page, she was always running. So if she's already got that in her mind that kid's out fucking, you know what I mean, laying and slaying, of course she's not gonna let it go up to Australia for a month. But again, man, that's fucked up.
Right. That's where he needs to take control. But then again, when you're dating, it all depends on who you're dating, right? Like in his case, he's dating the typical American girl who's like into social media.
And that's 7 years old to recognize, that makes a difference.
7
That bitch
years
is
younger.
mind melting him.
Yeah, especially when you're in your early 20s, you're dating a girl who's, a little bit older than you. She probably does.
30.
I don't want to talk bad about no man's wife, but she might have certain things that she got over you. And
For me, for Teofimo, I kind of like them because my only knowledge of him is probably the Kami fight and Lomachenko, and between that, he seemed like a humble kid, and then after, he's just trying to put on this fake persona that kids try to do now to be like Conor McGregor or some shit, or like Floyd Mayweather. I don't know, and it doesn't suit him at all.
It's social media influencing. It's influence from social media.
Hey,
It makes the worst things about people come out.
I always knew that kid was pretty full of himself. And some of the stuff that he's doing is not surprising. He's trying to price himself out for a lot of fights, man. That's what he's trying to do.
Nigga, he crazy.
He wants more money than what's there, in other words, right? And that'll be his way of saying, well, they didn't make the fight happen. That's on them.
Hey, you tripping,
Hey,
fool?
when it comes to Teofimo, this guy, man, I can't stand him or his fans. Like, especially his fans, man. Like Teofimo, after the whole Loma fight, a lot of the LDBC and black channels started hating on him. So immediately he started cucking to them. He got like the continent of Africa tattooed on his back. He was saying like, "Oh, I want to fight on Juneteenth. I want to, be like Ali and fight on Juneteenth because I'm fighting for my people. Hispanics
No way
and
he
black
said
too."
that.
Yeah,
no
that's
way,
what
no way he said that.
No
No
way.
way
He
he
said
said that.
fool.
I need proof of that. I need proof of
Nigga,
that.
he
Did he really
crazy.
say that?
Yeah, I remember he was saying, on Punch
He
Drunk's
did.
channel, Juneteenth, I gotta stand up for the motherland, Africa. We black and
Nigga, you
brown unity,
bullshit.
things like that. And you know
bullshit.
what I
Aw,
find
man.
funny? His fans are now adopting like a victim mentality too. Everyone who hates on Tio, they're like, "Oh, it's racism. Look at what we have to endure." I can't believe it, man. Teofimo, he's on he's the modern day Ali.
So what the
Like,
fuck
it's
you
just
saying,
cringe,
homie?
man.
So what the fuck you saying, homie?
Yeah, that's so fucking funny.
Right, yeah.
He'll never gain that
Yeah.
mark. Like,
Eldo,
Right,
what are you gonna say,
yeah.
Eldo? That guy asked
Man, this
you,
some
what you
shady ass shit right here.
Damn, Eldo.
Hey, bro, put 2 and 2 together.
What happened?
5.
8.
There we go.
20.
But yeah, Teofimo Lopez, he just cucked for the wrong audience. They still hate him. They'll always hate him. Like, I don't know, man.
So you like Teofimo Lopez?
Nah, what I'm saying is Teofimo, he got to keep it real, man. He got to keep it real.
What does that mean?
Like
what real?
he knows, dude. We know who Tio's fans are. Tio's fans are the Latino fans, right? He should stand on his square. He should support them, and he should stick to it, man. He shouldn't try and he shouldn't try and appeal to an audience that is strongly behind Devin Haney and Tank Davis. That's what I'll say.
If we're being honest, he doesn't really have that Latino market either. His fans are just kind of online boxing fans, in my opinion.
Yeah,
Guys on
they're
Reddit or some shit.
all Americans, man. Some white Americans, some black. Like he's got a little bit of everything. Aaron was doing a really good job promoting him, and he kind of just fucked it up. I mean, he had so much momentum going.
If you would have took care of Cambosos already, and not had this whole Triller situation, and then like let's say he's gonna fight Loma in the rematch, or he's gonna actually go up and weight and fight. At least test himself, right? Let's say he's really done. He can't make 135 anymore, and he says, "I'm gonna go up to 140 and fight like a solid dude there." I think that momentum stays with him, bro. I think he has more fans than what it is, but right now he's not doing anything. I mean, we're not even sure he's gonna fight Cambosa.
Yeah, but some of his fans forgive him for this because they believe that it's not his fault.
He beat Loma. That's what it is. He's got a W on his record with Loma's name on it.
He's still writing that shit.
I don't know.
Man.
Fuck. I don't know.
He's got to. Once this Cambosis fight is over, man, he got to fight someone. He got to either fight Devin Haney, Loma, or Josh Taylor. Pick one of those three.
He's not fighting Josh Taylor. I mean, that's ridiculous.
He's gonna fight some bum. It's gonna be like freaking
Pedraza.
The regular.
That's what I think.
40.
It's gonna be Pedraza, a guy that can't punch at 140.
Oh God, I hope not.
I think Crawford against Josh Taylor is more possible. Like that's more likely.
Yeah.
Eventually, I mean, if Crawford beats Sean Porter, that's a fight. Because he's not. Forget about the Spence Crawford fight. That's never happening.
Probably not.
Josh Taylor moving up. I think that was a plan. I think somebody mentioned that Bob Arum had that plan of Josh Taylor eventually moving up, fighting Crawford, and once Sean, what's his name, Josh Taylor moves up. I think that's when Teofimo Lopez might make a move. He can get some belts.
Doesn't Taylor got a mandatory against some guy named Cotterill?
Cotterill. Cotterill. It's in December already in the UK.
Right. So he probably gonna wait to. He's probably wait to hear what he has to say about that. Because when I look on BoxRec, it doesn't say the Lomachenko fight with Comey.
Yo, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Yep, we can hear you. Go ahead, man.
I think we're spending way too much time talking about inactive boxers, man.
Yeah, it's getting boring here. Somebody in the chat says El Dog is crazy, El Dog is a hater, and doesn't know what he's talking about.
I agree with that.
Yeah, probably right.
I kind of agree with that.
All right.
And he got a folder of dick pics on his computer, so.
Oh, okay.
Why did he say that? But there is some proof to that. So I don't know. He's got to clear his name up.
Doing some Amir Khan.
So what the hell were we talking about?
No, but I want your guys' opinion on Usyk. I know we already talked about this, but recognize, you think Usyk can beat AJ in a boxing match, but you think they're going to politically fuck him? Busha, I didn't hear your opinion because I'm really interested in that fight. Just I just have no idea what the potential is. Precise still on. I'd love to hear his opinion. It's so many different possibilities.
Yeah, just go with logic.
I'm picking Usyk to get robbed or knock him out. either way, I think he beats him, but I just don't think he'll get it if he doesn't knock him out.
Yeah.
And I think
Hopefully.
AJ is gonna run away from him, looking to survive 12 rounds. That's what I think is gonna happen.
But he might be able to gas AJ if he does that. He might be able to give AJ so much movement and fucking rock AJ with body shots. Like Usyk has to. That's gonna open him up for counters upstairs. But he has to fucking because Usyk can crack to the body. If he just hits that solar plexus fucking all night and then rounds 10, 11, and 12 just starts throwing pieces upstairs, fucking AJ might be ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of scenarios that could happen in that fight.
AJ got knocked out by a light hitting Andy Ruiz, man. That guy can't punch, man.
Yo, salute to the panel.
What's going on?
What's up, man?
No, this is Rich. I be on H Money shit sometimes. I was on YouTube and I was just checking in, man. I love talking boxing. So salute to the panel.
Salute, man.
What's up?
How do you
My
feel
guy
about
L
Wilder?
Dog still on here?
L Dog?
Say again?
Is L Dog still on here?
He
did.
He jumps on and off.
He
I don't know
cut?
what the fuck he's doing.
Get a little embarrassed. A little bit.
I heard something. My bad. What was that?
Yeah, what do you think about the Usyk and AJ fight?
Man, I think starting off next Saturday, we got a good little 3 months of boxing going on. I'm excited about that. But with that AJ and Usyk fight, man, I'm really excited about it. I think it's a great fight. I think, if I'm not mistaken, AJ seems to have problems with guys who are small and quicker than him. And Usyk is pretty much a master boxer. Pretty much great with everything except for crazy power. So I'm looking forward to the fight. I honestly don't got a winner yet. Probably decide on that, you feel me, at the very last minute. Probably have to watch a round, actually. I don't know.
Do you need to watch the weigh-in?
His power's not horrible, you know. Like Usyk, yeah, he's not the biggest puncher, but like anybody that's that big, they've been boxing for this long. Like if he trains, like he's been chopping trees, he's been like hitting the tire with the fucking axe. When you're doing that will increase your power by a good margin. But like, I just don't know. I wish he could hit a little harder.
He tried to guys. Did he try to stop Withers? What's his name? Witherspoon.
Witherspoon.
Yeah, did he try to stop? Like, because I heard some people say, "See, he tried to stop him, he couldn't." I mean, he did stop him.
He did stop.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, right. Let me rephrase that.
I don't even think he tried to. I think he was just trying to get rounds in with the spoon anyway. So that was his first fight at heavyweight.
Yeah.
So I don't even think he meant to stop him, and he did.
Right. Sorry. Let me rephrase. Yeah, he did stop him. I forget, but he didn't hurt him. Like he was more of like the guy was something fatigued, tired.
No, he hurt him. He hurt him because you got to understand. Like when you punch somebody, you're zapping their energy. That's hurting. Maybe in the momentum that you have that you're in a fight, you don't necessarily cringe and be like, like that. Mm-hmm. But when you're getting drained, that guy's hurting you. Every time he punches you. And, a little bit of your energy is leaving and it accumulates and then you get stopped. That's exactly that.
That's the guy who took a fight on a 2-week notice or something?
He's an accumulation puncher, man. He was doing to Witherspoon what Loma did to Rigondeaux, and that's why he quit, because Usyk was becoming more and more accurate and he was sitting more on his punches. He was turning it up very, very slowly, and the guy knew what was coming and he just quit because he didn't want to get knocked out. That's it. I mean, like people say he doesn't have power, and I agree that he doesn't have one-punch power, but look, tell me who else stopped Michael Hunter? Not big punching. Povetkin couldn't stop him. Whatever them other big dudes he fought that had all this power, they couldn't stop him. Usyk stopped the guy. Like the referee decided not to stop the fight, but I mean, come on, he TKO'd his ass. So don't sleep on his power.
There ever was one. And Povetkin couldn't even hurt Hunter. I don't even remember if Povetkin hurt Hunter that bad in that fight, but Usyk had him all over the ring.
Yeah. At a small,
power should never be a telltale factor. I mean, it could be, but I don't like using power.
We're just staying back, bro. We're just staying back, lad, to people that say Usyk doesn't punch hard. That's all that they're saying back to. That's not proven right.
He doesn't have
It
to.
definitely
Usyk doesn't need KO power against AJ. He just needs enough power for AJ to respect him, right?
Correct.
So
Respect him.
yeah, so let's just go
You
crazy
guys hear me?
here. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, we're gonna hear, lad.
yeah.
I'm
So
gonna hear anyway.
yeah, he
Yo.
didn't knock out this guy. He didn't knock out Chisora. Let's say, well, who cares, man? Like, he hurt Chisora. We saw him.
Well,
He wobbled in a guy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
he was
fun.
cracking Chisora, no doubt about it. Like he was he's definitely a heavyweight for sure.
He is
So I
heavyweight.
think when he fought
Hello?
Chisora. Yeah, go ahead.
Dude,
Go ahead, man. We could hear you, bro.
Who is it?
he just is on the phone.
It's Rich. I think it is a trip though. This thing it is a bit of a trip because you can't see the screen, so he probably thinks people can't hear him.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, no. I can hear you
Go
guys
ahead,
now.
That's what were you gonna say?
Yeah, go ahead, bro. We can hear.
When I first got on here, I heard you guys talking about the Lomachenko and how he's. I might have not heard the end of it, but I thought I heard somebody say that Lomachenko wasn't ducking Devin.
No, I never. We
Yeah,
didn't
he's
talk
not
about
ducking Devin.
What is your basis behind that?
Dude, Lomo will fight anybody anytime.
Well, I mean, based off of what? Because Devin was mandatory and he didn't fight him then.
that. The WBC belt. Remember that? Yeah. Well, the thing is, here's the deal though. With Lomachenko, he didn't fight Devin Haney, but he fought Teofimo Lopez. It was a bigger fight.
I know, but that was a whole year later. Him fighting Devin Haney wouldn't have stopped him from fighting Lopez at all. That wouldn't have stopped him unless he lost.
I'm not
Dude,
sure.
his dad said they didn't want the fight. It wasn't Loma. It wasn't Loma's people.
His own dad said it, so like
Nah, that's not what his dad said. I talked
Yeah,
to
it
his
is
dad all
what
the
he
time.
Yeah.
No. Here's the thing, bro. Lomachenko right now, he doesn't have a belt. Lomachenko is known for fighting belt holders. He doesn't really go fights without fighting for belts.
Devin Haney doesn't have a belt either.
How does he not have a belt if he's the world champion in the WBC?
He's never been a world champion in any division. He has a little trinket, which doesn't mean anything. And the only reason why that belt means anything, and it doesn't mean anything, is because people keep acting like it's the real belt. He got the belt in the mail. He never beat anybody to get the belt. He's not a legitimate. He's not any kind of a champion. Period. He never was a champion.
How can you say that? How can you say that if the
Teofimo,
boxing records say otherwise?
he's a minor WBC title holder. That's what he is. Teofimo Lopez is the champion in the division. Loma is the #1 contender.
The thing is, if we
See, that's your opinion, bro. The facts show that Devin Haney is the WBC champ,
right,
and Teofimo is a franchise champion. And if you really went and read those rules, you will read and find out that Teofimo is a preferential mandatory for Devin's
WBC
belt.
doesn't decide. The WBC doesn't see. You don't understand the concept. Okay, you just started watching boxing. It's all good. You don't understand the concept. Hold on, I'm not done. I'm not done.
Just started watching boxing. I don't even know you. You don't even know me.
Because I could just tell that you don't understand.
You literally just said there was one champion and Loma was the #1 contender.
Yeah, there can only be one champion in the division. Now, if you want to say he's a WBC, the WBC can call him a giraffe. That doesn't make him a giraffe, man.
Bro, your point is silly. At the end of the day, if you were to go to any boxing,
I wasn't done talking. Actually, I
wasn't done talking, dude.
But you don't know what.
Hold on.
But you don't know what my point is unless I make my point. I didn't make my point, so you're not actually answering any point.
I'm not gonna lie, dude. You could say I interrupted you, but you had interrupted me first.
So the point I'm trying to make, So the point I'm trying to make is that there could only be one champion per any division, and the champion is Teofimo Lopez. Devin Haney has a trinket. What I'm basically talking about is a lineal champion. There can only be one champion per any division. You can't have 4 or 5 champions in any division. That's ridiculous.
I mean, everything you said was just based off of an opinion. You know what I'm saying? I don't even understand why you would bring opinions to a fact.
It's a fact. It's
the
not
fact shows that there are 4 sanctioning bodies in boxing that recognize each other, and those 4 champions, or those 4 sanctioning bodies, are the WBA, WBO, IBF, and WBO.
Who did Haney
All right. Hold on. We're never gonna end
No,
it
they
here
don't
because
know
guys,
that. You're wrong. You're wrong, but you're wrong. That's the problem. You're
I
wrong.
mean, you
All
can
right,
say
somebody
I'm
step
wrong,
in here
but
because this is gonna
You can
guys.
say you're right.
you're the
Here's the
only
You can
deal.
one
say you're
that's
right.
saying this. So
Here's the
I
deal.
kind of
Here's the
No, you
deal.
don't
look.
understand what
Nobody
the
can hear me.
champion concept of a champion.
Nobody can
You're
hear me.
using a different.
We're just
In your world, there are in your.
Dude.
Okay, so hold on. Let me tell you something. In your world, there are
No, because look,
at
you
least.
just said
Hold
something
on.
about
Hold
me
on.
interrupting you, and then you
In
interrupted me
your
again. Let
world,
me talk.
the point I'm trying to make is that in your world there are 4 different champions in every division, and I think that's ridiculous. There could only be 1 champion in the division. That's the only point I'm making now. If you want to run around calling title holders champions, you can do that, but that doesn't make them champions, as there could only be 1 champion per any division.
All right. So we're gonna get into definitions and champions and belts. Of course, a WBC champion can be considered a title holder, or a belt, or a champion, whatever. But that's why I don't know. On this channel, what we try to do is we try to find who the champion is, and that's why actually the concept of a lineal champion came about. That's because it was so confusing, right? That's why boxing fans started saying, "Well,
So when
what is
like the number 1 guy fights the number 2 guy,
yeah,
right?
the ring
And so
magazines
that's like a
kept it-
determination. So how can you call Devin Haney a champion when he's never fought a guy that high, right? He's never fought a number 2 guy, number 1 guy. He's not number 2.
Dude, all the
He's not a number 2. He's not a number 2 guy, like consensusly. Like there are guys that have proven more at that 135 weight class over Devin Haney. So how is he a champion? He's what he really is a contender to the champion. Okay, the champion right now, whether you like it or not, is Teofimo. He's the champion.
So I'm not here to talk about anybody's, opinion. Like we can all feel like the belts, too many sanctioning bodies, too many belts is bad for boxing. But the reality of the situation is that each division has 4 sanctioning bodies, and each one of those sanctioning bodies crowns a champion, and you can unify those belts and try to become unified and undisputed. With that being said, bro. No, listen, because I've already let everybody talk.
Nobody's saying anything. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I'm trying to respond to dude about him saying that Lomachenko is the number 1 contender. This is all opinion based shit. Like, Lomachenko is the number 1 contender in the WBC. He's the number 1 ranked guy, but forget all that. My whole point was Lomachenko was. Devin Haney was Lomachenko's, mandatory after Lomachenko fought for the WBC vacant belt against Luke Campbell, which he was never supposed to be in that fight anyway. Because if you're a champion in other sanctioning bodies, you're not even in another sanctioning body's ranking system for them to be fighting for vacant belts. So Lomachenko was never supposed to fight Luke Campbell for that vacant belt. That was actually Devin Haney's fight. And the WBC pulled some bullshit once again, like they continue.
Your problem is with the WBC, right?
Yeah, I mean, no, I honestly don't have a problem with any boxer, but my problem is that how can Devin Haney not be a champion if he's literally?
When I say Devin Haney, to most boxing fans, they don't say champion. They just say when I say 135, who's the champion? They say Teofimo.
Hold on. Let me just say something. First of all,
and that's like a consensus type thing. But if you look up, like who's the champion? Are you saying like all right at 168 the champion is Canelo?
Campbell? But who did Loma fight after Campbell? Who did Lomachenko fight after Campbell? Wasn't it Lopez?
His next fight was Lopez. What was that? 14 months later, 15 months later.
Yeah, but that was because the whole pandemic and shit hit.
Right,
so-called whatever you call it.
May of 2020. And then it got canceled because of the pandemic, and then it went to October. Whatever.
Right, guys, you can hear my voice. Let me just say something quickly
next
here.
Fight was against Lopez, the better fight in the division. That was
Let me just
flyweights for all the belts, so I can't really see how he got Haney.
Dude, but my thing is, you can say this, bro, but Lomachenko is known for fighting motherfuckers who are next up, dude. My point is, he was a mandatory, and a month
Lopez
later,
was the better fight, lad.
Look,
what
do you think would have happened? You can say that, but Devin Haney has been ranked for a lot longer.
What do you think would have happened with 21-year-old Devin Haney versus Lomachenko?
Lomachenko would have had to give him that belt. It's pretty simple. Look.
It's
It's
even if
pretty
he's
simple,
containing
bro.
beats him, bro. He
Lomachenko
fought
didn't fight.
Lopez for unification. That's a bigger fight, man. I don't know how
That's a
you could say it
fight.
isn't.
Yeah.
He fought
Dude,
Lopez for
all right. So look, this is
three of
my
the
whole
belts.
point, bro. This is what I'm saying because I'm trying to paint a picture, and it's really easy to see. Like we can all like who we like, but the WBC fucked us all with this whole
Hey,
franchise belt bullshit.
They did.
Period.
I like Loma and Haney. I like them both. They're both good fighters, but I just don't see how Loma duck Haney for a unification
Because
fight.
if you're
sanctioning
if you have
bodies
a
changed the
mandatory and you don't
definition.
fight them, then
Hold
you
on, man.
duck them.
Hold on.
No,
The
not if you
sanctioning
go through the
bodies
disputed instead. I don't see it like that.
change the
I
definition
guess
of
we'll
a
just have
champ.
to agree to disagree.
All right, guys. Can I just read some super chats pretty quickly here? High and Low Sportstrom, thank you for your contribution. He says Teofimo Lopez is the undisputed champion. And then G Boogie, thank you for your contribution. He says, okay, the reality is Lopez is the undisputed champion, whether you like it or not, whether it's an opinion or not. Okay.
Yeah, nobody.
That's literally not true. If you go look at the WBC's rules for the franchise title, it paints a picture that Lopez is a preferential mandatory to Devin Haney and his belt. If you can literally go read these rules, it literally says that at any time, Devin Haney can have a mandatory, i.e., let's say it's JoJo Diaz since he just won the interim belt. Teofimo, if he wants, he can step in and tell the WBC, I want to fight Devin Haney for that WBC belt, and that's literally in the rules. So you guys can say somebody's undisputed.
Devin Haney didn't win the belt from anybody, champion, right? Because of the
franchise
belt.
He got a belt. He got the belt because the champion vacated, and when you're the interim champ and the champion vacates, instead of fighting you,
he went
become
up to that franchise status. Which I hate the franchise belt. I agree with that. That's a stupid belt. But
yeah,
that's
so
just
the
what
WBC.
Just go read the rules, though. If you read the rules, Mauricio Suleiman can say out his mouth all he wants. Teofimo's undisputed. He's the supreme champ. But literally, in writing, that's not what the franchise belt description says. That's what I'm saying. Like,
no, you are right
right
about that.
Lomachenko.
Hold on, real quick. But what does that matter? The fact is that Devin Haney didn't win the belt from anybody. He didn't win it from no one.
Same way Lennox Lewis didn't win his belt from anybody. That's like saying when Lennox Lewis got his belt because Riddick Bowe trashed it.
Well,
you're
gonna compare Lennox Lewis to Devin Haney?
No, I'm not comparing. I'm saying it's a double standard if you say Lennox Lewis won his belt.
But here's the difference, bro. Riddick Bowe didn't go into a unification as well. Riddick Bowe didn't go into unification. He just dumped the belt because he didn't want to fight Lennox. There wasn't a bigger fight for 3 belts on the line.
That's what I'm saying, bro. I kind of don't have really any smoke for Lomachenko. My smoke is for the WBC, and I'm trying to paint a picture for you guys. They said that they created this franchise belt. Look, they said that they created the franchise belt in their description because I was just reading the shit yesterday. They said that they created that belt in order for their champion to be able to go make unification bouts with other sanctioning bodies. And I'm just like, dude, champions have been making
you just said it. You just said it to make
that's what I'm trying to say.
Their champion. So the WBC franchise, whoever that is their champion. You just said
what you're basically doing is
so you literally cut me off in the middle of the sentence. I'm literally trying to paint a picture.
Thank you for that, by the way.
Did when the WBC elevated Lomachenko to the franchise, was that the first time that a WBC champion went and fought somebody from another sanctioning body, or have unifications been being made without franchise titles?
Nobody cares. But what you're basically doing is
that's what I'm saying. You don't even want to talk boxing. I'm damn near get out of here. Y'all don't want to talk boxing, bro.
You're not talking boxing. You're talking about fucking stupid.
Hey, Lomachenko's fighting Comey, who doesn't have a belt. Devin has a belt. Go get out.
Yeah, I don't want to. I'd rather see.
Teofimo can mandate the fight. He has a franchise title. He's not mandating shit. He's a duck. He's rather fight a mandatory than unification.
Stop crying. Go away already.
Devin won fight.
My question is, how do you hold on. How do you on the one hand shit on the WBC, say that they fucked everything up, and then on the other hand support the rules? Like you're just incoherent, man. Like, come on, make up your fucking mind.
That's what I mean. Fuck the belt organization rules. Fuck the belt. We want to see the best fight. And Lopez Loma was the best fighter.
He tapped, bro. He's out.
He dropped out because
he tapped out, bro. Relax.
All right, can I step in? Can I step in here? My thoughts on this whole shit, man. Just my thoughts, man.
Concerning Devin Haney, he wouldn't even make that fight. He's a free agent and hasn't even made a deal with Top Rank, PBC, or any other promotion.
Okay,
He's
the
just
thing
clout
about
chasing. The guy just talks about fighting people and fights their leftovers. That's his whole MO right now.
but
And
here's
fucking
the thing
Haney
about
fans are the most annoying fans out there, probably, man.
And
I don't
why
like
talk
Haney
about
in the
why
ring.
talk about
I like
belts?
Jojo Diaz is a cherry
All right,
pick.
hold on.
Jojo Diaz is a cherry pick for Haney or Garcia. So I don't even know
Yeah,
what
that's
the
a terrible.
fuck
Yeah,
why
that's
people
shit.
want
That's a terrible fight.
Jojo
He's
Diaz.
going
Jojo
backwards.
Diaz is 5'4",
All
dude.
right.
Come on, man.
Yeah,
He can't
Linares is a
punch.
better.
He's
He's going
5'4".
backwards
Come
fighting.
on.
Good little
Yeah.
fighter.
Why talk
But he's
about
going
belts
backwards.
though? Who
Linares is a
cares
better
about
fighter,
belts
and he should be
anyways,
moving
man?
on over
Jojo at
Linares. He's going
130.
backwards
Jojo at 130.
fighting
Yes,
Jojo.
that's good fights right there. There's good fights for him at 135. Come on, man. Ryan Garcia's gonna starch him. He's gonna starch him. Devin Haney, what is
But
he
I
gonna
will
do?
say,
He's gonna try and knock him out.
but I will say this because I want to come on. Lopez is ducking Haney and Loma though at the moment. That's why he's using this shit fight with Cambosis that no one wants to see, and he's dragged that out for over a year.
Yeah.
So he hasn't not to fight Loma or Haney. So I do agree with that. That's why he's dragged this Mando out so long because it stalled the whole division, and he doesn't have to fight Loma or Haney. That's what
I think that's more
I think this whole belt
Triller's
thing is.
incompetence, to be honest. I put that
No,
mostly
I don't
on
think
Triller's
so, bro.
incompetence.
But Lopez has had so many excuses not to push the fight out. Test. I just don't believe it.
Can I
He's
say
still
something
betting
here?
on
That whole.
exactly.
Can I say something, guys?
I guess you could say that.
That whole thing about.
Hold on.
Can you guys hear me?
Go ahead, Bucho.
Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, because nobody can fucking hear me. Talking about the whole BC and the belts, it's just a way to. It's just an excuse, or they trying to find a way to shit on Lomachenko. So by saying that he didn't fight Devin Haney because of the franchise, like therefore now we got something on Lomachenko. You know, he didn't fight Devin Haney, but come on, like he ended up fighting Teofimo Lopez. He didn't need to fight.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
why would
That's
you
what
be
I was
afraid
trying
of
to say,
Devin Haney?
Butcher. Like,
Why would you
pick
be?
a
That's like
fight,
saying
fight.
Yeah.
that's like saying Usyk is ducking Joyce because he's fighting AJ.
Exactly.
It's
Exactly.
retarded.
And you know what's funny? You know what's funny? The lad said, "I've got no smoke for Loma," and then he goes, "Fuck that duck," as he was leaving a minute later. So that showed what he really, you know.
Like, by the way, if you're a boxing fan, if you've been a boxing fan for a long enough time, you hate the belt. You despise the fucking belt. You don't like that.
Yeah.
Like you're not gonna
And
start
the Saints,
defending
yeah,
them.
Saints.
Like, well,
Yeah.
they said this. I'm gonna follow what they say. Like, come on, you're not a boxing fan. If you fucking follow what the
You're not
belt
a
said,
boxing fan.
you know how these belts operate.
It's
It
just
helps kill the sport.
Disgusting. Why
You
would
don't
you
care.
even
You
mention
don't care
this?
what actually happens inside the ring, right? You
I
care
mean,
about all you care about is the little stuff that happens outside of it that makes, I guess, technically
Your
Devin
fighter.
Haney the WBC.
and then
Yeah.
you
Your
wash your
politics
hands,
of
and
their
then you
fighter.
just wash your hands. You just wash your hands by saying, "Well, it's not my. I don't care. It's not my opinion. It's what they say. Therefore, they're the authorities." Like you just wash your hands with that shit. Like, come on, it's unfair.
Yeah, the rules change every second. The sanctioning bodies, they have new rules every single day. So there could be a new champion literally every day of the month with these just fucking updated rules. It's insanity.
You can tell it's a joke because they have no standards, man. Like they keep moving the goalposts. They change the rules all the time. Like it's a ridiculous. It's ridiculous, man. By the way, OG Boogie, thank you for your contribution. He says, first of all, that guy he just wants to get recognition and definition. Sorry, let me read this shit. First of all, that guy he just wants to get recognition and definition of the rulings of the WBC, which no one cares. First thing he said, he was in H Money's chat, so that's a red flag. We all know H Money has a man crush. Yeah, he says we all know H Money has a man crush on. I think it's on Devin Haney. Or something. No, but seriously,
El Dog.
Oh, probably. But yeah, talking about belts, it's a waste of time, man. Come on.
And I don't see any desire on the part of Haney to fight any of the top level guys yet. Is he really trying to make the Loma fight? Did they send him an offer? Like, is that fight even an option? Like, just because a guy goes on Twitter or something, or somebody somewhere says Haney versus Loma should happen, that doesn't mean that Haney wants the fight. I saw zero indication that he wants this fight. Why would he want this fight?
Of course. Why it's
Precise. Look, precise. When it comes to like Lomachenko and these call outs on Twitters, he's already saw it with Triple G, a guy that he has like a friendly rival with, right? Like I've heard him say certain slick comments about Triple G, but still, nonetheless, I bet you he respects him. And he says, "I've seen this done with Triple G. These fake call-outs that really means nothing. There's nothing on the line. These guys can't even fight Triple G without speaking to Al Heyman, right? It's the same shit. That's all it is.
You know, it's like all these rumors we heard about Bob Arum offered Daniel Garcia $4 million to fight Crawford. He offered all these guys, all these M's to fight Crawford. And then when it really comes down to it, where there's an actual possibility of a fight happening, what does he offer Porter? $1 million.
$500,000.
$2 million, right? and then Porter pushes his fucking shit in and gets $4 million, right? He had to fucking fight tooth and nail to get $4 million out of Bob Arum. But supposedly Bob Arum is throwing all this money at these PBC guys to fight Crawford. Bullshit. They pulled this whole card
for $2 million.
No, $1 million.
$2 million.
He gave him one.
It was $2 million, and then the PBC made no offer. They didn't even want to be involved in the fight. They're not having anything to do with the promotion. They let Porter hang completely out on his own because he doesn't want to cross-promote the PBC.
Well, I don't know what happened on the PBC side, but Bob offered him $1 million, then he upped it to $2 million, and Porter said no, and ultimately he's getting $4 million. So he did the right thing. That's for sure. He was getting lowballed.
Where is that fight on? What network is that fight on?
ESPN.
ESPN. It's going to be on
It's
ESPN.
actually it's a pay-per-view now.
It's a pay-per-view, right?
It's going to do like
because
150.
But my point is these fucking fake call-outs. What do they really mean? Some guy gets on Twitter and says, "I want to fight you."
I mean,
okay, where's the contract? Where's the negotiations? Where's the proof that you got in contact with me and you wanted to make the fight happen? That's not what's happening here. Devin Haney's dad, regardless of what this kid that just came on said, right? And I say kid, I don't mean it disrespectful. I mean, you know, I'm assuming he's younger than me, whatever. He obviously he just never seen the videos of him going on different streams and saying that the fight with Lomachenko was never really entertained, meaning that they weren't really thinking about that fight. They weren't thinking about the fight, and it makes perfect sense. He's 21, 22 at that point when this whole thing happened with Lomachenko and the WBC franchise or whatever. Okay, do you really think a guy who got cracked by Linares and was struggling for the last 4 rounds to survive was going to beat any match at 21 against Lomachenko? Get the fuck out of here.
You know what the thing that gets me the most about this whole thing is that the WBC created that belt to give it to Devin Haney, okay? Because they never gave Loma nothing. He had to fight tooth and nail for everything that he's ever gotten from the WBC. So the thing that pisses me off about that is that everyone's saying, "Oh, Loma wanted to be franchised, just in that." No, the WBC did a favor to fucking Haney's little bitch ass and gave him a belt for doing nothing. And then and the whole fucking propaganda piece got spun to blame Loma as if he had asked for that shit. He never asked for it. They did it so that Devin Haney and his little fangirls could run around calling him a champion. The most ridiculous fucking thing I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that's why the shit on Loma that was created, that franchise belt. And like Butcho said, that lad was just coming on here to say Loma ducked by using the belt politics, you know, instead of listening to reason when we're saying he's fighting another champion for 3 other belts in a better fight, but he just wouldn't listen.
He said that the dude who was just on here also said he said Loma fought nothing but dudes at the end of their careers and all this other shit. It's like, the minute he said that, I was like, okay, this kid's just clowning.
That. He said that?
Yeah, he said something. He said something derogatory about who he fights. He fights everybody at the ends, or like
undefeated Gary Ruffel, undefeated Nicholas Walters. Yeah, they were at the end of their career. He made them.
Pedraza wasn't a bad win. I mean, Lopez.
Let's just remove.
Linares was in the best form of his career when Loma.
Guys, let's
he fought 11 in his first 14 fights.
Let's remove the belts from the conversation.
He fought 11 current or ex-world champions. It's the first in boxing history.
Well, Jimmy,
and now he's going on 2 non-title holders in a row when he could be trying to fight the WBC champ.
But
listen,
Gary Russell hasn't fought in 18 months. Gary Russell
what do you mean two? He's fought 2 non-title holders.
not yet. It's going on to with Comey.
What title holder did Haney fight ever? What title holder?
Dude, why are we here discredit? Do you guys want the best fights or not? Like I'm kind of confused.
I want to see the Haney fight. I just don't think Haney's people, because his dad said the fight was never an option. I just don't think they want that fight.
Dude,
So I'm not
he
gonna.
said it
Hold
was
on,
never
hold on,
an
hold on.
option because
Yes.
Lomachenko
So,
franchised up.
so
Like, how can we blame
the
the fight not
reason-
happening
All
on
right, so
Devin?
we don't
if
know.
Devin
I
was a
want to
mandatory
precise.
I
challenge?
want to
Rich
see
and
that
precise.
fight, but the reason why I'm not talking about that fight is because I just don't see it as a possibility right now, because I don't think Devin Haney is ready.
All right.
No,
Here's
but
the
it's
deal.
not a
Okay, hold on,
possibility
hold on.
because Loma rather fight Comey.
But that's
not-
just
he's
your
not-
that's just your opinion, and I
that's just your opinion.
All right, guys.
But
Loma,
Loma's
let's
looking for the
we need
Tio
to move.
fight, though.
Guys.
Wait up. Tio. No, Loma's looking for the Tio fight. So how is he avoiding Haney?
I mean, oh my God, it's so simple. The last fight with Nakatani, I don't blame him for that fight. You know what I'm saying? Devin already had a fight May 29th. All right, go get in there with Nakatani June 26th. He gave T.O. big problems. Go beat him up. That's cool. You can't get T.O. Next because T.O. has yet to fight this year, but he's fighting in October. Lomachenko is slated to fight December 11th, bro. Devin Haney.
Okay, what's your name, bro? What do you go by?
Or Rich?
Ricky? Rich. Okay, Rich. Let me ask you, who'd be the champion in this scenario if Lomachenko and Haney were to fight?
If
It's
they were to fight,
franchise
like, right
belt. At 135 would be Haney. He's the belt man.
yeah,
He's the
Haney's the
okay.
WBC world
So it's impliant upon him to make the contract offer. It's appliant like it is right now at Crawford. How Bob Arum has flipping the whole bill, has to pay for the PBC fighter, so therefore has to put on a pay-per-view to cover his nut because now he has to pay. It's the same thing. DAZN has not offered a contract to Lomachenko, so you can't say he's ducking when he's the champion. It's upon and upon him to make the fucking, you know what I mean? Like, I want to fight this guy, or I'm going to fight my mandatory, because
So
he's the man in
champions fall out.
charge.
So champions choose who they fight.
Absolutely, that's how it goes. Now, listen, let me finish.
That's literally
There's
not
never
the case.
been-
Because if that was the
let me
case,
finish,
Devin
dude. I
would
didn't
fight
talk
Joe.
over you, dude. I didn't talk
That was
over.
the
Let me
case.
finish.
Devin would fight Ryan.
Okay,
when he
he's
fought
going to continue to do it. My point is, dude, he's never made a contract offer. Ever. Not once has Haney's people
We've
ever
never
offered
had Loma
Lomachenko
say he wanted to
contract.
fight him.
Doesn't
Because
matter.
he has
The
to send a
contract.
contract.
Oh my God, Jesus
They don't
Christ,
send
dude,
out
that's not
contracts
how
to
it
any.
works.
They don't just send out contracts to people.
Yes,
bro.
they
You gotta
do.
get verbal.
What you do is you
get verbal
contact the
agreements,
fight.
dude.
What you do is you contact the people. You say half the time the fighters don't even know the shit's going on. Their manager will call it another fighter's manager, a champion. What is your fighter doing? This? You guys want to make this? I want to make this happen. What are we gonna have to do to make it happen? The problem being nobody's got. What happened? What happened with Devin Haney? What by being talented, and he is a talented kid. I'm not shitting on the kid. Very talented kid. But they're paying him so much money over to DAZN at $3 million a fucking pop. They don't have enough of a nut to cover Lomachenko's. So they're not making any kind of offer. They would have to put it on a. That's a whole nightmare. What are they going to put it on? It's going to have to be a pay-per-view. And where he has an app, there's all kinds of issues going on with that dude. So I'm just saying, I don't call anybody punks or anybody's fucking, trying to duck anybody. There's politics involved. But you can't look at a guy like Lomachenko, like the Bucho's Point says it all the time. How can you look at someone who has the first in boxing history, 107-year history of the sport? No one's ever fought as many champions, current or ex-world champions, in their first 15 fights as this kid, and then anybody denounce his resume.
Racial bias. That's how, bro. It's fucking called racial bias.
It's not that I'm not saying Loma isn't accomplished. No, why would I say that? I'm saying when it comes to fighting Devin Haney, which he had one chance for sure when Devin became the interim champ in his mandatory, and the next thing that happened was Loma was elevated. Loma was elevated to franchise champion, and Devin was elevated to world champ, and that's why I'm saying, like, bro, if you go read those rules on the WBC.
We don't
Rich,
care.
Going back to that, let's just see now. Like Loma and Haney should fight while Lopez fight. I agree with you on that. But what evidence have you got that Haney's tried to make the fight?
He hasn't tried to make the fight. They don't want that fight. This guy could say whatever he wants. Rich, he knows they don't want that fight. Dude, look what happened with, just use the eye test. He gets in there with Linares. He's boxing him beautifully. He gets tapped. Right in the 9th round, and he's fucking struggling to finish the fight, dude. It's an assessment. They say, okay, what do you think is going to happen when you fight? Yes, it did, bro. You're just blind. That's all. You need to watch boxing. Stop
Ninth
being a
round. That's
fanboy.
not what happened.
You a fanboy. You're a
What?
fanboy.
Okay, regardless, yeah. Let
Yeah.
reckon.
This dude. Let me just finish.
Best fights. I guess I'm
Down
a
your right. Down
fanboy.
your right. Yeah. So listen. What I'm saying to you is this. They use the better judgment. Okay, they're not like
But at the
you,
end of the day,
right? They're not like you. They know how to necessify. They know he will not fare well against Lomachenko. You think he will, but who the fuck are you, right? You don't make. Yeah, you can make. Hold on, I'm in the cab right now. Make it right over here, bro.
What the fuck's going on, man?
But we're supposed to believe that. Hold on.
What I'm saying is,
Devin Haney. Hold on 1 second. Real quick.
Right.
Devin Haney, the champion. We're supposed to believe is chasing a contender, right? We're supposed to believe this. Like nothing you're saying makes any sense.
bro. Make over here. Make a. Let me mute this shit.
All right, we're listening to Recognize giving directions to the
My-
cab driver.
I wonder if it's Travis Bickle and he's driving his cab.
Yeah, well, Jesus Christ. All right, maybe we should move on. We're getting stuck on this whole Devin Haney belt thing.
Haney doesn't want to fight, man. He doesn't want to fight.
Loma is
He would-
not fucking Haney. Like that's not true. We interviewed his fucking father. They told us the whole game plan.
He must have missed that. This rich dude must have risked. He must have missed that interview. You know
dude,
what I'm saying?
what is Loma's game plan? What is his game plan other than trying to get a belt
His
so that he
game
brings
plan
something?
his game plan is to fight Lopez.
Yeah, Lomachenko.
And
He's
if not,
obsessed.
yeah, you're talking about Lomachenko's game plan, right?
Yeah.
Okay, his game plan is to either force Lopez to fight him or dump the belts.
And how is he gonna
That's
force
it, yeah,
that
keep
again?
going.
That's all he said. That's all he's been saying. He wants Lopez over and over.
That's why
So
he's
he
fighting,
doesn't want Devin Haney,
Nakatami,
the dude that was his mandatory that he ended up giving his belt to, and then he ended up losing all his belts
Wait,
to
but you ended up saying, you said that the WBC did this. They elevated their champions so they can fight other champions, right? So you already said that, right?
That was
So-
never necessary in the past, so that was bullshit.
But I'm saying you said the WBC. Lomachenko didn't do this, right? It was the
No,
WBC.
he inquired about it. They said he did.
So no, he whatever. Show me the proof.
No.
that he inquired
If we're
about
going off of what Mauricio says, he said that Loma inquired
Just keep
about
going straight, bro. Just keep going straight. When I tell you to turn, you can turn.
Hey, we have a night, Jimmy. I want to hear. I
This
want
shit is
Jimmy.
boring, man. This shit is
Don't make
about
us-
as boring as Devin Haney's fights, man.
Exactly. This is just boring, man.
Guys,
fights are boring,
I
but
just
he's
don't
more
get how-
paid
I
to
just
go
don't get
favor
how-
him.
Oh my goodness
I
gracious!
just don't get how anybody can say he's ducking Haney, who went life and death with Linares, and no matter what you say, Rich, was hanging on for dear life in the 11th round.
You said
Okay,
life
yes,
or
you're
death.
Fucking-
You said life or death.
Jesus Christ!
Man, y'all are getting punked, man. You guys are getting punked just by talking about.
in the 11th
Primo
round,
Lopez and
in the
Devin
11th
Haney,
round.
when they have like 3 or 4 channels just dedicated talking about them like 24/7.
Yeah,
But
you're
like I
right.
said,
Hey man, get in the fucking ring.
Life
Get in
or
the
death-
fucking
life
ring,
or
and then
death
I'll
sounds
talk
like what
about
was
you.
happening
When you get in the
before Lomas
fucking
fought
ring,
Linares.
I'll
That
talk
fight was
about
close.
you.
Devin-
You know what I mean? Until
Devin outboxed the shit
then,
out of
man,
Linares.
I'ma be like, no free promotion here. Fuck that shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree. Get this fucking Haney nut hugging off this.
Haney.
What did Loma do? He knocked Linares out.
Look, man.
Just tell Loma to stop trying to fight ex-title holders.
Yeah, I'm gonna call him up,
He'll
dude.
bring some
Yeah, I'm gonna call him up. I'm gonna call him up right now. Man, shut the fuck up, man. Look, Devin Haney.
All that shut the fuck up shit is cool on the internet. If you wouldn't say that to my face, why say it on the internet?
Shut the fuck up. Devin Haney has fought nobody in his. He just barely started fighting good fighters. Loma's been
all right, but what does that matter if he has the belt?
The real question is, who the fuck is Devin Haney, bro? I've never heard about that kid. Next.
He's a nobody.
You know what?
Just about everybody.
I've never heard about him. Next.
The point I'm trying to make is that Loma has proved he's a real one. Haney's never proved anything. He's just fighting people's leftovers, talking a whole bunch of shit, hugging up $100 bills
He
on
would have
Twitter, getting fangirls all excited, getting ready to fucking purchase his dildos so they can show
Bro,
him
you're
up
literally a hater. Why did Loma drop the belt, bro?
Hater, you're literally a hater. Look, man, Devin Haney ain't shit.
Look, man. Look, Haney, like I said, Loma dropped the belt. Where do you get credit for that shit? Only in like the Ukraine can you get credit for dropping the belt, bro.
Rich,
Nobody,
because he was told to drop the belt. The
you know who turned down the franchise? The actual boxers that actually turned that belt down, like Deontay Wilder and Inoue, they turned that franchise shit down because it's not real. It's not like real. It's fool ass shit.
Yo, can you guys hear me?
You're a weirdo.
Yeah.
It's real, all right.
Wow.
It's fucking real. Believe it. It's here and it's here and it ain't fucking leaving, buddy. It's real as fuck. It's not leaving. It's not leaving.
The only people that recognize it
not going away just because you'll come here and you complain. Let's not just talk about it.
Hey, guys, one at a time, guys. One at a time. Come on, guys. One at a time. Seriously. It's getting silly.
Recognize it, Jimmy. You need to take over this shit, man.
Fucking cornball, man.
Beat me with actual facts or arguments.
Beat me with actual
facts. Discredit Haney, and that's cool.
All right, guys, you need to calm down.
I like Haney. I personally like Haney. I think his last fight was pretty exciting, but he's just like the other kids, man. He's just an IG talker, bro. He's an online kid. He's an online kid.
He's another fucking Ryan Garcia, man.
It's pretty exciting. It was pretty exciting because fucking I forgot his name. Shit, I'm so bad with names. Linares popped him. That's why it was fucking exciting.
It's true. Yeah, that's when it got exciting. But other than that,
Haney went for it.
You got non-belt holders fighting non-belt holders, and you guys are calling them contenders and shit. And that's facts. Lomachenko is the number one contender in the WBC, so he should be trying to fight Devin Haney. You should be trying to become his mandatory. But instead, he rather fight Coleman.
That's not how it works. He's who the fuck you call? Dude, fuck you little cock, mate. Tell me shit, my bitch. Fuck you.
I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to Rich.
All right, man. Yeah, sorry, dude. I thought you were talking to me, man. Sorry, bro. Sorry, I jumped the gun, bro. I didn't even recognize your voice. I thought you were talking to me, man. My bad.
You're talking to me.
Everybody just talk to each other as if we were next to each other.
No, I'm talking to Rich.
You're talking to me? Is that what you're talking about? You talking to me? Huh? Feeling lucky? Come on, Bucho.
All right, guys. Let's calm down. Let's calm down. All right. Recognize.
Sucking off Devin Haney, who ain't done shit.
All right, hold on, guys. I want to guys. Can you hear my voice?
I'll be afraid.
You guys are Loma fanboys and Tio fanboys because y'all don't want to see them.
I'll be afraid of a guy who's a fanboy.
Man, I don't want to see them.
I just said Lopez.
I don't want to see them. Like, bro, like I swear, bro, the division will do way much better if those two disappear out of the picture. I swear to God.
I agree.
Like, I swear to God, like, everyone be fighting each other and shit. Like, I swear to God, man. Like, those, they're fucking Trojan horses to the max. Next topic, man. I swear.
Next topic.
Can I ask you guys, the guy who fought fucking Linares, do you think that Haney would have beaten fucking Lomachenko? Do you think if Lomachenko had him hurt like that in the 11th round or in the 10th when he had to spend a whole round holding up a dear life, do you think Lomachenko would have put his ass away? Of course he would have.
He would have made.
Lomachenko's arms are very short. He would have got his face jabbed off for every round.
Okay. Of course he would have, dude.
Hey, but look, I'd rather just say, I'd rather his fans, I'd rather the Loma fans just push for him to make the fight. I don't like talking about shit. Devin was Loma's mandatory, and he dropped the belt. So I don't give a fuck about what nobody talking about. Let's push Loma.
You dropped the fucking belt. The WBC made a franchise belt and gave it to him. He didn't drop shit. You're acting like you're acting. But you're framing it like the WBC said, "Fight Haney, you drop the belt," and he said, "Oh, let me drop this belt, or I might have to fight that feather-fisted kid who's never fought anybody his entire career."
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. That's exactly what happened. He decided to drop the belt and franchise up. And franchise
opposed to what? Opposed to what?
Hold on, man.
Y'all still you have to talk about what the franchise is. It's obvious you don't know.
Rich.
My bad.
The WBC elevated him. You see, you talking to stupid people.
Per his request, though.
Right? You think you're talking to stupid people. We're not dumb. You may be stupid, but we're not. All right.
Bro,
we
I came back
understand.
on here to have boxing talk, bro. If you wouldn't call me stupid to my face, don't say it over there in
Nah,
the
bro,
chat.
you came here to
Bro, I'll
talk
break
about
your
Devin
face.
Haney, bro.
Rich, I
That's
will
all
break
you
your
came
face.
to talk about.
I will
Come
break your
on.
face.
Rich,
I'm
not calling
Watch your mouth.
anybody,
Rich,
man.
Rich,
You
I
need to
will
watch
break
your
your
mouth,
face.
yeah. Just
I will
recognize
break
and
your
stop
face,
the
Rich.
shout.
Yeah, I'll kill you. I won't.
Bro, that's how I know, like, it's just straight. Bro, salute
This
to the
guy's
dude
known as
who
a
owns this
snitch.
channel and all that,
Rich the
bro.
snitch.
I respect him, bro. I would never come
Rich,
to nobody's
what's up?
platform for disrespect. It's obviously you guys can't talk boxing. Not the dude
Nah,
who
man.
owns the channel,
Listen,
though.
have
Somebody
I
insulted
I
me
haven't
for no
called you
reason
no
Rich,
just
you
names.
are
because.
not talking boxing. You're talking trinkets.
Yeah.
Dude, you're
You're
literally
talking.
saying your opinion.
All right, let's
talking
move on.
Literally.
Devin
At the
Haney.
end of the
Guys,
day,
Bro,
recognize.
all
bro,
you
these
are
Talking
doing
guys,
is
Devin Haney.
expose
bro,
Canelo and
like,
Lomachenko for
like,
asking for
the,
that franchise shit, bro.
All right, let's move
Come
on.
but
on
he
now,
Let's
like,
move
didn't
on. Let's
ask
move
considering
for
on.
this
it to
shit happened
avoid
with
Enough of
Devin
it,
Haney.
Haney,
This guy
guys.
likes to talk about, bro. This guy likes to talk about duck artists, bro, like magicians kind of shit. Here I am, then I'm not. Here I am. I'm gonna fight this guy. Then I'm not.
exactly.
I'm
LT
not
LT
you.
knows the
Where am
truth.
I? Like, what the fuck? That's Teofimo Lopez and Devin Haney, bro. And this is LT.
But
Boxing is not
I just want to establish one thing. He didn't take the franchise belt to avoid Haney. That's what you keep saying. You keep saying, oh, he's going to drop the belt. It wasn't to avoid, like, all right, you have this. You can either fight him or take this franchise belt. Oh,
But
don't give me that. I don't want to fight him.
Jimmy,
That's not what happened, dude.
Jimmy and Rich, look, Rich, you came on here, you made your case, we know how you feel. Nobody here agrees with you, okay? You're not going to convince anybody, we're not going to convince you. We could just bicker about this bullshit here and pretend like we're having boxing talk, or we could just move on, because we're not getting anywhere with
Do
this.
any of you guys even know what the franchise belt is?
We don't care, Rich, we don't give a fuck.
Exactly.
Hey,
It's boring.
I'll
So
tell
you
you what
guys
the
don't know.
But
But
hold on,
salute,
belt is. It was made for Canelo,
to the guy
homie.
who
Hey, I'll tell
salute
you.
to the
I'll
guy
tell you. It
who
was made
owns
for
the shit.
Canelo, right? Hey, it was made for
You're
Canelo,
going,
and
you're,
then Mauricio Suleiman felt like poor
Rich.
guys. Let me hand it out a little bit more. You know, it was made for Canelo.
Salute
That's
to
it, all right?
anybody who's respectful on this motherfucker too. Like,
Rich, you made your case.
motherfuckers really
Look,
not
man,
men.
Rich, hold on, bro. Please.
Yo, Rich.
You made your
Hold up,
case.
Rich.
Hold on. You made your case. None of us agree with you.
I
It's
really
cool, man.
did.
It's
I
cool. You're
really
not
did
gonna
make my
hold
case.
on. You're not gonna change anybody's mind. We're just gonna sit here and bicker like a bunch of bitches. So I suggest we move on and talk about something else. We know where you're coming from. You know where we're coming from. Let's just move on from this Devin Haney shit because it's fucking boring. Please, let's just move on.
That's for half an hour. I said agree to disagree.
precise.
We're just not going to agree with you, bro, on that Loma ducking the belt
Yo,
for
precise.
when he fought
Bro,
Lopez.
let me
I'll
just
talk
tell
to
you
you guys
something,
when Loma
bro.
starts fighting for belts again. How about
Bro, let me just tell you something, bro.
LT,
Like
you've
just
never
quick
said anything
observation, bro.
that made sense in your
Well,
life.
hey,
You
just quick
were a waste of
observation.
nothing.
Hey. Look, man.
Hey,
Teofimo
but good night
Lopez
to all
is
you guys, though.
look.
Salute to
Teofimo
the man
Lopez is
who
trying
owns
to
the
build.
channel.
Look, Teofimo Lopez is trying to build on his name off of Canelo Alvarez. Just look at the channel that's dedicated to him, Punch Drunk Boxing. Now look at fucking H Money. They're dedicated, like they gather these, like, let's talk about, they put the title Usyk and Anthony Joshua, and then they end up talking about fucking Devin Haney and Teofimo Lopez, bro, because that's what they need. They need that exposure. Fuck them, man. They need to work for it. They need to fucking work for it, man.
Bro, Haney.
Hell happened.
Salute to the owner of this page. So nobody channel with disrespect. Motherfuckers are disrespecting me. I don't even do that.
Rich, I never, Rich, and I just want to say, not everybody, not everybody disrespected him or called him names. I didn't call nobody names.
No. I know not everybody.
I only disrespected Rich because he did that whole thing. You know, you wouldn't say that to my face. You don't know me, so you don't know. I'm just like I don't know you.
I know you. I know if we were standing next to each other, you wouldn't talk to me.
There you go.
Oh no! I wouldn't. If we talk to each other like that. Hold on, time out. If we had to talk to each other like that, we would never talk. We would hold on real quick. We would never talk. We just keep. We either two things. We keep walking our ways, or we war it out. That'll be the way it goes. All right.
Yeah, because when we talking boxing over the internet, I noticed that people, when they disagree, they get
but that's
disrespectful.
just the name of the game.
Let's be honest, man. You'll be a bitch.
That's the name of the game.
Let's move on. Let's move on.
That's why I know that if we were in person, motherfuckers wouldn't be
Rich,
talking
you
about
do have a
it.
lot of bitch tendencies, don't it? Let's keep it real.
Yeah.
I mean,
being told
but
you
at the
got a
end
bitch
of the day, Jimmy,
Yes,
you're
Jimmy,
from the
Rich,
UK
Jimmy.
and you guys carry knives out there. Like, I don't even understand what you're talking about.
All right, let's move on.
But he notices that you have these weird ways about you. You get real.
But why would I care about that if I would take Jimmy's lunch money? What does that matter?
Are you sure about that?
Why are you coming at my women?
No,
Why are you
Jimmy,
talking
there's
about coming
another
and taking my
Jimmy.
lunch money?
Jimmy,
Whoever Jimmy is, because Jimmy's on my dick with every panel I'm on.
There's two Jimmys. There's two Jimmys.
Oh no, I'm talking about the one with the.
Okay, all right. I thought you were talking about me. I'm like, I never disrespected you, man.
If nobody disrespected me, bro, if you never disrespected me, I'm not disrespecting you. That's a promise.
Yeah, so you got a little flustered. You got a little flustered, and you made other people flustered, and they attacked you. Like you said,
not really, bro. Like that's hella funny.
We're not in front of each other, so there's no need for threats. You know what I'm saying?
And recognize, man. If you know recognize, you know that's how he is, man. He just
especially if you're nice in person, like why would you disrespect somebody over the internet?
But you're not nice. You're not nice. You're very confrontational and rude, like right off the bat. So just get the fuck out of here with this victim mentality.
I actually doubt that. I came in and I was talking about how Loma dug Devin, and you guys.
You know what, bro? That ain't that. Wow, it is a victim mentality.
You
Damn,
had no
Rich.
evidence for that.
Damn, Rich.
But fuck that.
Rich, let's move on.
Man, what's the other Jimmy on the panel? I didn't know.
Bro, I honestly don't care about that.
The thing is, Rich works as a mall cop.
Fuck you, Jimmy.
No.
Rich actually works as a mall
It's like,
cop.
nah, man, not you, Jimmy. I like
Jimmy, we don't need to
like,
shots.
I thought you were talking about me. Like, fuck, because I never. That's one thing I don't call. These guys, you know, they're on there like they'll call each other stupid. And I'm like, nah, man.
But salute to the whole panel and the whole chat, though. Salute to everybody like
Rich, I want to ask you
video as
something.
well.
I want to ask you one more thing. Hold on.
Rich, I'll beat the snitch out you.
Who's that talking?
Shut up, I didn't say I was gonna beat the snitch out of you. If I had to say it, I'd say it to your face.
But that's just like.
But wait, hold on.
Someone to fix
Rich a question.
Well, that's a heavy
Rich,
fucking
you get in contact with Devin Haney, right? You guys, because you always on that H Money show, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so be honorable and say, yo, have you guys made an offer to fight Lomachenko? Ask him that. Can you do that?
Dude, at this point, right, where they both have no fights lined up, and Lomachenko is the number one to fight Devin Haney. Devin Haney's mandatory that he has in place, does not want to fight. He's been to fight Ryan Garcia. Why would Lomachenko not petition to the WBC in order to fight him, bro?
I thought he was already scheduled to fight Kobe.
Devin's had enough voluntary defenses, hasn't he? Like, he has no problem fighting random voluntary bums, so why not fight Lomachenko? I don't get your point.
Dude, that's my fucking point. You have to have somebody say, I want to fight you in order to do that. You don't just volunteer.
No.
If that was the case, he would have volunteered Ryan Garcia when he was his mandatory, dude. That's what I'm saying. Like, these guys have to be willing to fight you. That's why he got to get
make
both
it
fights.
legal. You have to send a contract, bro. Like, there has to be a contract sent to make it, to enforce the legality of the fight. When you can talk all the shit you want on Facebook, that doesn't mean anything.
Exactly.
Look, Rich, the one good point you do make is if you're honest, Lopez.
But isn't Loma already scheduled to fight Comey in December?
Yeah, he's scheduled to fight Comey, and that's my problem. Why not try to fight Devin if you don't have a belt?
I agree with Rich.
Guys, listen, I gotta get going. I just wanted to say goodnight to all you guys. But before I go, listen, for instance, I just want to make this one quick point. Chalo didn't even know this happened, by the way. While he was out doing his Chalo life, Golden Boy took a package together, and it was more money than he would have ever made in his career at the time, and they put the package together, and they sent it to his management team. Chalo claims he doesn't know. I'm going to have to take him for his word. I don't know if he doesn't. I'm going to take him for his word. He says he never even knew. But my point is that happens all the time, bro. When you want to fight people, you send out contract offers.
Called him out.
Yeah, his brother did call him out. That's right. Yeah, that's right. His younger brother called him out for it. Yeah.
Is that what they were arguing about? Is that what they were fighting about? I remember seeing there.
Well, they were going back and forth, and then Jamel basically got really upset and said, "Look, you're the one that ducked Canelo in it," something like that. He said, "I would never avoid Canelo Alvarez."
I never would have avoided. Yeah, when he had all his guns inside the fucking, he was inside a hot box with all his guns.
He said, "I'm a."
Hey, but listen, I want to say good night to all you guys. Be safe, Rich. I just met you tonight, kid. No fucking hard feelings, brother. Seriously, be safe, all you guys.
Are you too?
All right, you guys all be good. All right, be safe.
All right, later, Jimmy.
Yo, Rich.
Jim, we
Yo,
gotta play
Rich.
hockey one of these
Yo,
days.
who's the owner of the panel?
Yo, Rich, how come your name is Rich Dollars, bro, and you never get out your fucking car, bro?
No, it's Dick
I'm not gonna lie, LT, I could buy you. Like you're literally
Really?
cheap.
Why
So
don't
I
buy
don't even
men for?
understand what you're talking
Rich, what's that about? Rich,
But
that's a
yeah,
bit suspect.
What's
Why
what
you
about?
telling another man you want to buy him?
How about you buy
No, because we
yourself
were
a new
talking
car,
about
man?
money.
Because it's fucking
No,
disgusting, dog.
because we were talking about money and
You
when
want
it
to
comes
buy
down to
another man?
money, LT is very low value, and I am pretty sure that I can afford to buy
Oh,
him.
now one of these
Yeah, but then what would
guys.
you
Alright.
do with him? What
That's
do you want to do with
the
him? Man? I
sus
don't get
part.
it.
Because he has so much money.
No,
that
that's
he
what I'm
lives
saying.
in
When
a
you buy
car.
another man, you take him home. What do you want to do with him?
I'm
Listen,
not even gonna lie to you guys,
enough
bro.
with
Like I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I literally make fun of people for a living.
Now you can
If
come out
you
of the
got
closet, innit? Rich, you don't make any money. H money already exposed you that you're
Jimmy,
fucking broke.
dude, how could you
No,
you
no,
literally
let's
don't
Rich,
know
let's
me, Jimmy?
Rich.
Like, you guys are
Bro,
hella
you're a
funny.
mall cop.
Dude, I literally am not a mall cop, but you can keep saying that if you want to.
I can see why
You know
he's
what?
a
I'm actually
Haney
exposing
fan.
Rich. I actually do like him. He's alright.
As a matter of fact, I'm a mall cop. Like, what the fuck?
Nobody gives
It's really
a
not
fuck.
funny though, Jimmy.
Nobody
Cops are
cares.
so rich.
What's
Alright,
wrong?
mall
What's wrong
cop,
with being a
mall
mall
cop,
cop?
mall
What's
cop.
wrong with
Hey,
being a
listen.
mall
Like,
cop?
I don't
Is that
even
why he's
know, but
called?
I'm not a mall cop. But
Is
the
that why
rich
you take
believes
beef?
I'm a mall
Because
cop.
you're a mall
I'm a
cop.
mall cop.
Well, he got
Alright,
exposed, innit?
Jimmy has a UK accent, so whatever he says, he believes is true. He wants us to believe that too because he has an accent, a British accent.
Okay. What
Alright,
accent
It's
do you
Rich,
trash.
first of all,
Very deceiving accent.
I'm gonna send you an interview. Shout out to Anthony, but basically he
Talk about
interviewed
Jimmy
Bill Haney.
007.
No, but
Yo, guys, let's stop
he
it.
interviewed he
Stop
interviewed
it.
Bill Haney, and he asked him like, "What's the plans for Devin?" He basically said, "Oh, we're gonna play it safe. 49, 50 and 0 all the way until we get the big fight afterwards."
Yeah, that's what he said.
That's why nobody on
but
here is excited about Devin Haney because we already know he's
So
gonna
Devin
very
wasn't
thick
in the
and tough.
position to fight Ryan Garcia.
Yo, guys, can we
He'd probably
fucking
take
move
it.
on,
cares.
man?
Hey,
Seriously.
nobody cares
What
about
about the Joe
Let's-
Diaz
Let's,
fight?
can we move
Can
on?
we?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
can we
yes,
talk
yes.
about guys
Move on.
fights that are actually happening, not these
Yes.
fucking Instagram divas?
Yeah.
We
All
need
these
to move
dudes
the
do is
fuck on,
talk.
man.
That's all they do is talk.
Rich, let me ask you this.
But I'm gonna keep it a band, bro.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm gonna come back on here, but somebody come with facts and not opinions, bro. Respect to anybody.
Ain't
Show
for you,
respect.
man. Come with facts, though. You got to come with facts.
I
Some of that
literally
money
only
you
did.
got.
I wanted to talk about the situation at hand. Nobody really
Nobody,
did. Rather
because we don't
discredit a
care
boxer
about
who would
Devin Haney.
Well, I
literally
addressed
beat
it.
out
I
of
told you
y'all.
what Bill and Devin's plans are. So
You like Devin Haney.
Your
Jesus
plan
Christ.
was false. But
Listen,
it
Rich.
doesn't matter.
No,
If
suck that
Devin
Devin
Haney
Haney.
is
They'll go
fight,
up your ass.
You don't care about
Dude,
that.
Muslim-
Bill Haney literally said it. I can send you the interview right now.
How do you did, man?
Fuck this. Who cares?
I literally talk to Bill on phone all the time. I don't care about nothing you're talking about. What's your name
So
again?
what he
My
tells
bad. Say
you,
it.
what he tells you,
Okay,
what
that's
he tells
impressive,
you in
Rich.
private, he doesn't
I
admit
mean, what we
publicly.
talk about is what anybody would talk about if you talk to Bill. You ask questions. You feel
Yo,
me?
bro,
We have regular
That guy is
conversations.
damn, bro. But I'm not gonna lie, man. Look, I'm not gonna lie, bro. But Berlanga really needs to step up. But he does have potential. You know what I mean? Like he really does, man.
But
Yeah,
he
let's
He
talk about
needs to fucking
Berlanga.
step up. But that's just in my eyes. Cause look, man,
His
fucking like
next
you know,
opponent
like
is
chilling.
good. His
Look,
next
man,
opponent is
because
good.
chilling
It's a good
right next to
test.
Daddy Yankee and J Balvin and shit ain't gonna make you box better. You know what I mean? Like he needs to get those fucking tests. He needs to get those fucking rounds, man. Like you know what I mean? Or is that just me? What do you guys think?
Good
I
point.
agree with you, man.
His next opponent's a good step up. His next opponent's a nice step up. I think he took Billy Joe Saunders to like the 11th round, and he was winning like 5-6 rounds off him too before he got stopped.
Who's
Who
that?
we're talking about?
Who was? Who?
Berlanga versus
You see-
Coceres, his next opponent.
Hey, yo, I just want a quick shout out to LT. You see how quickly dude left? We changed the topic. Bye.
Yo, that was.
Yeah,
I
that
was
was
gonna
fucked
kick him
up,
out,
man.
but I was waiting for like the right moment. But then you guys started talking about something now.
Wait,
Can I say
Thank you,
something?
guys. Right moment never came.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Hey,
guys.
can I say something?
Go ahead. Whoever said that.
Didn't I
Boys,
fucking
OG,
say that
what's
they
up?
were just
What up,
here to
Boogie?
talk
What's up,
about them?
Oh,
Didn't
yo,
I
what's
just
up,
fucking
G?
say it?
Wait, guys. I know there's a
What's up,
lot
Boogie?
of us here, man. Let's one at a time. Go ahead.
Yeah, Boogie.
Yeah, I just wanted to say to that guy that why are you gonna come in here and try to act like he's oh, I'll buy you and this and that. Dude, first of all, we all men. Why you want to buy another man? Okay,
Jesus Christ.
second of all, you talking about boxing. You said that nobody's answering your question. I'm a man. Okay, first and foremost, I'm probably older than you, and I probably have more money than you because you don't know where I come from. Okay, and how much money I saw. So I don't put that into perspective. I'm a man just like I respect the next man. You talk about a conversation that you want to debate, and you debate. Whether you get upset, frustrated, somebody on the outside influence, no, you are addressing your point. So address your point and make it clear. And since you were addressing your point and you saw how much uh rebuttal that you got back, and you just because you don't agree with it doesn't mean it ain't facts. Okay,
But he
but it
doesn't.
doesn't
He
mean
doesn't.
it
He
ain't
doesn't
facts.
even
It's
want to.
been proven that
He doesn't even want to talk
Lomachenko.
about. He doesn't even want to talk about anything else other than that. As
Devin
soon as
Haney's
these
quick.
guys,
So
He just
as
got
soon as these guys
designated
check it
brought
out.
brought
Check
it
it
up,
out.
man. Huh?
as soon as they
Let
brought up
me
something
finish
else,
this.
go ahead.
You know, Lomachenko elevated himself, and when he found out he said, "Oh shit, I don't want to do that. No, I want to fight everybody." It was too late. He even went on fucking, and that's facts. He went online and said, "Yeah, I didn't know what it was." Period.
I mean,
Because they
And
told him on the whole thing.
yeah,
Remember the timeline, right? So remind me who he took the WBC from again. Just give me
Luke
who,
Campbell.
Luke Campbell. Okay,
It was a
so
vacant belt.
right, so it's a vacant belt. So I'm gonna give you a timeline. So he beats him. I want to say somewhere
A month later.
in August 2019. August of 2019. He wins the belt. Shortly after that, he was gonna this guy Devin Haney was named the number one contender, who he had a shot. Basically, Devin Lomachenko had a fight him within 9 months, a year. So from August 2019, he has one whole year. So then they were even entertaining a fight between him and Kambosos in Australia, which Lomachenko was going to do, and then Lomachenko was called the cherry picker or whatever. Then the WBC elevates him. I believe he elevates him. The WBC elevate him to the franchise status so that he can fight Teofimo Lopez in
Who was
May
a more dangerous
2020.
opponent at the time.
Right.
That's
So
what
Yo,
it is.
can we move the
that's
fuck on, guys? Come on.
so real quick,
Fuck
Jet.
that
So real
shit.
quick, Jet.
Fuck that
He
shit. Fuck that
basically
shit.
took the better fight at the time because
Exactly.
at the time this guy was the champion. He had the IBF belt, right? So yeah, so that's basically what happened there.
can you guys hear
That's
me?
what it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
yes.
can hear. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, King
Now,
Bucho needed to say something.
Yeah, I
can
was
we
gonna
move
say
on,
move the
man?
fuck on. Let's get
yeah.
the fuck.
Well, I just wanted to quickly
Dude,
say
like
that's why
we
they
were
got no
just off
argument. He
the
fought the better
topic, and
fight.
then G
Yeah,
Boogie comes in
true.
and like is like,
Well, he
"Hey
brought it back.
guys, like let's talk about it again." Like, dude, all
Let's go
right.
back to
First
Berlanga,
of all,
bro.
don't disrespect me, L
Berlanga.
Dog.
Yeah, but
I
that,
ain't come
yeah,
at
that,
you.
Yeah.
All
that was
right.
a bit harsh, though, L Dog. You didn't
Yeah,
do
old dog, you
it.
need to
Fuck you, Bell
respect G
Dog.
All
Boogie,
right,
Yeah.
man.
be
All right.
more mature, but which I know you can't be because you
Hey,
can't
let's talk about
have that
Berlanga.
urge
All
to
right.
be
Let's talk about
Hey,
controllable.
Berlanga.
Time out.
yeah, Berlanga.
L Dog, real quick. Calm yourself down, L Dog. That's fun.
Yeah,
Always
yeah,
fun.
just a little
Yeah,
bit.
you need to
Just a little
respect
bit.
the veterans, man.
Before I kick
Yeah,
you
maybe I was
off,
too honest for his liking, but
I
you know,
have
let's.
L Dog.
First of all, I was talking about the gentleman that
Let's
was
talk
on, and
about
I wasn't
Berlanga.
talking about that. He was the one that was illustrating his point. So if you're gonna get your facts straight and you're gonna be smart enough and intellectual enough to digest everything what I was saying, then don't come with no stupidity to me, okay?
That's right.
Yeah, okay,
Respect him.
Boomer. All right,
Facts.
let's move on.
But I was saying, bro, like I was
Perfect.
saying,
Let's
what
talk
about that
Berlanga real
Berlanga
quick,
kid,
real quick.
man? What about that
This is my
Berlanga kid?
assessment of.
All right, let's
I'm
Berlanga.
being honest with you. And I'm Puerto Rican, and I would like for him to be the real deal. I don't
Me
think
Don't
too.
hate, bro. Don't hate, bro.
I mean,
I
I'm
don't
not Puerto
think he's
Rican,
the
but I
real.
like for him to like.
Oh,
You know
he's
what I
good.
mean?
Listen, he's entertaining. He's an entertaining fighter. But LT, don't be surprised. You put him in there with a B-level fighter, and the
What about
B-level
Morel?
fighter.
Yeah, I know, bro. Man, I would
I'm nervous about
love for him to live with like his full potential. You know what I mean? Get tested, but if he's not gonna get tested, man, he's never gonna. You know what I mean? Like flourish.
No, I
did
want him
get
to get
tested.
tested. I want him to
What
get
do you guys
tested.
think of like a Rosado fight? Rosado
Yeah, that'd be
versus.
good.
Rosado might
That'd be a
beat
good. Nah, that'd be a good test.
No,
That'd be a good
no.
test.
That's
What do you
too
think?
Rosado
Why
might
he's not
beat
ready
him.
for? Why do you
Come
think
on,
You
he's
gotta
Rosado
not
look
ready?
into. You gotta look into Berlanga's next opponent, bro. He's pretty good. It's a nice step up. He's a better boxer than the guy he fought
Who's
before.
he fighting? Who's he fighting?
What's his name, lad? Yeah, who's he
Coceres.
fighting, lad?
Coceres, the guy that Billy Joe Saunders fought on that YouTube card where he was getting fucked up.
Never saw it.
Never saw it. Yeah,
Yeah,
but
never
anyway,
saw it.
right? Like there's a reason why they're moving him in this way. If anybody follows him on IG, AG,
Oh, AG.
Attorney General. So if anybody follows him on IG, he's hanging out way too much. He's like, Fat Joe, this and that's a weirdo. And
So
I
he's
don't
AG, American gangster.
American gangster. He's hanging out. He's hanging out with like all these dudes that, in terms of status, they already made it, right? Like they made it. They made their millions. And so I don't know. Look, that doesn't mean that he's not training in the gym, but I think in his last fight, he kind of, I don't remember off the top of my head, but he was getting caught with a lot of shots that were not, if there was somebody else, they're probably doing more work to him and maybe even beat him. I'm not sold on him for sure.
They're not moving him correctly, man, because he's, from what I know of him, he's just been knocking all these guys out in the first round.
Yeah.
And now they're going to put him in with someone that's halfway decent, but in my opinion, he should be, you want to see him go 3, 4, 8 rounds before he fights someone who's fought
He
someone
went the distance his last fight.
I guess I missed that.
He went 10 full rounds. 10.
But he never.
And let's be honest,
like
he looked basic, man. He just kept doing the same shit over and over again, expecting a different result. Like, all he would do is,
But he
fucking
was
load
getting
up on his
result,
punches.
L-Dog, he was getting result, but it's almost like that's all he could do.
He wanted to knock that guy out, and he couldn't figure out a way to do it. That guy had been knocked out by lesser guys, or at least,
He got
lesser
knocked down
regarded
like 4
guys.
times though.
He
got
did,
knocked down
but
4 times.
you couldn't stop him, man.
They could have stopped that fight a couple times. Though.
Whoever's managing him, I think they're just trying to make a quick buck, man. They're gonna cash out to like a B level, A level guy, and that's probably gonna be all we hear of him, man.
Precise. I just want to address something you did. Like, do you feel like, in a way, it kind of makes you look like a hypocrite now because post Pacquiao Spence,
fuck you. Go fuck yourself, motherfucker.
Let me finish, bitch. Let me put the out
You little bitch. Get your ass
I
off
came
my
in, pussy.
dick,
I came in for you.
Start
So I
shit.
came in for you, pussy. Anyway, listen. You don't feel like you've got egg on your face, you know?
Suck my dick, you little mag. You little fucking mag.
For an hour for precise.
Asshole, you bitch.
All right.
The place is shaking in his boots.
I give him credit, bro. He's been hiding in the bushes with the rifle ready to go at precise for an hour.
Hey, I've been calling out Precise to a debate, and this guy stays ducking me, man.
It's like, by the way, fuck you, Precise.
I don't talk to homosexuals, man. Don't address me. Man.
Hey, listen, bro, I ain't a homosexual, but I'm calling you out for a debate, man. Let's get the debate on.
That was what a comeback, dog.
What a comeback.
You
What a
used to be
comeback.
I'm not.
Yeah, I was expecting a little more from L-Dog. Come on, L-Dog.
Yeah, Dog, that was sad.
You must really be a homo.
Man,
Hey,
bro,
bro.
you got it in you, man.
Bro,
You
I
got
don't
it in
care
you.
what- I don't care. No. Here's the thing. I don't care to
I'm not a
address shit
homosexual.
that is obviously false like that.
Oh,
Right. Can't believe that guy said,
That's very mature. That is very
L-Dog, are you
mature.
Australian?
I dig that.
Okay,
Does the
guys.
guy want to debate,
Alright.
or do you want to debate
Okay,
with me?
so I'm gonna.
Shut the fuck
This will
up, fat
be the
man.
last thing I ever say to you. Look, man, we don't want to be your friend, and I know you're brokenhearted, and you've been chasing us around because you got X for posting dick pics on a stream where you shouldn't have been doing.
That
or something
wasn't
like
me.
that. Hold on, I'm not done. Whether it was you or one of your homosexual buddies, it really doesn't matter to me. I'm not interested in anything you have to say, L Dog. You don't tickle my fancy. You're kind of a boring, nerdy dweeb with a funny accent, and just like talk your shit and get off my dick, man. I ain't got the time for you. Basically, that's it.
Basically,
Shut the fuck up, fat man. This ain't none of your goddamn
so
business.
you ducked the debate. There we go.
nobody wants to
Eldar
see that
versus
debate.
Precise
to
is
be
the new Loma versus fucking Devin Haney, bro.
honest.
No, man,
Hell
stop
no.
talking about those kids, man.
God.
For real.
Let's move on. Let's talk about what else is there?
Hey, the Wilder Fury card is pretty good, bro. It's
Yeah,
low-key
we should have
81.
talked
No,
about
bro, are you
that
serious? You
fight.
bring back Wilder Fury. Out of all the topics, you're going to bring that, the most boring topic.
Well, he said the
The
undercard. The
card is good,
undercard.
bro.
Sanchez and
The
the other
card is
dude.
good.
Well,
The
The
card is
undercard.
good.
Frank Sanchez and the other dude. What I forgot his name.
Agava.
Frank Sanchez and the
Agava.
other dude.
Agava.
Agava, there you go.
Agava.
Two hype jobs.
That's a pretty good
Yeah.
scrap, man. I'm not gonna lie, I like it.
Helenius versus Kanakui, the rematch. That's pretty good too, I guess.
Fuck Wilder, fuck Fury, and fuck their card. That's sick of that topic as
I
well.
kind of agree with you, Jay.
I'm actually looking forward to that, but we don't gotta talk about it. I'm kind of looking forward to that shit, though. I can't lie.
Which fight
I'm
you like the
excited for
most
this
out of
Sunday.
that one?
What? Set the
Wilder. I like the Wilder fight versus Fury. Because, look, man, either it's going to be a repeat of the second fight, which I'm down to see that again, or Fury's getting knocked the fuck out, which ain't that bad either. So, give it to me.
That's kind of true, yeah, man. I mean, it doesn't take the fact. It don't take nothing
guess
away from the fact that Wilder got exposed, right? I mean, it already happened. So, okay, Fury gets knocked out. So what?
Whatever happens, the fallout is going to be fucking hilarious. And Bucho's licking his chops, man.
Man, Fury's on some, I mean, Wilder's on some fucking PEDs, man, for sure.
I ain't gonna
the
lie,
guy
man.
ends up benching
That's
like
how I
400.
feel. That's how I feel
Like-
about this Usyk versus AJ fight, man. Like if AJ loses, those Brits are gonna be in a meltdown, and if Usyk loses, I'm gonna get to watch all these conspiracy theory videos about how he actually won or some retarded shit like that. So yeah, with this fight, it's kind of like that, man. The heavyweight division has the worst fan bases.
Get off my dick, retard. Please, just get off my dick. It's really, really pathetic.
Hey, I ain't speaking about you, man. Unless you like to make conspiracy theory videos about your fighter once they get their ass kicked.
All right. You're pushing.
Get
the
off
limits
my
here.
dick, faggot. Seriously.
It's kind of gay. Let's move on.
Yeah,
Let's move
hey,
on.
hold on. What did you think
I'm not
about?
going to scream. I just want to ask Precise just a basic question.
Oh my god.
Post Pacquiao spend.
Hold on a second. I think Mr. King Bucho is trying to say something.
I'm not interested, but I'm not
He's not
interested.
interested.
You made several videos about it.
Oh my
Let
god.
Jimmy,
Bucho
man.
talk. Let
I let
Bucho
you
talk.
in, and
Let
then
Bu-
you
let
start the
Bucho
same
talk.
shit again. Come on.
Bucho's mic is muffled.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
Jimmy.
your mic's still muffled.
Yeah, it's a bit low, Butcher. Yeah.
All right. Can you guys hear me?
Now,
It's still
yeah.
kind of low. Yeah, we can hear, but it's low.
Low. It's kind of low, bro.
Fucking shit. All right.
Running out of
Jimmy.
gas.
Jimmy. I let you back in, and you said you were gonna behave, and you started the same shit again.
No, I was very polite. I was just asking a question.
Yeah, but
I'm
he also
not, not interested in your Jimmy.
He's not interested,
Listen
man.
up, buddy. Yeah, I blocked you. Okay, you're upset. I get it. Go somewhere else to cry about this shit. This isn't this panel. Look, hold on. This panel isn't for you to come on and fucking verbally masturbate and make yourself feel better. This is to talk about boxing. If you're gonna come over here and make this shit personal, I'm just gonna get out of here because I'm not interested in your faggot ass.
Yeah,
Talk
Jimmy,
boxing
man.
or shut
That's
the
it.
fuck up.
He doesn't want to talk.
We'd
Jimmy.
rather have Jimmy leave. Fuck
Jimmy.
that.
That's it. Don't address Precise. All right.
Okay.
Hey, we gotta be
Yo,
careful with the
Precise.
language being used, man.
What do you think about Berlanga, man?
I like the guy, but everything I hear, it doesn't bode well for his future. But like, I like the kid. He's big, he's strong, he gets the knockout. I mean, I think he could be in some good fights. But if everything that recognizes saying is correct. I feel like they're just gonna feed him to the next guy in line, basically.
He's going out. He's going out. He's like in. This is his scene. This is his like lifestyle. He's either in Florida, South Florida, of course, chilling out, drinking, hanging out, chilling, nice clothes, whatever. And New York, the same thing. So you tell me. I mean, the guy, to me, he's just like, maybe he has the energy enough to do that. I don't know, but I
He's
haven't
acting like he already made it.
right.
Bro, they're gonna feed him to Canelo Alvarez, man.
Canelo will kill
I
him.
wouldn't be surprised.
Belanga's a good Mexico-Puerto Rico rivalry, don't you think? Both guys are a similar age.
Exactly, man. And Canelo's becoming buddies with
Berlanga
Barbaro.
ain't ready for Canelo.
Bro, and then
Quite a bit younger.
How
to
about
be honest.
watch, and Canelo's gonna unify. Watch, and Canelo's gonna unify the division, and then he's gonna drop the belts. Berlanga's gonna grab one of them. There you go.
I think the Mexico Puerto Rico fight could be him and Benavidez maybe down the line.
Yeah, that's what I was.
that'd
That's
be
what
a
I was
good
thinking
one.
too. Benavidez, Berlanga for sure.
Yeah, Benavidez.
The only way that Benavidez will have trouble if it's making weight, because he's had issues with doing that before.
I want to see Pavel Silyagan mix it up, man. That guy a beast. He's a fucking prospect out of Russia. I think he'll give. I think he'll beat Berlanga, man. If they ever fought, I think he'll beat David Morrell too.
Wait, how many fights has he had, L Dog?
I don't know, maybe 9 or so.
Okay, so
Have you guys seen a lot of David Morrell? Because I keep hearing he's the boogeyman of the 168 division, but I haven't really seen too much of him. Is he like really
He's
good?
alright.
Is he Puerto Rican fighter as well, or?
No, I think he's Cuban.
I thought Luis Ortiz was the boogeyman.
Yeah.
David Morrell? No, I don't know that.
Yeah, there's
Not
a
the
bunch of
150
new
down.
Puerto Ricans.
Yeah, you like that Matias?
Yeah,
He's
I
a
don't
beast,
think
reckon.
Berlanga is ready for anybody. He needs to hone his skill and not think that he has already made it. If you're a hungry fighter and you want to really show the world your true skills and how beneficial you are to the sport of boxing, you need to maintain the hunger that you came in with, and to be able to be that next level personnel when you fight the other top guys.
That's right.
Berlanga, he's got a very exciting style. He's definitely a common star with the highlight knockouts, but definitely a step up. It's like recognized said. I think maybe even Rosado might be too dangerous because he's so tough and experienced, especially the way he's been looking of lately, knocking out Bekdemir and obviously having a very tough and close fight with Danny Jacobs. So that might be a step too far.
Rosado gonna fight Berlanga?
They were talking about it.
No,
Yeah.
okay, so if Rosado, the thing about Rosado, right? What happens if he gets out of the first 3 rounds and he starts catching Berlanga with some shots? You know what I'm saying? He not necessarily do the same thing to Bekdemir, but like just starts giving him resistance and starts catching him with shots. Does he fold apart? Because
That's the fight I want to see.
yeah,
Rosado's fighting Munguia.
But real quick,
Rosado's
right?
fighting Munguia. Oh,
Okay, so he's fighting Munguia, okay? And that might be a dangerous fight for Munguia, but the way this kid is being brought up is it looks like it's the wrong way. Actually, the guy that I think that comes or has Puerto Rican ancestry, the one that looks like he might be better than Berlanga is that kid, that young Nigeria. Yes, he might. Yeah, he might. He might be the one.
Man, I like that kid.
Yeah, I've been
he's
hearing about him.
18. He's only 18, bro. And he's
I like that kid. I'm not gonna lie.
What weight is he like? What weight is that?
147, but he's gonna be
147, 154.
He's gonna be a middleweight though.
He'll be a middleweight by the time he's 20.
Sorry, Jed. Is he the real big guy?
No,
that's Fondora.
Yeah, he's smaller than Berlanga.
No,
Fondora, I
is
think
this
one you're thinking of. Jackson Cuban Fondora.
Fondora's
That's
like
what I think.
something.
Okay, yeah, that guy looks
he's
like
a
a
Cuban.
fucking giant.
Yeah, he's a Cuban.
What's everyone's final thoughts? Yeah, what's everyone's final thoughts on Joshua Usyk? Because it's only, I think, 5 days away? Joshua Usyk.
Uppercut in the first round.
That's what it is.
AJ by robbery.
I think it's England versus Usyk.
Usyk by KO.
I got AJ winning.
Yeah, I got AJ knocking out Usyk.
Choose the opposite then.
I got Joshua by controversial decision. I think it'll be really competitive and yeah.
I got Joshua split decision, but I think that Usyk, the game plan that he needs to implement is go out there and box him, and then at every shot that he sees an opening that he could throw that heavy 100% power at him, do it. And if he does it and he gets to knock down AJ one time and then box him the rest of the way, it will be a draw.
legit SD or like a controversial one? What are we doing here?
Let's say legit.
I think it's gonna be controversial, SD, but
in London there are no SDs. It's all UDs for Joshua. There are no
Me and Boogie got the same idea. Yeah, close controversial decision for Joshua.
Yeah. Oh, fuck, say if it was real. Let's not say, like, oh, it's going to be a fucking robbery, because we know it's probably going to happen, but let's just say, in a fucking perfect world, how does this fight play? How does this go out?
What do you mean?
I still favor Joshua, man.
You would still favor Joshua?
Yeah.
I mean, the size is not that big of a difference.
Joshua, bro. Usyk tries to brawl and then gets caught, bro.
Joshua, guys,
in a perfect world.
Hold on, real quick. I think Joshua.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think Joshua is good enough that if he comes in the right size, which I think it can't be under 240. It's got to be, in my opinion, 245. Go in there and bring the fight to Usyk. That's his better shot to win. Like legitimately, I'm talking about. Forget
They're
about
saying the old AJ.
Right.
That Joshua's gone, man. That Joshua's no longer here.
That Joshua.
I like the new AJ to still outbox him because that power is going to make Usyk hesitant, man. Like again, it's just you can notice this in boxing when little guys move up, man, and they're smaller than a big puncher. They're hesitant to throw because they're scared to get knocked out, and I think that's what's going to happen.
I think in a perfect world.
I don't know if Joshua's got the gas tank as well. You know, like if he gets too aggressive, he doesn't want to gas himself out against Usyk because he'll be.
I think in a perfect world, Usyk needs to come out boxing and then take advantage of the openings that he have with full blast power behind it, and then if he could put down Joshua and then gas him out, he can win the decision easily.
What do you lads think about Joshua losing quite a lot of muscle, especially for this fight particularly? Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Because I know he's training for speed, endurance.
Good. Like Recognized said, you don't want Joshua too small, but you don't want him too big either.
Yeah. I don't like him. I don't like him like that. Personally, I don't like
too
him like
muscled up. He's like a bodybuilder. That's not going to work against Usyk.
To me, I think a 235 Joshua will put damage on people, and he will still have the strength because he puts leverage in his punches. He does when he throws his power hand hook. He does turn it over, and if he catches you from mid range to short range, he's gonna hurt you.
Yeah,
I don't know.
He's a lot faster on his feet now as well. Joshua
has fought bigger fighters in the past, though. You got to think. I know it was Joyce a long time ago, bigger gloves, but he's dealt with bigger guys, and I mean, his 2 heavyweight fights he's had, he hasn't looked bad. I would have my money on Usyk decision in a perfect world, but we don't live in a perfect world, so.
No, if you're betting this fight, you want to
Usyk by KO, bro.
Wait, go ahead, Precise.
No,
witness the whole.
Smart money is Joshua by decision. Whether he actually wins that,
No, that's not smart money. Because
it is.
If it's smart money, you don't. Hold on. Let me tell you what smart money is, bro, so you can understand. What smart money is, you keep it a secret and you don't tell anyone else. Because what's being talked about right now, everyone goes and talks about it in their channel. So if you give it away, guess what? The odds changes. So
it's
smart money.
It's dumb.
It's a secret. And so who wins is Usyk by KO. Watch what I'm telling you, man. My guts are fucking telling me, bro.
He
LT,
can carry
I
on
don't think it's
boxing.
a
The thing
secret that
is,
LT,
Joshua
you know what
got
I'm
the
going
judges.
with?
I don't think that's
You know what I'm
a
going with?
secret anyway.
This is what I'm
Who
going.
recognize?
Okay, this is what I'm going, but I don't want you guys to tell anybody this, right? It's between us.
More money.
Hey, I'll tell you guys
Nah,
this.
that's
I'm gonna
it.
laugh my
But don't
fucking
tell
ass.
anybody, bro, because you know it might slip out, right?
I'll laugh my
What she
fucking
said.
ass off if AJ gets disqualified, bro. Imagine that the ref just DQs him.
That won't happen.
Why would that happen?
Yeah, that's a dream, all right.
That's why I was saying it would be
Odds on
funny.
that.
I think the
I
fight
think
that you might see a disqualification. Pay attention to the Wilder Fury fight.
that could happen.
Yeah, I think Wilder just doesn't have the ability to like keep his cool. I think he's gonna.
But lads,
He's gonna act out. I actually think his teammates are gonna act out and be like, you know, I don't know what I can and can't say. I just think they're gonna
Imagine
start
if
acting.
Watch says, "Give me the drink I mixed." If you know,
But
you
Wilder
know.
doesn't even know how to fight dirty. I don't even think he has the fucking.
Hey,
IQ
can
to
I
fight
ask
dirty.
all of y'all a question? Can I
He'll
ask
say he's too
everyone
much-
a question? Who's going to be the referee for the Wilder the Fury 3?
We don't know yet.
Don't know yet.
Is that fight even official?
It's gonna be the guy from Chocolatito and Estrada 2 or 3, I mean. And fuck, I forgot the other one. Oh yeah, and the other guy from
Davis?
Valdez versus fuck I forgot his name, but that judge is gonna be there too. Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, because Wilder could get himself disqualified and just say, oh, you know how he bullshits, oh, I was too much of a real one. Fury fought dirty, I fought dirty back, and they did me wrong, just to save face.
Yeah. Because if you think about it,
That's what I think, Jackson. I don't think Wilder's team will be able to contain themselves. I think they're going to start acting like a bunch of animals and start attacking
I'd say maybe
people in
the team more than Wilder.
the locker
If
room.
it happens, it would maybe the team more than Wilder. I don't think Wilder will do that. It could be the
But if
team.
you think about it, if you think about it, they're kind of like talking crazy, right? So it makes you wonder. Let's say if the fight starts getting, to the same way of the second fight, I could just see something happening.
Hey, what happens if a member
I can
of
see
Wilder's
Wilder's
team
mother
acts out?
coming into the ring with a shoe and start hitting Fury.
Hey, imagine Wilder's team starts acting out and the police shoots one of them.
Oh, that is fucked up.
That's a dark comment.
Yeah, that's very possible.
Damn,
that's
that's not
very
funny.
probable, man.
I'll just make a video on Instagram saying your king was done dirty again, innit?
Hey, did you see the fight poster they've made for Wilder Fury? I'm gonna post it in the Discord, but it really looks like Fury's buck breaking Wilder. I'm telling you, the way they put it,
Oh,
like
fucking hell.
this shit is horrible, bro.
Sounds disturbing.
You know, they had a poster for this fight.
But they're not promoting. They're not promoting.
Yeah,
They're not promoting these fights, man. It's weird.
Yeah, what's up with that? None of
I
these
don't
fights
know,
are
man. I don't know, but
Hey, check out that photo. Look at that poster, bro. What the fuck is up with that?
But
Yeah,
know
what the
what's up
fuck?
with that, Eldo.
Oh, that is fucked up.
Is that real?
Oh, bro, that is the 9/11 towers. No shit. Let's go back to conspiracy theories.
Wait, where can I see it?
well,
Where
it
do we
goes
click on it?
The
Where do we click on it?
that goes to what you were saying, like in terms of like if it's a boxing fight, you go with Fury anytime. But like there's some other shit going on with this fight, man. I'm telling you, something crazy.
Yeah, why is it saying 2 when it's actually 3?
This is the second fight,
Oh, that
man.
shit is fucked up, though.
That might have been the second one.
Yeah, it
It's
says
a
February
rematch in this-
22nd.
Oh, that was the second. That was the bro. Hold on, that has a lot more meaning now. I mean, look at the foreshadowing.
Yeah, building 27.
Oh, that's fucked up.
I mean, they basically told everyone that Fury was gonna,
Yeah.
he was gonna do his thing to Wilder. Wow.
I mean, that's a pretty much happened, isn't it? He licked his neck and everything, innit? Fucking hell.
That's the background of Nevada too.
Damn.
And Wilder had that face like, what the fuck is going on? Right? Like the whole fight, he's like, what the fuck is going on? This dude's trying to whip my ass.
You've researched this buck broken topic too much, I think.
Yeah, there's a funny documentary on it, man. To be honest,
Yeah, I heard about that.
Dude,
it's a good
fucking
one.
Twin Towers, man. Damn.
I won't waste my brain cells, the little that I have left, on that shit.
To be honest, there's not really much promotion for Joshua Usyk either in the UK. I don't know, it's just a bit. Yes,
Wait, so
it's a
Jimmy,
big.
you're in the Jimmy, you're in the UK, right? Like, what are they saying about that fight?
The only is, I feel like the British fans, our morale, our spirit is really low right now because everyone was so excited for Joshua Fury that anything outside of Joshua Fury for Undisputed is just a letdown. So people are alright with it because the tickets sold out. I think it'll be big pay-per-views, but generally no one's really that excited, and they're even less excited for Fury Wilder 3. Like, literally no one cares about
Why
that
they
fight.
can rob them because nobody will be, so nobody even be watching.
But I can see Jimmy's point. Like, that is a disappointment. Like, it should have been Fury Joshua, really. But this is still a great fight. So, you know,
It's Freddie Hearn.
I just wonder if the money isn't in it, like at the moment with the whole virus thing. I don't know if the money's there.
Yeah, I think
That money is there if Fury Joshua would have been fighting. Trust me.
Oh, did you guys hear? Speaking of the
Yeah,
of
I
the
can hear
virus,
you now. Precise.
No, something just came to me. So they're jabbing animals in zoos now because of the coof and all that stuff. But guess what? They're not giving him the same technology. The animals, they're giving them the traditional, like the old type vaccines, not any of the new ones.
Right.
I wonder why that is.
Yeah,
Just
because
weird.
The new ones are not that. They're not. Well, they're not traditional vax, right?
Right. It's a different technology, completely different. But they're not giving those to the animals. They probably care about the animals more than.
Because it's I would guess because there's a shortage of the mRNA ones, so they don't want to waste them on animals.
Yeah, you're probably right, L Dog.
Sure. Didn't you volunteer, L Dog, because they were running out, some shit like that? What happened again?
Hey, bro, they did run out.
L Dog took it and still ended up on lockdown.
apparently, so get this, guys. I read this article. I can't find it now, but apparently, like the lions, it's not that difficult to give it to them. You just toss a chunk of meat in there and stab them in the ass, and then run out of there. But like the primates, chimpanzees and shit, they're not having any of that shit, man. They're smart enough to know there's something up, man. They're not taking that shit. You got to put the chimp down to be able to give them a vaccine, man. So that's just goes to show you higher intelligence, basically.
Wait a minute. We're actually
smarter than human beings.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go. You got it.
Oh
Those
shit!
that got it, those that got it didn't get it. Those that didn't get it did get it.
Can you guys hear me?
Monkey didn't
really,
get
that's
the vaccine, the gold standard of intelligence, comparing yourself to
No,
a
just real
monkey.
quick. Can you guys hear me? Does it work or
Yeah,
not?
we can
I don't
hear
know if
you.
it works. Is it working?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Speak up a little.
Yeah, do you guys see
I just think humans are more
Did you
nice,
guys see that?
and they're easier
Did
to.
you guys see that lightning? Did you guys see that lightning bolt against what is it, Joshua's ear or something?
Wait, what?
What? Say that again.
Oh, this is bolt hype.
Oh,
Hey, what's up, guys?
Go ahead, Bull Hype. What were you saying about lightning?
No, the fight poster of Joshua Usyk.
Oh, that turned you on.
Recognize. Look at the chat, man.
Yeah, no,
To the chat,
BDA
like,
boxing chat. What?
I got you.
I think it's cool, man. I think it's cool.
You liked it?
Why do they portray Usyk as this like?
I like both guys.
Fucking
I like both of them.
insane fucking maniac. Like,
He's
straight out who had a
I'm telling you, man. The picture reveals itself. Thank you for L Dog for pointing it out. Where what is it like?
Yeah, you do
Fury
get-
is fucking like.
It doesn't.
Fury
It could
is
be-
like
it could be
pumping
the opposite as
Wilder.
well. It could be the opposite. It could be the opposite. You never know. It could
Yeah,
be want you to
Yeah,
think that.
Usyk looks a little creepy. I'm not gonna lie. He looks like a fucking serial killer
We
or
got
like a rapist.
Usyk's look like I will
And that
murder
wouldn't
you.
be perfect, wouldn't it? You see?
Yeah, 50-50, 50-50.
Usyk gonna
Yeah,
fuck.
cruiserweight king versus heavyweight king.
There were so today. Did you guys watch?
It
Did you guys
almost,
watch
Perfect
it
white.
Sunday?
almost.
Did you guys watch? Did you guys watch any football today on the Sunday games today? There were so many
I did
ties,
some
man.
of it.
It went to a draw until the last minute, man. They scored in the overtime. I thought it was awesome.
Who?
You guys
Football.
noticed that?
NFL.
Did you guys?
Because remember, we're talking to everybody across the world. So
Yeah,
when you say
exactly.
football, they think
Yeah.
soccer, right? Well, for us, it's soccer. But
No, not here. Football's football.
Did anyone see that?
I
Talking
did.
about NFL, man.
Yeah, I did. I did. I thought that was weird. All these overtime games.
Chargers lost, but Jerry Jones, he's a boxing guy, man. So let him win.
How the Steelers
Cowboys
go? The
beat
Steelers
the
play
Chargers
today.
today.
The Steelers play today.
I think
How'd they
they
go?
did.
Yeah, they did.
I didn't watch
think they
it. What
lost.
did it say?
That's my team.
Yeah, I don't watch football anymore. Fuck that.
I just
All I
played.
know is
I just
Tampa Bay.
Yeah, I actually ain't gonna lie.
But the thing is, you don't know about Joshua Usyk, man.
I like when Brady wins because it gets people that upset. I ain't gonna lie. I'm kind of
Yeah,
like it.
My dad's been at Tampa
that's
Bay
why I
since
like
before the Brady days. So shout out to
yeah,
him.
but Brady's breaking down. He's turning woke, yo. You didn't know that?
Oh, geez.
Yeah, but he'll
Yeah.
still annoy people anyway. But I don't even give a fuck about Brady. He'll still annoy people winning.
Yeah.
Brady said he'll play until he's 50. He said he'll play until he's 50. So that's a great thing. Like, because the thing is, they're trying to find out what's the legal limit for being a pro athlete in sports, right? So Evander Holyfield, is that the best 59-year-old that we can show, or should it be like only 50-year-olds or 49-year-olds can box? After that, it's over, because this is the best we have. So if he's not good enough, then no one is. If he's not good enough, then no one is, right?
Tough to say because
Holyfield is 58.
59.
it's tough to say because if you cut off boxes at like 45, well, I mean, would George Foreman?
But he looks way better than a lot.
Yeah,
He looks way better than.
Like
He looks a lot
I
better
understand
than a
for
lot of
most people.
59-year-olds and 45-year-olds.
Hold on,
Hold on. One at a time.
most people it would work, but yeah, you're gonna miss out on. Well, I mean, missing out on Hopkins might not have been a
59
bad thing.
and 45.
Definitely not.
Yeah, I can count, dude. I know what.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, we weren't sure, L Dog. We weren't sure.
Wait, Holyfield looked good.
Could I
Dude,
say this before?
you didn't see that fight?
Battered by a bum? No,
I just want to say thank
like
you to
30
Mr.
seconds?
Bucho.
Dude, he knocked
I
him
want to
out.
say thank you to King Bucho. I'm gonna bounce out. You guys,
Peace
God
out,
bless
bro.
you all.
Peace out, my bro.
All right, G Boogie.
All right,
If you're
take
gonna
care.
say you're gonna bounce out, what does that
Be
mean?
safe,
You're
man.
gonna stop listening,
Peace
or
out,
what are
Boogie
you
lad.
gonna stop listening?
Hey, G
Or
Boogie,
you just gonna
you're
stop
welcome.
talking? You just
No, I think I did see that fight. It was like 30 seconds. And
30
he got-
seconds. He hit him with one good shot, and it was over.
Come on.
How did he look good? I don't get it.
He didn't. Who's?
He
Oh,
didn't.
yes. Yeah, he looked.
Guys, right now,
Physically,
you guys
in shape,
qualify
he was
for.
fine, but
You guys qualify for a new Toyota right now at 0.9% APR.
word. That's true, man.
Cool.
Yo,
Thanks for telling me.
0.9%
right now, if
APR
anybody
for
needs a
7
car,
years. 7
dude,
years.
right
is,
now, if any,
7 years is half. 7 years is half of 14. So
Do you get that
7
with a
years,
vaccine,
0.9%
yeah?
APR.
Is that what they give you with a vaccine? You get a new car with your vaccine?
Up to you, man. It's up
You
to
can
you,
die in your
man.
car while you're driving it.
It's up to you.
You can,
It's up to
you can
you,
die
man.
in your
It's up
car
to
while
you.
you're driving it.
no.
Yeah.
I think
You
New
can die
York.
in your car while
Hold
you're
on.
driving it anyway.
Guys, in the state of New York, I think they're offering
$5 a gallon
vaccine.
right now.
Check it out, vaccine and a 7-year lease at
One super chat is not enough for a
0.
gallon.
I think it's 0.8%. You just get your vaccine, you get the car right there, and then you can lease it for like 0.8%.
Nah, 0. It's
You
got
know,
to be 0.9.
They're
You know,
getting
Brad,
desperate.
they go,
Maybe you're right.
if you die of a brain aneurysm, you can die in your nice new car.
Yeah, yeah, right.
Imagine thinking that this is actually about health. Imagine believing that, man.
Like,
Well,
here's what I'm wondering: like, why are we paying? Why are we paying
if you get
people
paid to stay healthy, that would be
to get
awesome.
the vaccine?
You just
Just
get
send the
paid to be
fucking
healthy.
military in.
You could
Well, they
be.
can't. You
You could
don't
be
want
paid
to
to
play
be
your
healthy.
that very
hand,
well
Elder.
could happen. That could be on
Elder,
the
you don't
way.
want
You
to.
never know.
But
That
you
is
see,
on
look
the
what happened.
That would be awesome.
Look what happened in
Why
Australia.
pay all the
Hold on, real quick,
immigrants money?
real quick. Look what happened in Australia. Like you had like these protesters just run right through the cops, right? So that was just about what, a couple of hundred people, maybe 1,000. So what if that turns into? What if you send the military and then that turns
You
into
can. If you're not
10,000?
careful, if you guys aren't good, you guys gotta be good guys, man. Because this
Yeah, there
could
was about
turn.
1,000 there
The wrong
recognised in the one. There's probably about 1,000, probably 1,000.
All right, this is King Bucho, and letting you know that I'm gonna pass out, I think. So thank you for joining us. Long stream. We're gonna be doing more. We're gonna be having more streams this week since we have the big fight. So yep, stay tuned. See you. See you this week.